Ladies and gentlemen, you see me in disguise, so you don't know what I look like. Why don't you know what I look like? Because you haven't got the intelligence to go back and look at some other videos where I've shown my face. That's what this man thinks. Let me screen share. Dun dun dun. Who am I going to show? There's a cat, a crazy cat at the window. And wait for it. Who am I going to show? This man. Let's see who this is.
I am making this video for somebody I never thought I'd make a video for. He goes by the name Adam Joseph Doughty and the Potato Club.
Now, you might notice that you can't see him. You see how he's just light. He is just light. This is a being of light. You should hear his lovely words.
I believe even Robin Poe is stepping away from these guys in a way and going against them. It's just insane. It's gone. This has gone too far. I mean, I don't know what to do from this point. I really don't. I mean, I literally feel like I'm arguing with the devil. Like, these people are insane. They've lost their minds. And I mean, if you people follow this, I mean, this is insane. You people are crazy to follow this. I mean, this is a trap. This is a complete trap. Like, I don't care the shape of the earth. Look at what these people.
I don't care the shape of the earth. Bravo.
Want to do. I mean, these people don't want to go against NASA. They want to take out religion. Even
no, we want to bring truth to everywhere, including religion.
Yeah, I'm sick of it. Nobody wants to go there, but I will. Even Martin Leakey, he says he wants to take their God away and have their God. Like, go look at his videos. Like this.
What's he talking about? Don't know what he's talking about. Let's see.
They're selling their products and all their bullshit.
We're all selling our products, apparently, according to this light being of light.
This has gone far enough. This has gone. She's gonna go into a church and videotape Antonio in the front fucking row.
Oh, wait.
Shit. And each and every one of you need to step up to this, because I mean, even atheists, they don't believe this shit. They don't go around bashing religion and everything else all day long. They don't care. Religion just ain't for them. But these people, these ain't atheists. These are fucking Satanists. That's what they are. And Patricia's all for this. All you Patricia lovers out there. She's gonna go into a church and videotape Antonio in the.
Is she? This is a joke I made. Patricia hasn't said she's going to do that. But let's misrepresent things a bit more.
Fucking row. Can you imagine that?
He just said in the front fucking row. Associating front fucking row with church.
The people you guys are fucking praising. I tell you, man, this fucking shit is insane. It's total.
Yes, it is. Which is why I've called it Flat Earth Lunacy.
No, play a little bit more. Play a little bit more. There's a really relevant bit.
Okay. But I will just have the audio.
Insane. I'm ashamed. I'll never, ever, ever bring anybody into Flat Earth as long as I live. I'll never tell nobody to come on YouTube ever again and watch this fucking bullshit that I've been through for 16 months. I am never fucking telling nobody this, and I'll never fucking put nobody through it. I'll tell you that much right now.
No, I think we must have missed it. He basically says that we must be Satanists.
Wait,
and the people that now are letting this happen, you guys are to blame as well. Hit them with everything you got, because this is just insane. This is worse than the sun experiment. This is worse than anything they've ever done. This is insane. If this isn't enough to close the book on these people, somebody ought to take a Bible and throw it in their face.
Maybe he smashed
They took everybody. Tiger Dan, where they scared him away. So all of them. So, well, even Martin Leakey, he says he wants, and going against them, this has gone far enough. I knew.
Anyway, anybody who wants to watch that, go and watch it. It's very fun. Now, I don't know if I should do this, but I'm going to reveal myself. It's me! Now, we've called this Flat Earth, Never-Ending Legend, Part 3, the Lunacy in religion. Because just like there's lunacy in the Flat Earth, which we've just watched, a being of light talking about the fucking front row in a church, and all kinds of other lunacy. That guy, unfortunately, there are crazy people in the world. There are crazy flat earthers, there are crazy Christians, and there are crazy Christian flat earthers. Doesn't mean all Christians are crazy or all Christian flat earthers are crazy, but some are. Like,
well, because we've questioned his religious beliefs, we are now labelled by this man as Satanists specifically. So where this comes from, I've no idea. Neither of us worship Satan. Quite the opposite. We're telling people Satan's a load of nonsense. And before anybody comes, they all, well, that's exactly what you would say if you wanted to worship him. You'd hide it. Nonsense. We're saying it's nonsense. All of it. Jesus and the devil. So no, we're not Luciferians. No, we're not devil worshippers. But that's what we're being labelled. And the point of what we're trying to get across is flat earth is about fact. So on a daily basis, lots of flat earth videos are pointing out that the globalist heliocentric system is a belief system. That's what it is. Well, if we're going to knock and bash this belief system and point facts at them and say, look at our experimental evidence that contradicts your scientific proof, then we're highlighting a belief. We can't then turn around and say, but believe in Jesus. This is a complete contradiction. It's a fallacy. It's nonsense. You can't do it. It's just, that's all we're saying. If you want to believe in Jesus, you can. We're not trying to stop anybody from having any belief. If you want to believe in devil worship as well, be our guest. It's not going to stop anybody from having any religious beliefs. Feel free, but just understand that they are belief. It is faith. And that's not what flat earth's about. That's all we're trying to drive home.
That's right. We've all understood now that science, or what we've had portrayed as science, which, let's face it, is predominantly physics, astrophysics, relativistic physics, that side of pataphysics, we've had that portrayed as something from which you can derive knowledge. When it turns out that the origins of science were all about finding proof of things, of working out exactly what is going on with any phenomenon. Now, that's what science was supposed to be. That's what it originally was. Since then, we've had science move into the realm of belief. Now, it's very important that everybody understands this. Belief is not knowledge. Belief, wait, Patricia asked me to write this down before, because she liked it, but as you see, nothing but professionalism here. But this is fucking YouTube. None of us are professional, at least not me. Faith is born of belief, and knowledge is born of truth. You can arrive at knowledge through truth. You can't arrive at knowledge through belief. The closest you can arrive at is a path to the truth of knowledge. That's the closest that belief can bring you to knowledge. You have to leave faith and belief behind in order to go down along the path of knowledge and arrive at truth. This is the thing. This is why, Nathan, before we went on, you were saying exactly, you were saying it very eloquently. I've forgotten what you said. No, you were saying that I have cats and they're very distracting beings. They keep walking around with tiny little made-up mustaches and pretending to be artists and shit. They're doing it on purpose. Nathan, you said about religion, belief, and knowledge. Tell people what you said about belief. How the first thing that they do is say, it's all about faith. Now, let's tell us.
Oh, right. You hide, like with any good politician, they hide the dirty, filthy bit right in the title of whatever bill they're trying to pass. You know, get the really horrible bit right on the front cover, not in the nitty gritty. And they do that with religion by labeling it faith. So it's already, that assumption is already there immediately before you move on to any of the details about what's in the book. And you will even ask people, what faith are you? So the fact that it's faith almost gets forgotten about when you get into the details of what is written or what somebody said or what other confirmation you've had or what translate. That's all, you know, the fact that it's faith, which is just another word for belief, is forgotten about because it's right there in the title.
Totally. And this is how it works. You have to have faith. That's why I got that George Michael song title, because you got to have faith. Now, this is what religion does. It says, have you got faith? Have you got faith? Can you develop a bit more faith? Maybe if you behave as if you have faith and talk to God in your brain into, you know, and have a little discussion with Gandalf over a cup of mead or Jesus, maybe he will tell you stuff. In other words, if you brainwash yourself into having a belief, then you will behave as if you've been brainwashed into having a belief. And that's fine and dandy for the church, because then they can hoodwink you into other things. Now, I remember believing, feeling like it was knowledge, but believing that the three wise men were real. I grew up in Spain. In Spain, you don't have Santa Claus, you have the three wise men. In Spain, they're called Los Reyes Magos. They are the three wise kings, or the three magi. In Spanish religion, they come on the 6th of January and they give you lots of gifts. Now, I believed this. I was convinced that it was true. In fact, they would have camera scenes, news footage from them arriving at the port in Barcelona and stepping off with camels laden with all the presses and sweets and everything. And they would show us this. Okay, and I believed that it was true, that it was they who had sneaked in the middle of the night and put all those gifts there. Okay, now, then I come to England, turns out that's not true. It's Santa Claus that does it. Oh, okay. But to most British and most Americans, it's been Santa Claus all along. You don't want to know that the truth is it's your parents. You want to still believe that it's Santa Claus. It's a lovely idea. We all remember it. It was lovely. This magical being that comes and gives you presents. Okay, it wasn't true. The truth was it was your parents or your guardians or your whoever. It wasn't freaking Santa Claus, and it's not good. It doesn't feel good to want to not believe in Santa Claus. It's like a little part of you has gone. The truth of the matter is, your parents and the adults around you lied to you. They lied. They said something that was not true was true. They went through a whole rigmarole to present that falsity as if it was true. And this is what religion does. Only with religion, there's no unmasking at the end where they say, it was us already. It was all along, it was us. All along, what we've been telling you was not true. And what they do is they say, look, just pretend that you believe that this Eucharist is a piece of God's body, a piece of Jesus's body, not the God that's the cloudy, nebulous being, but the physical body that was killed. Not really, because it didn't happen. But let's pretend that this is a little sliver. Maybe it's a bit of his skin, and eat this, okay? And drink some of his blood. It's not really blood, it's wine. But how are we going to make the children a bit tipsy? So let's have some wine in there, okay? And pretend that it's blood. At what point does a farce have to, how farcical does a farce have to be before people start calling it a farce? It's a farce. This is why Nathan and I are doing this. We've run out of patience. We've been listening to Christians. Now, the reason that we're doing this against Christians is there are Muslims out there, there are Jews out there, there are all kinds of other religions out there that are flat earthers that don't push their religion. Everybody can have whatever beliefs they want, as long as they don't coax action from other beings, like that guy that I played at the beginning is coaxing Jesse Spots to go on a campaign against all the flat earthers who are not Christian, who don't side with him and their ilk of Christian. Now, what these guys have been doing for months is abusing Patricia, abusing anyone who doesn't do as they wish them to do. This is not good. And it doesn't matter if you say you're doing it in the name of Sauron, in the name of Saruman, or in the name of Jesus. It's not good. And we've been putting up with this shit all of this time. And it got to the point, a few months ago, by the way, I made a video to do this. I wanted to do this a few months ago, but things were a little bit too touchy. Not with Christians, but with other people. There were a lot of people upset. I forget what it was right now. And I thought, no, I'm not going to do this because it's going to put some people through some pain and anguish. And eventually I thought, fuck the pain and anguish. I see the good Christians ignoring the bad Christians. That's what I see. In fact, the only person that I've seen doing anything against any of the bad Christians are Jewish people. And they're not doing it from a Jewish background. They're doing it from a human background. You don't see Eric Dubay saying to fuckers like Jeff Stewart, what are you doing, you idiot? You don't see that, okay? You don't see other Christians saying, hey, dude, you're supposed to be a Christian. How about you have some compassion and forgive them, okay? We don't see this. So there are Christians out there who are supposedly good Christians who have just sat quietly and let all the abuse happen. And I thought, no, enough. What's driving this is insanity. Literally.
Did you say that on the whatever the census is, that you have to label what faith you are? In other words, regardless of what you want to consider yourself to be, you're always going to be labelled as something.
Yes, you're always going to be described as something because of whatever religion you were born. And if you were not registered as having a religion, you're registered as not baptized, no religion. You're left out of all the rest of the story. Now, as I'm sitting here saying about Christians and supposedly good Christians, there is a good Christian out there. Okay, there are several. Okay, there are lots of good Christians. Okay, one of them is Adam Joseph Doughty. So Rob Skiba, good guy. People who don't push their belief, people who don't try to coax other people into violent actions like throwing a Bible at their face, people who don't incite riots at NASA, oh, I'm not coming, I've got a bad back. You go and do that, okay? Dan Pratt. And all of these actions that Christians, people who call themselves Christians, are urging other Christians to join them in. Let's get together and beat the shit out of these people. Let's get together and beat the shit out of those gays. Let's pretend that that's what was going on, okay? We're not gay, but let's say there was a group of people, all of which were in monogamous, married relationships with people of the opposite sex. And all those people got together and beat the shit out of gays because the gays don't have that lifestyle. This is what's going on here. You have all the religious people who think their religion is the right one, and they're saying any other people, especially ones that don't have our worldview, let's beat the shit out of them. That's basically what they're doing.
Being co-opted. So if you've got flat earth proofs that are laden with religious texts, and then you get some other crossover that does the same thing, like no trees on flat earth, and it's much easier to sort of point fingers at it, but you forget that no trees isn't a following of people that's got a mass belief, and there's a section of flat earth no trees believers that goes around saying they're going to throw Bibles in people's faces if they don't toe the Christian line, which is basically what we have with, like you say, a small section of Christians. And it is totally unreasonable. It's not acceptable behavior by any standards. And unfortunately, a lot of it is being done in the name of Christianity. We could bash anything we liked. We've had people in the chat talking about aliens. And if we were to literally wail on our alien believers because we have no proof of it, we'd be perfectly within our rights to do that and say, how can you possibly tie the theory of having extra puddles and therefore alien life on flat Earth to the fact that there's no curve? You can't do it. It just doesn't jive. It's not reasonable when you're trying to point out to others who are in a belief system about the heliocentric nonsense, and you're pointing out that everything has to be in isolation and, relativity, all of this kind of stuff that's bullshit nonsense and belief systems and maths proofs. How can you then go on and say, well, yeah, but accept Jesus into your heart and you'll be forgiven for anything bad you've done. Well, that doesn't jive either with me. You know, a lot of the Christian rhetoric seems to, you know, offering carte blanche forgiveness to people for being evil. I don't like it. It just sounds wrong. You know, be as evil as you like, or do as much partying and you know, as you like, only to go and preach about how you need to stop partying. It's full of hypocrisy, in my view. That's just a personal thing on a side note, nothing to do with flat earth and Christianity. But there we go. It just seems hypocritical.
The thing is, hypocrisy is like it's just, okay, so you have don't bear false witness and all these people bearing false witness. Don't be a hypocrite and all these people being hypocrites. Don't judge others and they go around judging people. It's almost as if it's filled with pitfalls for people to fall down, so later they can flagellate themselves, you know, punish themselves, whip themselves, you know, hurt their souls for all the things that they know they've done bad. That's what religion does. It says, look at all these things that are bad if you engage with. Now, by bringing attention to all these things, you're going to do some of them. And even if you don't, you're going to think that you have, and you're going to crucify yourself about it afterwards. And that's the point of religion. It's all a brainwashing technique. Okay, that's what it is. Go to a church, tell the priest the things that you've done. He will tell you a series of spells that will somehow cleanse your soul, and then that's okay. You can go and do it again. Okay, never mind that that priest might be doing dodgy shit himself. How about you went to confession and said, okay, priest, tell me what you've done this week. Okay, that'd be pretty cool, you know. But no, that's not how it goes. So, and that's just the Catholic. And we've got a whole bunch of messages about what we've been doing lately. And what some of the messages are saying is, why are you having a big go at Catholics? Why are you having a big go at Christians? And I said, well, it's because the Catholic Church is the biggest church in the world. That's why. I'm not going to go after some piddly little shitty group like the Jews. There's only a few million of them. It's not billion, you know. So I'm not going to go after Jews. I'm not going to go after Muslims. They're small. They are small compared to the Catholics. So I'm going to go after the Catholics. I'm not going to go after the small kid. I'm going to go after the big fucker with a mustache, you know. So that's what I'm doing. And the big fucker with a mustache, actually, is not that big. It's quite pathetic. In fact, if you go and listen to Vancouver, BC, he's almost crying. So I do feel a little bit of pity for him, but I'd like to bitch slap that guy. But it wouldn't wake him up. You know, a while ago, I digress. A while ago, Patricia and I go into a hangout where he's been telling people he's going to expose something huge about me. And this huge thing he's going to expose is that he has proof that I was married before and have a grown-up daughter. The proof he had were actually my two older sisters, one of which he said I was married to, and the other one of which was my daughter. They're both older than me. One 2 years, the other 4 years older than me. I pointed this out to him. Doesn't matter, you know, and subsequently he didn't really reveal anything, but he was touting this. This guy is stupid, and it's not nice for nice, good Christians to have to share the title of Christian with stupid, imbecile Christians. It's just not good, okay? It's not good for anything, okay? You can believe whatever you want. You can believe that cats have magical powers. I certainly do. They can obviously see things that I can't because they do it all the time. You can believe anything you want, but trying to convince people that what you believe is somehow some back door to divine knowledge is not fair. You're not being honest. It's not true. If it were true, you'd be able to demonstrate it. This idea that there's some illogical realm to reality where things that you can't demonstrate, you can't prove, are somehow true, that's not how this reality works. This reality works in a way that you can demonstrate that it's flat, you can demonstrate that it was created, and that's all that you can demonstrate. You can't demonstrate what color God is, or how tall they are, or any of the qualities. You can't do any of that. Nathan, I see you're prepared to read some of the comments. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the comment I wanted to start off with was actually on a video that I did as an aside to the last Hangout. And the point I was getting across on that little 2-minute video was that the whole thing is just one big magic trick. And it just sort of distracts you from your own inner ability. And anytime something a man does that is extraordinary, it's described as God's work. He's working through that man. And on the flip side, you've got anything that a man does that's extraordinary and works towards bad things is the devil working through him. And rather than just actually focusing what's actually just happened, a man has just done something amazing, and put a full stop at the end of it and say, a man like me has done something amazing, maybe I can do something amazing. But there we go. One of the comments I got from this My Lily: God is able to do miracles through man. Satan is also able to do miracles through man. There is a difference in those miracles. The difference boils down to this: what is the intent of the heart? Blah, 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 blah. Now, basically, she's saying that a person, in the case of the Bible, it's Jesus, can actually do the good things as opposed to you doing the good things. And likewise, the devil, a person, is doing the good things, the evil things, rather than you doing them. And I think in both cases, you've kind of stepped past what's actually happened. Somebody does something amazing, and that's pretty much it. I think she pretty much sums it up again quite nicely down here. So I go on to say something along the lines of, a man doing an amazing feat, or manifesting something out of thin air, was I think the way I phrased it. There we go. My point is, if a man manifests something out of thin air, then a man has done something amazing. Yeah. And she says, mortal man cannot manifest. Stupid Siri. Siri interrupted me. I do apologize. Mortal man cannot manifest something out of thin air. There's got to be a higher power behind it. Well, why? If somebody does something amazing, why can't you just accept that they've done something amazing? But because it's written in the Bible, that's basically what her feelings are. It's written in the Bible, therefore it must be so. Somebody does something amazing, it must be God. You're muted, Antonio.
Sorry about that. We're feeding the cats. And by we, I mean Patricia. I'm going to read, I'm not going to screen share because it might shock some people. It's Anna Loves the Lord, an incredibly ugly woman.
Anyway. Yeah, go on, bring it up. Might as well have it up on screen.
Okay. Am I sharing?
That's the one.
Okay, this woman here. So that's Anna Loves the Lord. I wonder what Lord. Is it Lord Sauron? I bet you it's Jesus. Anyway, this is in response to Patricia explaining to her that videos here on the side, some of them show up totally arbitrarily. Others show regarding what you've been watching. That kind of thing. Now, she says, Patricia Steer, you are a liar. If a video appears insuggested all over again, instead of the very guys I am subscribed to, game is rigged. Additionally, you post on my channel with positive attitude I consider to be fake. And as explained many times in my videos, your belief system of suppressing emotions is evil to me. Example is this girl, Orphan Red, behaves like a slut, and you only indulge her behavior that needs urgent intervention. Eventually, if she continues, she will ruin her life. I say she's ruined her life already, but never mind. Most importantly, destroying her soul. But you don't care about this. You only want to appear positive. I would want somebody to show me the way I was if I was ruining my life, like a train wreck. You sit back and I am certain enjoy her disaster in the making. You know what this will lead to as a passive-aggressive actress. This is from a lovely Christian. Now, I will read some more of her lovely Christian comments. Okay, let's see. Let me go out of this thread to other threads. Antonio Subirats, fuck off my channel. Thank you and have a nice day. Thanks, Scott. You implicitly advertise Satanism on your channel and drugs. I don't know who this is, but this is totally at random, by the way, guys. I haven't read these before. You said in your video, Satanists are cool. You mirrored the video by a Satanist. You said Christian church did something bad to your family. When I asked what it was, you didn't elaborate. when I asked you whether the church didn't agree with your acid trips, European intoxicated, in some of your videos, you got mad and told me, suck on a dick, ho, fuck off. Oh, well, so why are you even visiting my channel? You should be busy pushing satanic Beatles on people. Okay, let's read another one. Laurie Gale, how that law of attraction working out for you? Are you a millionaire or a billionaire yet? Perhaps is the doomsday that you are preaching? Could you put a date on it? At least a year? No, you're a Luciferian attention donkey. This comment about Laurie Gale is after Laurie Gale had mentioned to her that a friend of hers had passed away. Lovely, huh? A friend of hers committed suicide, and this is how this one reacts. How is that law of attraction working for you? Let's read another. Patricia, what was your starting capital you bought that clothing shop with? Not squeezing money from some rich dude in exchange for sex? Anybody familiar with the term of projection? Anyway, hope not. Let's just hope also that whatever you inject into your face was not produced with the help of animal testing lab, because it would be out of your character, right? Patricia replies, should I read Patricia's reply? No, it's long. Sorry, Patricia. Okay, I'll read it. Accusing me of sleeping with rich men for money to start my clothing store, as you just did, seems very Christian. I am 53 years old. I started my clothing store with my money from working in radio broadcasting all my adult life. Now, you should turn to Mountain Mama for comfort, who is also a very negative person who happens not to have a photo but insults my appearance regularly. Mountain Mama has attacked me numerous times. She has. I've seen some of these here and elsewhere, the same way that you just did, which shows obvious jealousy. Mountain Mama's name paints a vivid mental picture of a person who can only be described as lumpen, physically and mentally. I've now blocked you both. I won't reply again. I've done visiting the gutter. Enjoy your misery, which obviously loves company. Jealous birds of a feather flock together. Steep in it, both of you. Ugly on the inside creates an outside like both of yours. Oof, wow, I didn't know you'd written that. Anyway, this is this woman. Okay, now we will go to our last video, which was God Bash Part 2. Hey, where's it gone? Oh, I'm going to have to go to yours, Nathan. Okay, so I will. Should we share counting, Nath? Reading. You read one, I read one?
Sure.
So you take your pick. I'm sure people are bored of my voice already. Do you want to read from my screen or do you want to read from yours? Nathan, are you muted?
Yeah, you start off. You read one of them.
All right, okay. So, I don't know. And these, I haven't read all of these, okay? Let's see. The kings of the earth set themselves and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and his anointed. Psalms 2.2. This is just from a freaking book of stories, this bit. It's a book of stories, guys. The Bible tells the truth here. It tells the truth about the dome, about the stationary flat earth, about the sun, about the moon. Hey, the Lord of the Rings calls the earth Middle Earth, and it says that Gandalf fights the Balrog of Morgoth back into the depths under the earth, where it falls through another sky to another land. So that talks more truth than the Bible. About evil. When will you people learn this book tells the truth? Revealed truth from the outside of that dome looking in. Quit beating your head against the wall. There are many good things too in that book, but it requires your belief and righteous living. Nathan?
Sure. I've got should I share my screen? I should really, shouldn't I?
Yeah, let me stop sharing mine.
There we go. So, Love Esther says, Jesus said, truly, truly, I say to you, whoever believes in me will also do the works that I do, and greater works than these will he do, because I am greater to the Father. John 14:12. Well, whoever believes, well, I can't agree more. You know, if you want to believe, that's fine, but we're in an arena of proof. Everyone's entitled to belief. So yeah, believe all you want.
Yes. Okay. I'm hoping Adam Joseph Doughty will jump in. I think he has to go to work soon. So, but we can carry on reading until he comes in. And when he comes in, let's interrupt him continuously and mute him. Okay, carry on reading.
Let's see what other ones I can find. I would be very careful when asking questions in a disrespectful manner. Do you not know the Bible is a historical endorsed books like Enoch? Spell it out from A to Z, everything about what you're looking for. Have you not heard that aliens, watchers, are repelled by Jesus' name? Have you heard that, Antonio?
Nope.
No.
Oh, here's another thing. Okay. Many. Hey, Adam, can you just mute your mic a second because there's a lot of background sound. But I'll give you a hand over to you in 1 second. This is what happens with a lot of Christians, unfortunately. They confuse this very simple, very clear, true historical fact. The majority of what's known about the devil comes from Milton's Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost is a work of fiction, but the majority of Christians talk about Lucifer being kicked out of heaven, taking so many angels with him, all of the struggles, all of his anger. All of these things are not in the Bible. They are in Paradise Lost, which was written by John Milton as a work of fiction. But over to you, Adam.
Can you even hear me?
Yep.
Am I muted or anything?
No.
I guess I'm not. Since you can hear me, I guess I'm not muted. Yeah, interesting conversation. I missed the beginning. Can you give me a really quick? What was that with Jesse Spots and that video? I came in partway through.
Okay, this is what it was. Flat Earth Vancouver, BC has made a video about how you and we are all Satanists because we don't think the way he thinks about the world. He's a Christian, and Jesse Spots should basically make sure that something that he doesn't explain happens, okay? He's angry that we're discussing faith, religion, belief systems. He's just angry that we're discussing this. This is not a topic to be discussed. That's what he's doing. And he's throwing you in, even though you were obviously in here on the side of people who have faith. Even though that's what you were doing, somehow his inner dialogue has kicked in and spoken louder than your actual words or any of our words.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he says, Adam, that Jesse Spots should deal with this. There you go. That's what it says.
Seems a bit of a bully tactic, if you ask me. I was sitting in the lunchroom at work last night, and honestly, I've been hiding all my comments to my videos and reading them, and the amount of fellow brothers and sisters of the Lord, at least they call themselves Christians, that are slamming me just for talking to you, and that are disappointed in me, some people that I never thought would be, and I'm like, are you kidding me? What, so now you're censoring me, so now I can only say certain things, and I'm not supposed to show love to anybody? That's crazy. And I was praying about it. I was trying to think, like, where is this coming from? And I'm just going to say something to people that say that they're Christians out there really fast, and then you can see what you think about this. Because you're not a Christian, you don't claim to be, right? So I can't hold you to the same standard as for me. But anyways, if any Christians are listening, I think sometimes Christians, fellow, like as well as me, can say the most craziest stuff that's hurtful, that they think they're speaking truth, but then they're coming to condemn you, and they're waiting for that I told you so moment, where Jesus is coming back, he's coming to judge the world, and you're going to do the happy dance because it's I told you so, when I don't think that's a happy day. I don't think that's a day to rejoice in. And I think that's what a lot of these Christians are waiting for. They can do whatever they want. They can treat them really bad. But what happened to Jonah? He was disappointed because Nineveh repented. And I think that's what I'm seeing. It's just brutal. There's no love, no compassion. They're bullying people that don't believe who Jesus is. And They just want to see, they just want that I told you so moment, and instead of the whole time loving these people. And that's it. It's really disgusting. Like, I don't know.
You might be more familiar with the actual words. You go from the King James Version.
Yeah, I read that most time, yeah.
All right. I don't recall properly, but didn't Jesus say, if a sinner asks you to walk with him a mile, walk with him? Do you remember the rest of it?
I think it's a friend. Like, you go the extra mile, basically.
Yeah.
So,
What?
yeah, so you'll go that mile, but then you'll go an extra. You'll go the
Yeah.
extra mile. You'll go the distance, is what he's saying.
I've remembered. If a sinner asks you to walk with him a mile, walk with him thrice. So,
Yeah.
3
Okay.
miles.
Yeah.
Yeah. What Adam is saying, and what Adam is actually displaying and doing, is, according to the mind of the Christian world, we are sinners because we don't believe in Jesus, and Adam is walking with us thrice. So all you Christians out there who think that what Adam is doing is anti-Christian, you are completely wrong according to your own scriptures. This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to help people see the light according to your scriptures. Okay?
So how many strikes have we got left, Adam?
I don't know. I'm gonna start a backup channel.
Oh dear. No, but the truth is, like,
You know, I'm gonna call the new channel Doughty Cord. Anyways.
So the thing is, okay, so you have people who believe in a certain book and they behave the way that certain book says that you should behave. Then you have people who say that they believe in that book and they behave the opposite of what that book says is how you should behave. Now, unluckily for the good guys, because there are good guys who are atheists, good guys who are flat earthers, good guys who are flat earthers and Christian, and good guys who are flat earthers and realists or naturalists who understand that the nature of this world has a built-in supreme consciousness. Okay, that's my point, that's Nathan's point, that's all the points of all the genuine flat earthers. We all understand, we don't believe, we understand that this place has a built-in supreme consciousness. Now that consciousness can be shared amongst a group of different energies, mysteries, whatever you want to call them. Okay, we understand this. But to say you must believe what we're believing, you must stop what you're doing in your inner mind, okay, not in what you say to others, in your inner mind, you must stop that and do what we're doing. That would be hypocritical of us to do that. We're not doing that. We're saying all those organizations that work with outreach to try and bring people into a thought form, they should stop doing that. We're not saying come and join in our thought form. I've just stated many times that I think it might be energies and that I would rather call it the great mystery, just because I don't know. I understand that they're there, but I can't give their qualities. I have no clue, and neither does anybody else. But I don't tell other people, don't you try and coax other people into thinking that what you're saying is anybody saying other than what you're saying is evil. And that's what these Christians are doing. If you don't believe what we believe, then you're evil. No, that's not how it goes.
You're muted, Adam.
Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. Well, how do I put this? I believe that we're also spiritual beings, right? We have flesh and blood, but we're also spiritual beings, or energy, okay? And if I believe what I believe is true, okay, then that faith is not my own. So how can I expect somebody else to believe what I believe if God doesn't allow them or show them to believe it? So why am I going to be hard on that person? You know, Jesus didn't come into the world to condemn the world, but through him the whole world could be saved, right? So anyone that believes in him could be saved, you know. And I'm mostly speaking to Christians here. So why am I going to be so hard on somebody else that doesn't believe? Do you think the faith that you have was given to you because of yourself? That you're so self-righteous and believing what you believe?
No, I
Seems a
think
little
the
self.
belief that was given to me by my education and by the psychopathic control grid that runs the world. Because my belief
Okay.
system, up until about a year ago, was that I lived on a globe. That was my belief
Right.
system. Now, from what you're saying, does belief in the globe make the world a globe?
No.
Well, you're saying belief in Jesus. Why not? Why can't I have it that
No,
way?
what I'm saying is, no, what I'm saying is that because a big title of this hangout is faith, right? So when I'm talking to Antonio, right, and he doesn't believe what I believe, I don't expect him to. I don't expect him to believe that, you
But
know?
it's a total parallel because you're saying faith. Well, anybody who punts the heliocentric system has faith in the
Yeah, they do.
scientists that present them the information. It is based on faith, whether you like it or not. It's the same. And my objection is that when you have, let's use Jaren as an example. So Jaren really goes through the nitty-gritty of every single mathematical equation that they offer and offers an alternative and backs it up with proof and tears the debunking of his proof to shreds. This is in the case of boats going over the horizon. So he's offering categorics, firms, proofs, absolutes, things that you can show, test, repeat, detailed explanations about all of the variables that go into that absolute. We're talking about really, really finicky details, yeah? And he's presenting this to people who turn around to him and say, nah, I've got faith that the people have been doing this for 2,000 years.
Let me jump in here, Nathan. Okay, to clarify what I was saying before about belief, okay? I don't believe that this world was designed, okay? I don't believe that. I understand that, okay? It's obvious in the fact that it's designed, that it works so well, that it didn't come from some mysterious non-caused event at the beginning of a Big Bang. I understand it's obvious, okay? But you have knowledge scavenger saying, if you don't believe what we believe, you are evil, is what Antonio Subirats is saying to all us Christians. No, it isn't. I'm saying you don't need to have any belief. All you need to do is open your eyes and have some understanding. Now, if you want to have belief, have it, but you're not allowed to try to coax or force your belief on other people and cause other people to have your belief. It's only your belief. You could be wrong. Okay. Now, if I went around, I've been doing it as a joke, saying that Gandalf is my lord. Okay. But if I was really trying to convince people that Gandalf was my lord and quoting passages from the Silmarillion and the Lord of the Rings as reasons why I believe that he's my lord and why they should believe that he's my lord and therefore also theirs, now that would be uncouth. That would not be good. Okay. Because that's calling on belief. You must believe what I'm telling you, or you're burning in hell or whatever. Okay? So my point is, we don't need belief. I don't function with belief. I don't like belief. Belief is the enemy of knowledge. I would rather have knowledge. And that's,
Do you believe what you're saying?
No, I understand what I'm saying. I understand what I'm saying. No, this is it's a philosophical question, Adam.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Listen, I understand your point of view and what you're saying and what you're expressing. I understand it. Okay, you're expressing that you have an inner idea of the world that works perfectly fine with you, and that's totally fine. I wouldn't say to you, stop having that idea. Okay, but if you tried to make me have that idea, I would say I'm not having it, okay? And I would think it wasn't very nice, and you haven't once done that, okay? Ronnie, Event Skeptic, did. He did try that with me. It didn't work, okay? So, what I'm saying is, there's nothing wrong with other people having beliefs. What's wrong is when there are organizations based around beliefs, and those organizations are evil, and those organizations coax people into telling their children about it, the schools into telling their children about it, into brainwashing. Okay, that is wrong. It doesn't matter if you believe in Jesus, if you believe in Zeus, if you believe in Thor. It doesn't matter who you believe in. If your belief is causing you to have good actions, brilliant. If it's causing you to have bad actions, then reevaluate your belief system and maybe drop it and adopt a knowledge system instead. That's it.
Can I ask you a question though?
Sure.
You grew up Catholic. I didn't, so I went to Catholic church once.
Wait, it's important that you know this of me.
Okay.
I grew up Catholic. You had to be Catholic. I grew up under dictatorship. Okay, everybody had to be christened. Okay, and this was after the Catholic Church had given shelter to people. You know, acted as sanctuary. Because Catholic churches, you know, they're sanctuary. So the forces of Franco would arrive nearby in the town. The churches would toll the bells. Everybody would run into the church. Then the priest would phone the other team and say, "We've got them all here. Arrive whenever you want." They would arrive, take everybody out of the church, and shoot them with a firing squad. That's what the Catholic Church did in Spain. Now, okay. For this to happen, they had to have the okay from the Pope, which is why Franco went to see the Pope, just like Hitler went to see the Pope. Now, this is what the Catholic Church did in Spain. So I did not go to church in Spain. In Spain, I never once went to church. When I came to the UK aged 11, I started going to church. And this is my education, my church-going education was of 3 years. At 14, I stopped. Once I saw outside the church, one of the congregation give his son a thick ear for running around like an 8-year-old. It was an 8-year-old that was running around, okay? Not good enough for this guy. It was embarrassing him in front of his peers, so he smacked him in his ear. I saw the way he did it, and he might have burst his eardrum, okay? I saw from the way the boy reacted. I saw it happened right next to me. And I threw a fit because of this fucking hypocrite in front of this guy, okay? So, this is what I'm saying, okay? My background, my educational background in terms of religion happened age 11 to 14. Before that, we had the 3 wise men, which is a biblical account why you receive gifts. Everybody's treated like the Son of God. Everybody receives gifts from the 3 wise men, just like Jesus did in the story, okay? Then I come to the UK, and it's Santa Claus. Never mind the 3 wise men, it's Santa Claus. And it's like, oh, hold on a second, what is this? And then very quickly it's like, oh, okay, you know, I knew already. It's like, oh, okay, game over. There's no 3 wise men that come and give you gifts. It's your parents, yeah? And dropping the religion or dropping your belief is exactly the same as learning that Santa Claus doesn't exist and doesn't give you presents. It's exactly the same. It really is.
I understand your point of view.
Thank you.
But likewise, it's the same as, you know, once you understand where we've been lied to about the shape of the Earth, then you can extrapolate that out into 1,000,001 of the lies. That's when we say, not only, I in many ways agree with what Antonio said about the way you can view the world once you appreciate that it's not come from a Big Bang, but equally you can say, well, if these things that we are told daily are false, then other things that they say in the same vein or on the same platform may also be lies too. Therefore, it opens your eyes to many other different things because of your shattered faith. So suddenly, the people who are experienced, skilled, teachers, whatever you want to call the people that tell us about the globe, once you've disregarded what they say, you've got no choice but to rely on your own inner ability to find out, seek truth for yourself. And in my view, Flat Earth is being co-opted, if that's the right word.
Can I just... Sorry, Nathan, sorry. I was just sitting here, okay, and thinking, Patricia's elsewhere, and I thought, I can't go. I want to go and make myself a coffee, but I can't really go because it's a bit rude. And I just thought, I wish I'm going to have to ask Patricia to make me a coffee. I turned to shout her, and she's walking around the corner with a coffee that she's just made me. I hadn't said a word, okay? This just happened now. Now, this is why I believe that Gandalf can read my thoughts.
Yeah, that's a good point. So anything that a man does that's extraordinary, so if he calls upon, you said you prayed, to find the answer. Well, that's a way of looking at an internal thought process. You can say that you're praying to the almighty power, and when a really good thought comes to mind, I'm going to phrase this carefully, when a really good thought comes to mind and you exercise that thought and it comes to fruition and a good thing happens, you would put it down to the Lord working through you, rather than saying, I have just achieved something. I've sat down, I've thought about it, I've gone through the steps of cognition, and I've come to a coherent, logical, reasonable way of going forward. And then you've moved forward. Why do you have to say that that's God that's done that? And again,
So,
if something bad happens and you think,
Right,
I'll
right.
do this, I know it's wrong, oh, it's the devil, no, but I'll do it anyway, and you do it, and you go, oh, I knew it was the devil working through me. Well, no, you knew it was wrong, you did it
Right.
anyway, you're a prick.
So what you're saying is the difference between, are you really hearing from God in faith, or is it just intuition, or yourself, or your flesh? Or are you blaming the devil, or is it just your sin nature? You know, okay.
Well, you slipped it in there. You said in faith.
Mhm.
Oh, what
No,
is faith?
what I'm saying is that one or the other. Like, that's why you have to. The scripture even says it, to test the spirits to know that it's God. Is it just your flesh? Is it really God? Because a lot of Christians will say, you know, God told me this, God told me that, but God never said anything. You didn't even hear anything. That's one of the things he had against a lot of the prophets in the Old Testament, because they said God said this, God said that, and he said, I never said anything to you. You heard nothing. So you're just talking stupidity, basically. So that's what he was accusing them of back then as well. So just because someone says, Lord, Lord, or God told me this, doesn't mean he did. I want to ask a question. Is
That was too slick. You agreed with me, but you didn't.
I'm learning from you, Nathan. I'm learning. Okay, I have a question for both of you. It's I know, like Antonio, he's read scripture and stuff. What was the difference with Jesus? Okay, whether you believe he existed or not, or it's just words, or he actually did. Why? This is the question. Why did the average person in Judea like Jesus, but the religious people hated him?
Okay, from my point of view,
A lot of religious people.
from what I read in the story is a story, and it makes lots of sense. It's a good story. If it was a rubbish story, nobody would have had a word of it. But when I was reading it, I thought, hold on a second, am I reading about Jesus, or am I reading about Joseph? Because I read it, and then I read it again. So I just finished reading all the stuff about Jesus, and, well, eventually read all the Revelations, and then went back to the beginning and reread it. There's no point if you read it just once. It's too complex, you know, for it to go in. So I read it, I left it a month, and then read it again. And I'm reading about Joseph, and I'm thinking, hold on a second, is this Joseph, or is this Jesus? Okay, because of the similarities. Jesus had 12 disciples, Joseph had 12 brothers. There were the 12 tribes of Judah. And I'm thinking, what? So I started to see it different. I didn't read the Bible in order to debunk it. I read the Bible to understand it. And on the second reading, I was thinking, hold on a second, I'm seeing similarities here. And then I'm reading about Elijah. And then I'm reading, he's Elijah returned. And I'm reading and I'm thinking, wait a second, this is a very good, very well put together story. But it's not true. And that's where I thought, damn it, this is not
You still
true.
didn't answer my question. That's not the question.
No, okay, so in the story, the reason that the normal people liked him, but the Pharisees and the establishment didn't, is that he was telling people, you don't need the establishment. You can have a personal connection with God through your heart. That's what he was telling them. All you have to do is be kind. All you have to do is have patience. If you have extra, give it away. If you're asked to do something, do it. If somebody asks you to do something evil, counsel them to not do it. You know, this is what he was doing. He was talking a lot of sense. But within the sense, there's little snippets of neurolinguistic programming, like, do pay your taxes, okay? Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. If somebody hits you like a bully, let him hit you again. If somebody hits you like a policeman, let him hit you again. If somebody hits you like a Roman, let him hit you again. Now, there is esoteric knowledge there. The Chinese say, if somebody hits you, you absorb some of their energy and they end up with less, okay? So, in a way, yeah, do let them hit you again, because you're taking their anger, their hatred, and you're helping them to get better. Okay, I understand it, I get it. But the reason he was liked in the story is that he was a cool dude. That's why, not just because he had wisdom, but he could heal people, he could do pretty cool things. If you had a wedding, would you rather Jesus didn't come to your wedding, or would you rather he did? You're pretty sure rather he did, you know. You're not going to run out of wine. If you're going on a picnic, would you rather Jesus came with you, or rather he didn't? You'd rather he came with you, because he's not going to run out of food. All of these things. He was a cool dude, and he was a mellow guy to have around. And I wasn't joking when I said it was probably pretty funny in the story. They didn't write any of his jokes. I bet they were killer jokes.
Was that a good enough answer, Adam? Because I've got a question for you. I know your time's limited.
Well, yeah, just one thing to say. I really believe that Jesus would have no problem sitting in this hangout.
Yes.
I believe he has no problem with public debate at all, and he did it all the time. And just ask me that in a second, Nathan. But the Pharisees and Sadducees, for the most part, I believe, wanted to control the people. They wanted to control the people to do things their way. They were supposed to give things for free, and salvation was supposed to be free, and they charged the people way too much. And Jesus came to bring freedom back, and they didn't like it. And I think that's the big thing, is through Jesus is freedom, and it doesn't cost a cent.
In the majority, the bulk of my adult life, okay, when I've had a dilemma on an action, where it's not just a totally selfish action, you know, should I buy that car, should I not buy it, you know, when it's been like a moral dilemma, I have said to myself, okay, my default position is, what would a dude like Jesus do? What do I think a dude like Jesus would do? Okay, that was my default position. And I've done that even after realizing that Jesus was just a really cool character written in a story, okay? Because within the story, there's some really cool tools, okay? But later on, I got the I Ching, the Chinese Book of Divination. Chinese Book of Divination works very much like the Bible. If you have a question about life, about any kind of dilemma, take the Bible, open it on any page, read any that you choose. It doesn't matter what they say, read it, take in what they say, go to sleep, and in the morning you'll have the answer. And this is definitely true. This is a phenomenon that happens in the world. Now, if you take the I Ching, some people call it the I Ching, if you take the I Ching and you do exactly the same, you question yourself, you have the question clear in your mind, or the problem, you open the I Ching and you read whatever it is that's there, you close it, you go to sleep, in the morning you have the answer. But you can do the same by simply going to sleep with that thought or that problem and saying, what should I do about X, Y, and Z? Go to sleep, wake up, and you'll have the answer. It's the same thing. It works just as well. Now, what Nathan said earlier, oh, let me change my tone. I can hear that I'm talking from high up on my chest. I should talk more relaxed. So, what Nathan was saying earlier is, if a wonderful man does a wonderful deed, and you see Jesus' actions, you've taken value away from that man's actual deeds. You said it was some ethereal thing. Imagine that you said, no, it was Jesus working through him. And imagine that right next to you, watching the same deed, the same action, there's a Greek person who still believes in Zeus, and who says that was Zeus working through that guy. If you then have a conversation with this guy, and the guy says to you, it wasn't Jesus, it was Zeus. You say to him, dude, Zeus wasn't real. Do you know that he turned himself into golden snow and impregnated women? That's part of the story of Zeus. What are you talking about? It's obviously not real, but he can still believe it. Yeah? As long as he doesn't try and convert you.
Yeah, that's why you gotta do it. The apostle, hold on, wait, no. One thing, real fast. That's why you gotta do what the apostle Paul did. When you're speaking to the people, you have to come where they're at. That's why he stood on Mars Hill and explained to them who the unknown God was. And then they would listen. He didn't just come and say, you know, Jesus this, Jesus that. He actually spent time with the people, he worked there, and then he stood on Mars Hill and explained who the unknown God was. You know, even though they believed in their gods. So he approached the people where they were at so they could understand. He didn't just bash them over their head. Okay, go, Nathan.
Well, I was going to keep hearing this word, believe, 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 over and over and over. But there we
That's
go.
just, one second, Nathan, just to say this for no, this is for Adam's sake, for your mind's sake, because I've understood this. When Adam says believe, he means understood.
It can, yeah.
Different way of using that term.
I'm limited verbally, Nathan. Stop making fun of me.
It functions. It functions exactly the same as when you and I say understood or no or see. He says this is what he's doing.
Fine, fair enough.
How he's using it. Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you my example then, Adam. So I've seen this firsthand. So my grandmother goes to an evangelical church, or she did when she was walking. Maybe she should go again for this very reason. But in the evangelical church, it's extremely uplifting. The music's great. You know, it's very spiritual, if you like. And people would go to the front and be healed. So the pastor would put his hands on people and heal them. And it was quite incredible to watch. But what you're told is that the power of God is in that building. I know it's not just the building, it's everywhere, but, you know, it's being focused on that particular person's illness by this man, and the power of God goes through him and heals that person. But, as Antonio just put it, if you've got somebody in there that's in a completely different language, that has no preconceived notions about what's going to happen in that church building, and just sees it, you know, with absolutely no preconceived notions, he sees a man perform a miracle in front of his very eyes. But then, like I say, that's robbed from that person. Why can't you, if we were to dispel all of those preconceived notions, we'd say, well, what's actually happened here? What has caused this effect? There's been, you know, lots of uplifting things in the environment. There's been the energy of lots of people all focused at the same time. There's been one man conducting all of these people like a grand orchestra. And through that energy, or whatever, we don't know because we've not looked at it, because we've already got an answer to what's happened. It's God. That's it. No, nothing else to see here. Well, whoa. One guy just performed a miracle before my eyes. Isn't that amazing? Well, yeah, but that's what God does. Nothing else to see here. Let's go home. Sunday is over. The healing's been done.
Well, I mean, it could either be God or it's mass hysteria, one or the other, right? That's why I like this, what Peter did when he went up to the guy and said, "Silver and gold have I none," so he has no money, but get up and walk. No one was cheering him on. There was no large crowd trying to get him into some sort of hypnosis. He didn't want money. He didn't want anything from the guy. He just grabbed his hand and he got up and walked. I don't see that in churches too much. But I don't know. It's a tough call.
When I read the Bible and Joseph goes to Egypt, but he's been told not to discuss his religion, not to discuss his faith, not to discuss his God, not to give any hint, any clue, and certainly not any hint of his name. Like, okay, I see the story evolving from that point to the point where now there is a name, and that name is Jesus. Okay, now this is just not a semantic, like a linguistic trick. Zeus. If we were French and we wanted to say me Zeus, we would say Jesus, 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 Jesus. Jesus, me, Zeus.
No, actually, it came from Yeshua. That's where it came from, and it slowly evolved in different languages to Jesus.
Yes, but Jesus, in Spanish, is Jesus, you know?
Yeah.
Which you could say it means, Zeus, okay, and in Spain, they have lots and lots of very blasphemous terms.
Yeah.
Very
Good. That's why I say Yeshua. That's why I'll say Jesus, because that's what most people know, but Yeshua, or similar to that, is probably closer to what his name actually is.
But didn't Mary receive instructions that she was with child and she was to call him Emmanuel?
Yeah, God with us.
Yes, Emmanuel. So an angel comes and says, "You're pregnant with the Lord, with God's child. You will call him Emmanuel." And she goes, "Okay." And in her mind, immediately she says, "I'm not calling him that. Sounds a bit girly." It's like even there.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, but it's like, what is this? If I'm not kidding. If I had an apparition of a freaking angel and told me that I was pregnant and I was going to call it Emmanuel, I'd be thinking, Jesus, how's this going to come out of me? I'm a man. And second, I'm definitely calling my baby Emmanuel, okay? Because, you know, I'm not. What is this? Straight there. You know, there's a lot of very.
But Antonio, I'm going to hold you. I'm going to hold you to that, okay?
Okay.
If you ever understand one day, I'm not going to say belief, and you decide to follow Jesus, I'm going to make sure you call him Emmanuel. I'm going to hold you to that. Okay, go on.
Okay. And I will.
Antonio, I'm going to get you to tell this story because you did it better than I did when I told you it in the first place. But about Rob's story of being on a plane.
Yeah. So, should I say his name, or is it a bit unfair?
It's up to you.
Okay, so there's a guy. He's on a plane. He's got a big dilemma with his life. Okay, he really has got a troubling dilemma. And so he's a bit distracted with his dilemma, but the guy next to him on the plane is quite a nice guy, and he finds himself chatting with this guy, and he finds himself opening up to this guy and explaining his dilemma. And the guy gives him such calm, good advice about, first of all, it not being the end of the world's not going to start spinning due to this dilemma, that some dilemmas come simply to be dilemmas, simply so you can experience the dilemma and understand that you live on after the dilemma, okay, and even with the dilemma. And at the end of the flight, this person realizes that not only has he just received very good counseling, but he feels much, much better about his dilemma. In fact, because he's taken the stress away from his dilemma, he can see very clearly how it's not really that big of a deal. Quite an easy dilemma to solve. Okay, so it's not really a dilemma. Now it's just a problem, and problems have solutions. If a problem does not have a solution, it's not a problem, it's a dilemma. So it's been downgraded from dilemma to problem. Now he has a solution. And he turns to this guy, and the guy's gone. Disappeared. So this guy's like, I don't think that was a guy. I think that was an angel. Or the guy went off as he was just reaching down, grabbing something, and the guy just went off, and he just didn't see where the guy was. Okay? Or the guy put a jacket on, and now he didn't recognize him. Really simple. It's just the way we interpret life. The way we interpret life. Somebody is on the side of the road, really suffering from something. Somebody comes along, helps them. Okay? Nobody thinks, oh my God, that was a Samaritan from the days of the ancient Samaritans. They think that person was an angel. An angel pulled me off the road so I wouldn't get run over. That angel was me, because there was a guy in the middle of the road, drunk. He'd just fallen over in the middle of the road, wearing black on a road that's not very well lit, like this for oncoming vehicles. Not like this, where they could see him more clearly, but like this, okay? It might have looked like a small bag at the last minute, okay? So I grabbed him by his hair, you know, because he was a bit smelly, grabbed him and dragged him to the pavement. Not by his hair, I'm joking, okay? But I grabbed him and I pulled him off so he wouldn't get run over. I then went through his pockets to see if he had any ID, or maybe I could call him a taxi or something, and he had quite a lot of money. So I took that as fair payment. I've just saved his life. No, I'm joking. You know, I pulled the guy off the road. Now, if the guy has any vague idea that some bloke had done this, he might say God saved him. I don't know. Okay, it wasn't God, it was me. And this is what I was saying to you, Adam, about if somebody does a kind deed and you say it was God working through them, you're taking away from that person's actual deed. You know, and the same, but opposite, with the devil. If somebody does something evil and you say it was the devil driving them, in fact, there are killers who have done very heinous crimes and they've got away with jail and instead received psychiatric hospital instead, which is better than jail, because they claimed that it was voices of the devil telling him. Okay, so we have this deferring to others. Kind deed, it wasn't that dude, it wasn't that woman that did the kind deed, it was this other thing. An evil deed, it wasn't that person was just a bit weak. They were just pulled by this evil thing, which is external. And this is what Nathan was saying. when we externalize good and evil, when we say that it's a quality out there that can choose to smile down upon you or to frown down on you, then you're navigating through life without a rudder. You just, you know, so you're a very good person, you always do good, and something horrible happens to you or your family. And you think, oh, maybe I'm just being used as a modern version of Job, which is what the story of Job is about, you know. So, if you look at the Bible and you look for the little traps in there, which is basically, it says, God is going to behave as if he doesn't exist, as if everything written here is not true. That's how God is going to behave. Now, have faith in him. Okay.
Can I give a short? Yeah. No, I like what you're saying. Can I just a really short little thing, and then I got to go in about 15 minutes. But when I was a kid, do you know those? I don't know if you have them in Britain or whatever. They're dome-shaped monkey bars, like they have bars. And
yeah.
Well, it was after school. No one was around, and it was on top of this dome monkey bar, and I was walking. I wanted to walk down it, you know, and I tripped. And I started to fall head first. I was going to fall on my face, and I felt something grab me, lift me up, and sit me down on my feet. And then I stood there like, whoa, I could have broke my neck. And I think that's how God works. And you know, you're walking along, and
wait,
and you're going to hurt yourself. Sorry,
Adam, 1 minute. You were falling face first, head first, and something grabbed you. And
I felt something grab. Yeah, and I was falling like this. I felt something grab me, lift me up, and then sit me down. I stood there like, what the heck?
Did you turn around to see someone?
Nothing was there. Nothing was there. It was just nothing.
So you did that?
If that's what you say, but I felt something grab me.
Yeah, so it could have been you. It could have been your spirit saying, for right now, it's not game over just yet. I'm going to step out a little minute so I can grab him and make sure. So I can grab me.
Maybe it was, but it could have been, or maybe it was an angel. I don't know.
You know, I don't know if you did this at school. We used to do this all the time when we were like, you know, 11, 12, maybe 13. Tap your friend on the shoulder, and they turn, and you go like this, and then they turn the other way, and you go like this, and you do that all the time. And eventually, you duck right down on the floor because they're going to turn right round, okay? And when you duck on the floor, you know that they're going to turn around this way, so you duck and move around the back, and they're like, what there? It's like a ninja move, yeah? Maybe that's
the way I was falling, though, like, I don't think it would be possible for anyone to grab me. And then I looked fine, nobody was there. There was nobody in the playground. So I think that's what it's like for me.
You've seen The Lord of the Rings, haven't you, Adam?
We all know you have.
Yeah, no, but you have seen it, haven't you?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Do you know it well?
Well enough.
You know
what's your question?
At one point, Frodo looks at the lights in the ponds and all those dead bodies, and Gollum has said, "Don't follow the lights," okay? But he's caught himself seeing these lights, and he falls into the pond, okay? Yeah. And then Gollum pulls him out. Mm-hmm. Maybe it was Gollum that saved him.
Yes. I don't know. But that's what I mean. That's like when someone saves you, right? And you believe and understand in your heart who did, you can't prove it.
No.
Like I was on the dome. Like the dome with that's why I thought about this recently. It's like the flat earth dome, right? Like so many people are being tripped up over it and they're falling straight on their face. And I did almost a few times. And then God keeps picking me up and I keep landing on my feet when I should be just bashed over. I mean, ever since I started wanting truth, even my brothers and sisters just bash me. They don't know where I'm coming from and all this, but I just keep landing on my feet. So,
can I give you an example? There's been cases, a couple of different cases that I saw a few years back. One involved a guy that had lifted a car and another that had moved a boulder off him, and the boulder was some unbelievable weight, 10, 15 times his own body weight. And the boulder lands on this guy and he forces it off. Nothing more than his muscle power. He's crushed by it and he forces it off him. Same with the guy lifting the car, lifts it off somebody who's been crushed by a car and finds this unbelievable amount of energy. Now, until it had an explanation, these are miracles. An angel comes and gives him the strength. Then someone comes along and studies the phenomena and realizes that there's an untapped amount of energy that muscles just have from birth that can just be utilized in an emergency. It's not tapped and used all the time. It's not something that you can tap into at will. But in an emergency, your body reacts in a way that will save your life. People are really, really tough. I'm not going to get into how tough, but believe me, people are pretty... I'm not going. But people are tough. And we react to things in extraordinary ways. But if we always limit ourselves by thinking, that was an angel, nothing to see here, is basically what you're saying.
Oh, but wait, let me say this. Okay. Extraordinary things do happen. You know, things that can't be explained through the natural physics, if we want to call it that, of the world, things do happen. There are instances like Nathan just spoke about where further research shows something that wasn't known before. Now, for all we know, there are beings that can visit here that are invisible, that sometimes go to playgrounds and sometimes help children from falling over, for all we know. Okay. But,
could those beings be called an angel?
Well, this is the thing. Whatever they are, they're extraterrestrial for sure.
Are you really doing this? Why are you externalizing it to extraterrestrials?
Yeah, no, wait, Nathan, wait. I'm getting somewhere. For all we know, that's something that could happen. Now, if that's the case, I fell over and broke my teeth when I was a kid, and somebody I know fell over and broke their collarbone. So, was the angel not looking then? Or do they think, fuck it, I saved you enough, now you're going to learn? Because if we see the special circumstances that we experience as something having stepped in to save us, and we write off all the times that really bad shit happened to us, and we don't say to ourselves, hey, hold on, I thought somebody was going to look after me, I thought there was a thing that was here making sure that I was alright. Why that one situation? Why not the other ones? There are really horrible situations. Where are the angels to all the people who get murdered? Where are the angels to all the other things? So if we go further, then it seems like things have happened that we can't explain, so we try to explain them. This is the crux of the matter. We try to explain them with something that we have access to, which is background, not historical, societal. So if we think there are spirits of the forest, then it's the spirits of the forest that saves us. If we think it's angels, then it's angels. If we think it's aliens, then it's aliens. Maybe it's something we don't understand. Maybe you have an ability that you didn't know you had, which is levitation from the chest onward, and you've never tried it since. You know, you can levitate.
I'm not jumping off the building, I'm telling you that.
No, but this is what I'm saying. So bizarre things happen. We can explain them. We use something that comes from our background that helps to explain them. And we then...
Yeah, but maybe it's simple. Maybe it's simple. Wait. Maybe it's simple. Maybe something saved me, so I didn't break my neck, so I could sit here today and talk to you. Maybe that's all it's about.
Maybe. But all those children that do fall over and break their necks, it's a bit like, oh, damn, okay. So their angel...
Yeah, I know what you're saying. There's good and bad. There's good and bad in the world. Like, I could have died. Yeah, there's a lot of bad things that goes on, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. But like what you said earlier, I was so hard on myself for the bad things that I was going through. And I did do a lot of things that were wrong, but I think sometimes, in my opinion, my understanding is that God allows things to happen sometimes to make you stronger, so that you'll come through it, so that you can get up, you know. And
so here's the thing. Gandhi said, "Don't hate your enemy. Praise him because he will bring you more learning." Okay, and Buddha said the same. Okay, don't hate your enemy. Appreciate him, because without him, there are many lessons you would not learn. Okay, same thing, and which is what you're saying. Okay, now if we look at unfortunate events, which are usually associated with people unless they're associated merely with disease, okay, or an animal. But an unfortunate event, usually it's people that cause it or associated with it. And we see the actions of God as having caused those events, not people, not animals, and not disease. We see God as having brought those events. Then we're forgetting to actually appreciate the enemy that brought them. So it's a person that did this to you. And instead of appreciating the person for giving you this lesson that has now made you stronger, you don't appreciate that person, you appreciate this something else. Maybe you should actually thank the person. Maybe if we saw it that way, there would be less conflicts in the world.
Well, you're right. You're right. You're right. God used enemies of Israel to teach them a lesson many times. So he does use enemies.
This is a brilliant point. Did you know that Israel never existed in the Bible? In the Bible itself, there never was an Israel. Israel has always been a thing that was coming, that would be established. In fact, they broke the covenant, and because they broke the covenant, he said, right, you're not having Israel now. Just before they were going to. So they built the temple to say, okay, we're ready now, we've built the temple, can you call it Israel now? No, we won't call it Israel until Elijah returns, until the return of the Messiah, which is
so why... Jesus is coming, you're saying Jesus is coming back, the Messiah is coming back, is that...
Wait, if in the Bible story of Israel, if Jesus had been the Messiah, then Israel would have been established then, and it wasn't.
So what you're saying is the Bible is a foreshadow of what's coming. Is that what you're like? He keeps saying the same thing over and over again because Jesus is the Messiah and he's coming back and he's going to set up his kingdom. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. If he'd been here in the first place, then Israel would have already been established, and he wasn't. So either God made a mistake and didn't send him, or they failed to send him.
No, it's the Song of Moses is the whole prophetic narrative of the whole Scripture that hasn't even totally been fulfilled yet. So actually, you're right. Jesus will set up his kingdom.
And this is the other thing. If we're waiting for a character to come and set things up, like Jesus,
or Gandalf.
Let's imagine for a second that we're really waiting for Jesus to come and make things better. Do you think things will get better, or do you think things will remain the same as long as people keep waiting for Jesus? If we say Jesus is not coming, it's up to us to make it better, then what would we do? We would go and make it better. But as long as there are people saying we have to wait, then we will continue waiting.
Well, that's why I don't really like. I look at the signs. I read Scripture, but the laborers are few. But the work is there's so much work and there's so few laborers. So many Christians. That's why it goes back to what you're saying in the beginning. They want to be busy judging people and condemning people that don't believe what they believe, instead of loving the people, getting in the fields and laboring and being the example they need to be, and working through issues in their life so they can become a better person, so they can be refined. Instead, they're waiting for that moment instead of doing what they're supposed to do. So in that sense, in that context, I kind of agree with you on that.
Well, this is what I'm thinking. Okay, let's say, because God changed his mind a load of times, or all through the Bible changed his mind loads of times, lots and lots of times. Had to change plans, write it off, start again, do all kinds of stuff. You will forever be my chosen people. Right, now you're no longer my chosen people. You're going to have Israel when you get over there. Now you're not having Israel. And all of these things over and over. Let's suppose that it was a little trick to say, I'm going to see how long these people wait for Jesus until they figure out that he's not coming back. Then they'll make a world worth Jesus, and then Jesus will come back after they've made it. Okay, and they'll say, okay, so you got it, you got the message, you saw through it, well done, I'm back now.
So you're saying that people are the architect, not God?
Yes.
I disagree.
I'm saying that this world could be heaven. This world could be heavenly. We could have.
Come on, listen. If people are the architect, every time they'll make that golden calf to worship it at the base of Mount Sinai. That's what they'll do.
No,
that's what they'll do.
Forget golden calves. Like really, forget religion altogether. If we had no religion at all, nobody waiting for some event to happen that they are subject to, that they can just, kind of bear their burdens and wait patiently for this event to happen, like all the generations that have come before who died waiting for it to happen. And he said, right, okay, fuck this, let's behave as if there is no religion, let's just stop seeing differences with each other, let's see the similarities instead, let's see how good we can make this world, let's see just how brilliant we can make this world, and then go and make it brilliant, and then let's see what happens. Why not do that?
Well,
Instead of, fuck the world, we can do all kinds of shit, because when God comes back, he'll fix it all.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's not good. You can just throw garbage everywhere because somebody else will clean it up.
Yes.
But to me, the problem with religion is religion.
Yes, and this is the thing.
Instead of simple faith, because faith is such a big loaded word. It's like it's a loaded gun, right? What does it actually mean? But the problem with religion is religion, because it's just many times it's just the laws of men and an institution instead of actual faith, because faith has become a four-letter word. But they forgot to put the I in it, you know, of me. How am I going to act? They get rid of the I, and they're just a four-letter word.
Let me go back to the example of the natural disaster, not caused by Al Qaeda or ISIS or anything. A natural disaster, okay? And everybody goes to clear the rubble. And there are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, atheists, globelings, flat earthers of all description, disabled, stupid people, all kinds of different people helping clear the rubble, okay? None of those people is superior to anybody else in terms of clearing rubble because of their inner held beliefs. None of them. Everybody's just as good as anybody else, okay? Now, after the rubble has been cleared and people start saying, look at how well we did, me and my team of people who think like me, look at how well we did, let's forget all of those multitude of other people who did way more work, their numbers, but they're not a group, they're just disparate, okay? And we congratulate ourselves because of how well we did, yeah? It's like, no. How about we see the similarities instead? And what you're saying about religion, the problem is religion. And what Nathan and I have been doing, and you jumped in and have helped us do, is we're not criticizing human beings. We're criticizing notions that some human beings have honed a certain way, and then other human beings have honed further, and other human beings have honed further. We can't say Hillary Clinton is evil because X, Y, and Z, some external thing. We can say she's a nasty piece of work because she helped rapists of a 12-year-old not go to prison. Okay? We can say this. Okay? That's that person. Not all her ilk. We can't say that she represents an ilk. And we do this as guys open to conspiracy theories. We do this all the time. We say the Illuminati, all of them. We don't have the right to say that. We don't know. We can say that individual, and that's it. We can say it about anybody else. That individual. I haven't said all Catholics are pieces of shit pedophiles, because that would be a stupid thing to say and false. I haven't said all Catholics are stupid. I haven't said all Catholics are evil. I said Catholicism itself is a freaking trap for your brain. And the people who set it up aren't even here anymore. They passed away a long time ago. But people continue with it.
But it's possibly a bit nicer to just keep saying that it's religion that you're bashing on as opposed to...
It's religion. Of course, it's not human beings. Why bash on human beings? Look at the difference between what we're doing, which is we're discussing an idea, with Flat Earth Vancouver, BC, who's discussing an event, which was that we had a hangout where we discussed religion and how it brainwashes people and how it coaxes people into murder and into all other kinds of things. That's what lots of religions do and have done. And for people to say, well, not my religion, hey, well, you can say that if you want, but it's not true.
You know, but Antonio, religion throws the Bible at people. But you're judged not lest ye be judged, because if you're going to condemn somebody with the words that are in that page, so you will be judged by that same standard. Because if someone thinks that they're perfect and they're not a hypocrite sometimes, and they don't do wrong, well, then you're going to be judged according to what's in those pages. So that guy that threw the Bible, he needs to smack himself with that Bible.
Yes, but he's not going to, because...
No, because he's self-righteous.
Yeah.
And okay, I got to go, but let me just say one thing, because I want to endorse you right now on one thing. Christians that are watching this, when you look at that word faith, you know, look at that letter I, and that's you. And what is faith to you? And how do you have faith? And what do you believe? Because when the world looks at that faith and what it's become, they see a 4-letter word. Because many Christians aren't living what they're supposed to be doing, and they're not admitting things. So I challenge anybody that has a backbone that's a Christian to come on this hangout or hang out with Antonio and show him love and have a proper discussion. Get rid of your pride and arrogance. And what would Jesus do, and how would he act, and how would he talk to Antonio? Because it sure isn't from the comments and messages that I've been getting from people that are supposed to be my brothers and sisters that condemn me for having a public discussion, which is not even a debate. I think you guys need to repent and come and talk to him and get a backbone and stop trolling these comments, because it's disgusting. Okay, I gotta go.
Have a good day at work, Adam. I freaking love you. Okay, and not just because you're nice to me. You know, you're a good guy. Patricia loves you too. Sometimes a bit too much.
Hey, you know what? If you're still alive, if she's dead, I can't promise. Or if you're dead, I can't promise anything. Okay, I'm going now. Bye.
Okay, see you later.
I'm joking.
See you later.
Okay, bye. Bye, Nathan.
See you later.
Nathan, I'm putting the link in the big chat of people that were on Skype before. Not because I'm bored or don't think this is going anywhere, but because of what Adam just said. I'm going to put it. If anybody listening who was in that big chat where we're all plotting how we were going to get to Vancouver, BC, and how we were going to disguise ourselves to look like the postman and various different things to fuck with his head. If any of you want to jump on, then do. I'm going to post the link now.
Yeah, excellent. I don't know. I think we've got our message across, or at least I hope I've got my message across, which is that flat Earth is about proofs and facts, and religion is about faith and belief, and the two different things. That's basically my only point that I wanted to get across. And as an aside point, religion takes away from you your inner abilities, as opposed to promoting them or letting you investigate them. We talked about a few ones. I mean, levitation was an interesting one. You know, if that story is to be believed, I didn't quite catch how old he said he was when that was the case.
He was a child. He was young enough that he was walking on top of the climbing frame.
So, you know, an interesting one when you think as a child, you're far less caged in your beliefs. You know, you've got less inhibiting you from disbelief when something like that happens. But, you know, Adam has come to faith and then decided that it was an angel that picked him up because he felt something grab him. Whereas, you know, people claim to be able to levitate. So why not investigate it?
Nathan, Nora wants to know why we keep singing The Girl from Ipanema.
It's elevator music.
Yeah.
It's something that you have while you're waiting for something to happen. So you go into an elevator and they play The Girl from Ipanema while you're waiting to go up a few floors. That's what it is.
I'm going to do this now. It might totally fail, but Darren Brown did this thing where he's explaining about when you get into an elevator and you want to go up to the second floor. Sorry, you want to go down to the second floor. So you get in and you press 2, and there's a group of people there, and you go down to the 4th, and it stops, and a few other people get in, and more people get in, and you know, it's just normal. And then it goes right past the second floor, and you think, oh, and then it goes right past the first floor, and then it goes to the basement, and just before the lights turn off, everybody turns to you and says, welcome. I just thought that was kind of cool. So I shared it. Patricia's laughing in the bed. She's in bed. Yeah. Anyway, nobody's jumping on. I'm going to go into the chat and shout at people. And by the way, Nathan, unfortunately, if it's okay with you, for you to read another comment, I really need to pee. And then we'll come and wrap up. I've got a couple of things, more things that I'd like to mention. And then we can just wrap up this whole religion bashing thing if we want. But There are a couple more things that I want to mention that I couldn't just then because we were chatting with Adam. Is that okay?
Yeah, no worries. I've got one of those comments. I was going to intercede, but I didn't want to interrupt you when you were talking about Buddha or Buddhism. You nip off, Antonio. I'm holding the fort for you to disappear. So I'm going to hope if I've got his name. Dorje Daka. There you go. Hopefully I didn't butcher his name this time. Indeed, the Buddha, for example, was an ordinary human being, and through training, his mind in meditation attained a state of perfection called enlightenment. This is also our potential. This is why I do not regard Buddhism as a religion, more a way of life, philosophy. Best wishes, Nathan. So he, in essence, is pointing out that he doesn't see his way of life as a religion, and he attributes it to nothing more than his own states of mind and his own well-being and his own deeds, which is nice. I think we've already read this one already. See how well I can fill dead air while Antonio nips to the loo. I'll add at this point that I would have ended the show at that point. Nobody else has joined. He's left his co-host to talk nonsense, go through comments we've already read, and do the dreadful thing of going to the chat feed and looking and seeing who's actually saying stuff. So thanks a million. I can't even end the hangout. I'm just stuck here talking about what people say in the chat feed. Is anybody going to help me out? Probably not. This is dreadful state of affairs. Let's see what else we've got in the other chats.
Hello.
Thank the Lord.
Sorry, Nathan. I forgot that I'd left Skype open because I sent the link to everybody and I could hear the thing. So I didn't even flush the toilet in case it played. And it turned out to be a number 2 and I didn't even have time to wipe. So
it's glad we're a couple of hours in when you drop things like that in.
Yes, it's a joke, people. I did wipe.
Talking of jokes, I'm glad you're back. God, I'm not very good at filling dead air. Talking of jokes, one of the things you said on the last hangout, I think it was the God bashing or God bash hangout, was that you were going to sit in the front of a church and say to the priest or whatever, that, what was it you said you were going to say? How do you know? Now, Flat Earth Vancouver BC, or Glenn, has taken this to mean that you are literally going to sit in the front of the church with Patricia filming. Now, admittedly, that's what you said, but I mean, without blaspheming, how does he draw the conclusion that that's what you're actually going to spend your time doing? I just don't understand where there's this disconnect between reality and somebody making a point. The point being that there's no proof of what the man says. It's right there on the front cover. It's a faith.
This is it. That the whole point of me saying that, I did at the time contemplate actually doing it. I'm not going to, because you have to get up early on a Sunday. But the point of it is to give people the kind of the mental picture. What would you do if you were at your church and somebody at the front said to the priest when he was reading the gospel, "How do you know?" What would happen? I hope that the priest would respond and say something that would fit. But I'm pretty sure that that's not what would happen. You know, that person will be shushed. Maybe he'd be pushed around the back and then stabbed by a bunch of the congregation. Who knows? You know. But that was the point. Patricia didn't say, "Yes, I'll do that, Antonio." Flat Earth Vancouver, with his poor, unfortunate brain, just doesn't understand irony, doesn't understand when somebody's
doesn't understand irony. You've done it again. You know, you've done it on this occasion again. So you've gone, well, I was going to do it, but it's, you know, got to get up early, which is making another point. But I know there's going to be people that say the only thing stopping him is getting up early because they've missed the irony.
Yes. Yes. So it's people just don't understand sardonic sense of humor. Unfortunately, because there's no tone, there's no sarcastic tone, there's no at the end of the punchline. It's sardonic. You know, you're being sardonic to say, well, that's very good. You know, that kind of thing. So we can't blame somebody from Flat Earth Vancouver for not getting it. We can blame the education system and the nutrition system, because if he's having really poor nutrition and very poor education, and that's kind of been going on for a few generations, then he doesn't have a way of getting out of it. Even if he got the best diet and he went on the, well, actually, no, I lied.
I've got to interject here. You're going to hate me. I'm glad we've carried on. So we're saying, or you're saying, I'm not saying, that it's his education that's at fault. Well, we bang the drum all day that the education system is flawed. On a JLB reaction video today, so he had his buddy reacting to, I can't remember what the topic video was. Oh yes, his transgender 4-year-old. So he's got his mate reacting to it and saying, you know, people should get, I think he said something like, I hate to be old-fashioned, but rather than teaching that boys can be girls, they should be teaching mathematics, the sciences, English. And you think, well, mathematics, I used to say that until recently. English, yeah, definitely. The sciences, questionable. Geography, questionable. So when you say he should be better educated, should he? We're questioning the education system at its foundations.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm not talking about education that way. I'm talking about, you see, there's a funny thing with education. The actual term for education and schooling and like the word doctor, all of these terms have things, have really strange, bizarre origins to the words, like coaxing or forcing into shape and lots of strange things. Doctor means altering, just all kinds of things. So I mean,
when you say, do you mean the Latin translation? Is that what you mean?
Like the original roots of those words. So when I say education, I mean a better chance of gathering knowledge about the world, which is what people understand or believe that education to mean. They think it means a better, a means by which to better understand the world, but it isn't. That's not what it means. So that's what I'm referring to.
I think I follow you. You're saying he should be smarter.
He should have had a better chance growing up from his parents, from his environment, from his church. He should have been given more opportunities to gather mental tools through which to study and learn about the world.
But that's not his fault.
No, it isn't. This is why.
Okay, we're in agreement then.
Yeah, this is why I feel sorry for him. But and then it gets to the point where you really get to a quagmire. You know, the evil person doing the evil deed. Are they doing the evil deed because the Dark Lord is directing them? Are they doing the evil deed because of a whole series of unfortunate events that caused them to conceive or perceive the wrong thing in the life that they've had and behave according to various different weird rules that they've preset for themselves? We're getting to really deep philosophical grounds here, you know.
But no, well, you say we're getting into deep philosophical grounds, but when we actually have an answer to this question, so we can literally say that, yes, people do behave in certain ways because of their indoctrination through the system that we are currently exposing, through the means of flat Earth, because it's so fundamental and it's the very ground beneath your feet. You can't get any more base than that. So we're exposing that people will behave in a certain way. You know, I know on certain shows I've talked about proto-psychopaths, which is a Thomas Sheridan term, which is people who are, you know, acting like psychopaths, but aren't. You know, if you literally scan them under an fMRI machine, you'd see that they're not. They have empathy. They do, you know, they see a puppy dog being chucked in a river and they react in the way you would expect a normal human being to react, with shock and horror, unlike a true psychopath. But these proto-psychopaths are a product of the system that we are all going through, including Flat Earth Vancouver. Oh, we've got a guest. Happy days. Hello, Dan Winfield.
Hello.
Hi, Dan. How are you doing?
Yeah,
you're not showing. There's only a portion of your face showing. We're
Yeah, I'm too
waiting for
shy.
Ace McLeod. Ace McLeod will be jumping in as well, which will be cool. So carry
So
on,
come on,
Nathan.
buddy, what have you got to say? You're obviously compelled to join. You must either strongly agree or strongly disagree with us.
Yeah, I'm just like listening, and I'm blown away by it all. Really, Adam, it's good to hear him speak, and yeah, I don't know what to say really, but yeah, my name's Dan, and there's the story, isn't there, about Daniel and the lion's den and stuff. I feel as if like you'd just get ripped apart by lions, wouldn't he? But was it God or something stopping the lions from eating him or something? I don't know.
I think God left a pair of tweezers outside the cave with which he could pull the thorn out from the lion's paw. Isn't that the story? Or something like that.
I
don't know. But Dan, you've spun your camera away. It's showing away from you.
Yeah. All right.
I know that I said just jump in if you want to jump in. Dan's was in the big chat, and I think he said he was going to tell a whole series of jokes and apocryphal tales. No, I'm joking. What I'm doing, Nathan, is I'm really putting him on the spot. He said that he'd like to come on, but he didn't know what to say, and I said, well, come and say it anyway. So what I'm doing now is I'm really putting him on the spot.
I'm just going to leave you guys to talk again. Sorry about
well, no, but you can be our man on the street if you like, Dan. So
man on the street.
Where do you stand on religion or faith or belief, whatever we've summed it up as on the show?
Yeah, people seem to like it, don't they? They go to church. Like it's like a lifestyle for some people, maybe. Like they're just used to doing it, and they just go and like sit in church for a few hours, and then they go for dinner afterwards. And I'm not too sure, really. There's loads of different aspects to it, isn't there? Really, about people's beliefs and stuff.
So, what's your as far as you see religion and its function? What would you say it was?
Like a behavior tool sometimes to like instruct people what to do, and like you were saying on the previous ones, maybe about how they try to say you must do this and you must pay me, you must do this or else you won't get into heaven and stuff like that, blah blah blah, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was wondering, is the Bible? Somebody said like it might be like an ancient Babylonian thing before the Bible, and like some of the aspects of ancient Babylonia got put into the Bible or something. I'm not too sure of the history of ancient Babylonia or something, but
all kinds. Well, the Bible was first of all the bulk of the Bible comes from Egypt, from the Egyptian stories that they have on their walls and the Egyptian papyrus that they had. There's a group. There were two Jews who wrote a story. Israeli Jews, by the way, not American or European Jews. There are very few Chinese Jews. Anyway, they've written a book called The Egyptian Origins of the Hebrew People, and there they explain not only how the majority of the religious beliefs and ceremonies that the Jews have originally is Egyptian, but that the original stories in their Bible are Egyptian too. So not just the shawl that they have, the kippah, the various different things, the actual rituals are Egyptian. So,
alright. Yeah, it's interesting. Like if there's parallels between something that happened like even before the Bible was supposed to have taken place.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to pass the link to Ace McLeod.
Yeah, he said he was pumping gas. I think he's struggling to get in.
Yeah, I don't know. I put it in the chat as well. Ace, if you can hear me, I put it in the chat here. I'm going to hold it for a few seconds. I'm going to hover over the boot button in case any not very good person jumps on. So, you know, whenever you can. Now, the things I wanted to cover, Nathan, which is why I didn't want to just wrap this up, is how the viciousness of the people that call themselves Christians, who say that they're Christians, I'm sure they would put Jesus to shame. Now, there are people who do actions and they don't say what their background is or what their religion is. And I'm pretty convinced that from I gleaned from the Bible that you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to tell what drives you. You're not supposed to use it as something to clothe yourself with. You're not supposed to say, I do good deeds, I'm a Christian. You're not supposed to. Now, in the Bible, it's mainly the Acts of Paul that say all kinds of stuff that give credence to Jesus and all of these things. There are two very contradictory stories in two of the Gospels, one of which is that Jesus told people not to rebuke others who do like they do. For those who are not against us are with us. And in a different Gospel, he says the reverse. He says, do rebuke those who do as we do, but not in my name. For those who are not with us are against us. So we have these very contradictory things. I would wager that if Jesus was a real character, he wouldn't want to know the majority of the people who call themselves Christians. But what would I know? I'm a Gandalfino.
Well, what would you know? Because there's a few people, I read the chat as we were going along, and there was plenty of people. I'll put Victoria, no, I won't say her surname on the spot, but she was basically saying, what do you know? You know, you obviously haven't read the Bible, you don't know what you're talking about. So you've given a little bit of detail about reading, you know, one particular book and then reading it again, but maybe give a bit more detail so that the people who are saying he doesn't know what he's talking about, he hasn't got the slightest clue, what has he ever studied about the Bible, just so that people have got it on the end of this hangout.
Okay, so I've read the Bible its entirety. I've read the Quran. So I read the Bible twice. I compared the two stories, the two books. So even though the Bible is two books, which is really a whole combination of books, all of the Bible, all of the Old Testament, there's a whole series of books in that one book called the Old Testament, which is part one of the Bible. There's then part two of the Bible, which is the New Testament, or, you know, the story of Jesus and all that. In the Old Bible, there's very little mention of Satan. It's mainly Job. There's very little mention of Satan. There's the serpent at the start, and then there's the character Lucifer, Satan, sorry, in Job. Very little other mention. Now, in the New Testament, there's a lot more mention, you know, including how Satan took Jesus up to a high place, then showed him all the kingdoms of the earth. And then Jesus said, in a high place, where if you've got an enemy on a high place, he could just push you off, you know. But this person says, get behind me. That's the last place I'd want an enemy to be if I'm somewhere high, because it could just push you and you wouldn't even see it. So, Martin Lidke, thank you for joining us. Martin? Oh, you're muted, mate.
No, I'm not.
Hello.
Blessings.
Blessings.
Hi, Antonio. Hi, Nathan.
You've usually got a lot to say on these sorts of things, Martin, so what's the score?
Yeah.
What's your belief?
My belief is I'm on my own personal spiritual journey, and all the confusion with religion is just, it's too encompassing on the mind. People just can't do this, can't do that, limited by the boundaries of a religion. It's just ridiculous. Or you're going to burn in hell. It's just, it's a bit 1600s for me, Nathan. I'm more your 2016 bloke. So, you know, I don't really, let's weigh the witch with a bag of feathers. I'm sort of out of that era now. I think the only way forward for humanity is to like sort of dump that sort of thinking, think more.
Think more.
Not saying not godly at all, because I think godly constantly. Like, if I got a problem, I got a constant conversation going on with the divine of some sort, the creator. constant. So what does that make me non-religious? Yeah, I'm not religious, but I'm still very spiritual.
This is the thing. Like, I would totally understand if people hated what we've been talking about. If we'd said, drop all spirituality, do not think about your spirit, do not think about the deeper, more profound meanings of life. That's not what we've been saying. We've been saying religion, coercive religion, religions that bind you, religions that brainwash you, religions that dictate your behavior. Those things should be dropped. Now, Martin, you're a perfect example because you've just vocalized it. But we all do it. Even people who don't know, even atheists do it. But they don't know that they're doing it. They're having a dialogue. They're asking about choices and decisions and various different things internally, and they don't know who it is that they're asking. They assume that it's just inner dialogue, what psychologists call inner dialogue. I'm asking myself, should I do this or should I do that? The whole thing is you're communicating continuously with existence, with the big thing. And they just
there's a book not dissimilar to this debate by Richard Dawkins called the Selfish Gene or the God Molecule. No, have you read that?
The God Delusion. Yes.
Yeah, God Delusion. Have you read that?
Yes, I have.
Not dissimilar, but he's taking it away and putting it in a different context. But he's saying that the brain is hard coded to take religion, and people feel the need to have a religion to accompany them through their lives, and not capable of critical thinking. And when religion comes along, bingo! So they all jump on that bandwagon. It's a lot of valid points in that book, but I can't stand the guy. I can understand. Thinking is what's needed here, not people to sway them one way or another. People's journeys are their own journeys, I believe. Christian or not, but
I watched a lot of debates: Christians versus atheists, Jewish versus atheists, Muslims versus atheists. I watched lots of them. I classed myself an atheist before coming to the realization that we live on a flat earth.
I wasn't.
Obviously made by something. Oops, sorry, I have David Weiss calling. Sorry about that. I'm trying to pass Ace McLeod. Ace, listen, dude, I'm passing you a link on your Skype. So please switch it on, grab the link, and hop on. And now I will close Skype. Sorry, David Weiss, if you're there, and apologies to everybody else. Have I just dropped the whole hangout or something? Oh no, here we are. So, Nathan, you're muted, by the way. All right, okay. So I totally forgot where. I forgot where I was. I think I was about here. Okay, so.
Good positioning.
Yeah.
By the way of your head.
Yeah, I have completely lost where I was with David Weiss freaking interrupting. These are.
God Delusion.
Yes. So, in the God Delusion, what he does.
I shared the link with David Weiss, so there he's joined us.
Right, David Weiss, what up, dude?
Hello, I'm here with Paige.
Okay, will you put your camera on so we can all see the beautiful Paige, or does she wish to remain?
Here we are.
Ah, there you are.
Paige is falling asleep very fast, so this is a very short visit for me.
Hello, Martin. Nathan, what are we talking about?
We're talking about how insidious religion is, not spirituality. Religion, especially the kind of religion that coaxes people into actions that they would otherwise not do if they didn't have religion. Ta-da.
Nice.
All right, now I'm really tired.
All right, okay. I'm going to dismiss Paige and I'll come back, all right?
Okay. Give her a kiss for me. On the cheek. On the cheek.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And we've also got Ace McLeod who's just joined us. How are you doing, Ace?
Ace McLeod. Ace McLeod.
Earth to Ace. Maybe not. Maybe we'll hear from Ace. We'll see.
Okay. Ace, I don't know if you can hear us. We can't hear you. Nah, he's driving. His connection's likely to be poor.
So
yeah.
Martin, then maybe you were paying more attention to the chat than I was.
Yeah.
Was there lots of Christian hatred or?
It's awkward to watch it sometimes, when you got people in the FE who you're friends with, and you know that they got these iron convictions. These people are genuinely feeling this, and so it is awkward to watch. I got to be honest. But I'm on the fence with religion because basically I do practice religious practices or spiritual, but not like a religion as such. I've made my own up, if that makes any sense. But yeah, it's difficult. I just can't see people moving away from that mentality. It's been ingrained in humanity for X amount of time. I don't know, but people hold these things dear, Can't
What
shake
about
the
you, Dan?
foundations
Are you religious at all? Do you actually go to church or what?
Yeah.
You're muted at the moment, Dan.
Dan, you're muted.
Oh no, sorry, I don't go to church or anything.
You're a heretic.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Right, well then get out. This is for Christian people only.
I'm out.
No, I'm joking. Ace, we can kind of hear you. Can you say testing? Ace?
Doobie-doo.
He's joined us.
Ah, there you go. We're holding on.
We're all on.
Oh, you can hear me okay?
We can hear you now. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
I know.
All right.
I just got home and my phone switched to Wi-Fi right when I was logging on, so.
All right, cool. We'll wait for you to set up or whatever you want to do, and just jump on. What we're doing is we're clarifying for anybody out there that this is not to try to destroy anybody's inner world, inner mental frame, or anything that's personal to them. This is to destroy or hurt or destabilize or demolish as much as we possibly can all of the coercive institutions out there who would coax people into doing deeds they wouldn't otherwise do if it were not for those institutions. For instance, join the army and go and kill people abroad. For instance, just try to convince other people that their worldview is wrong and they should accept these new presented worldview. All of those things where the end result is a negative, detrimental thing. That's it.
You're nodding away there, Martin. You've obviously got something you want to say.
No, there's a lot of common sense, if you put any critical thinking into religion, it's all in parables and falls apart anyway for modern thinking man. I think all of these ancient doctrines just need to be just abandoned, really. It's just for the sake of humanity, but people need something. What are they going to fall back on? Nothing. They're just going to need something, so they'll just hold on to that cross or that anti-Buddha or whatever they got, for their faith. I got things I carry around with me. I got things that I got these superstitions. That's what they are. Superstitions. That's what we're getting down to, yeah. So it's just like the unknown magic. I've never seen God. I've never seen the devil. But I put my entire life into the faith or the knowledge or the non-existence of them. None of us ever have. But yet we live our entire lives by it. It's just insanity if you think about it.
But your actions speak for you. So the way you deal with the world is a testimony to you of how you are. And there are people out there. There really are people out there who have starved themselves to death as religious people for a.
Or doused himself in petrol in Vietnam. That guy just sit there and put himself in flame over his conviction.
Yes.
Over the Vietnam War, wouldn't be willing to do that. It's just.
Yeah, but this is the thing. What I was going to say, there are people who have really gone to extremes from a religious point of view for a righteous or a good purpose. Then there are people who didn't have a religious background who have done the same thing. Nelson Mandela didn't carry on going about his God. He was doing his thing because it was the right thing to do. He was patiently in jail for 20-odd years.
26,
yeah. So it's not. It isn't. Is this the reason we've done so many of these? This is the third one. Is that it's such a complex and big subject
It is.
We're talking about a man-made thing that has convinced people that it is not man-made, but that it is from a higher being, and that whatever it is that they are telling you is true. Now,
It makes no sense,
And
though.
also, sorry, Martin, and also that anything that you might do that's extraordinary has come from that God of that book, that power that book describes, not from you or not from any of your own volition.
As a kid, I remember watching The Holocaust. It was a mini-series, and it was called The Holocaust. Yeah. I remember watching it, being horrified, and saying, turning to my grandfather and saying, how could God let this happen? Okay? My grandfather turned to me and said, you're so stupid. There isn't a God, like they say. And he pointed at the screen. It's like, yes, of course there isn't. This God that says, oh, okay, that's 1,001 people who have prayed for this one thing, I'll give you that one thing. This isn't how it works. And we see it. We know. The Jews didn't sit there, sitting on cattle trains, thinking, oh, I'm sure there's something we could do to stop this. I just can't remember what it was. No. Every single one of them would have said, where's our God and why is he letting this happen? Okay. That's the truth. That's what would happen. Okay. But we were taught God is this thing, behaves like this, be right with him and he'll give you presents and do nice things for you. And that isn't how it works. And when something fortunate happens, when something fortunate happens, we think, oh, if we're religious, we think God smiled on us that day. If it happens really badly, you think, oh, the devil was messing with me.
Let's ask Ace. I mean, he's done a lot of mushrooms. You ever seen God, Ace?
Yes, and not on mushrooms too. But I was going to say either he intervenes in every single detail or he leaves us completely alone. So all those things that you think were God intervening in your life would have happened regardless, and it wasn't.
This is what we said earlier. The way that God wrote himself into the book was, I'm going to write all of these things and then behave as if I don't exist. Sounds like a bullshit story to me. And when I say God, I'm not talking about the great mystery that created everything. I'm talking about the manufactured God with the beard and with the genitalia that can have children. You know, that God. That God. The made-up God. Any made-up God who, you know, changes faces for different people, who says, my name is Jehovah, my name is Allah, my name is Krishna. That God, which doesn't exist. Do you know what I'm convinced this world is about? This world was constructed including free will, and everybody has the free will to do anything they want. Some people try to steal that free will by coaxing people into giving part of their will to an institution like government or a class or religion. And this world is established and set up with free will, okay? And you can do anything you want with your free will. And then at the end of this show called life, you can go on to somewhere else. We don't know, there's somewhere else. I venture that if there's a light at the end of the tunnel and you go towards that light, you come out through your next mother's legs. I'm convinced of it. I think if there is a light, then there's no rush. Take your time and look up, because you might find that there's another light up there that is not your next mother's legs. This is a place where we all have free will. We can do whatever we want. We can choose to do all kinds of nasty shit. We can choose to be neutral and swing back and forth, or we can choose to do predominantly good things. That's it. That's what it is. No preset rules, not preset orders, and you know, go and have the best time that you can. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. I think it's right. Someone said like we could be all here on like having an experience and learning.
That's what it is.
And
above all else, it's all about the experience, because we could have just been created to live in heaven without needing to go through all this shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's all there is. It's an experience. And have you ever really tried to put yourself in the mind of God? Okay, so you're the one and only creator of everything. You existed before time. You're basically the only thing that actually really exists. The one thing you could not do is have a conversation with somebody or be surprised because you know everything. Maybe that's why this type of a world was created, where we're removed from that knowledge to have the experience and, you know, have different personalities. To me, this would be the one thing God would want more than anything. He can create angels, but they're basically robots, you know, they're pre-programmed. You know what I mean? The classic definition of an angel.
I would totally kind of endorse that worldview, with the addition of the great mystery not being an it, but more of a thing that we don't have a reference term for. And
I just think of it as conscious, like pure being. I mean,
and wanting to have
not a person.
Wanting to have opportunity to grow and to experience things, and therefore make things that can develop their own personalities, develop their own experiences and adventures, and become their own things afterwards. So making friends, as it were, you know, literally making friends, not just, you know, going up to something that already exists and making friends with it, but literally making friends. So putting your thought into something, putting it out there, that something then takes shape, has its own experiences, and comes back as a made thing, as a thing that actually exists by virtue of the experiences it has had. That's my own personal kind of interpretation of the whole shebang. But this thing would then go and say, right, I'm going to devise this sequence of horrible events for anybody who doesn't love me, and I'm going to set these kinds of diseases for all kinds of different people. Oh, I'm pretty sure that it set things in motion and let them then evolve on their own, including us, letting us evolve on our own. And I'm not talking about evolution like, you know, an opposable thumb down from the trees. I'm talking about our consciousness, the thing that we are inside, that thing, let that thing grow, learn more, have more enjoyment, have more suffering, have more whatever.
You know, I kind of, you know, I had a weird spiritual awakening about 8 years ago. It was the most bizarre and real. It was like realer than real. But had it not happened to my cousin at the same time, I would have been convinced I was going crazy. There was supernatural stuff just all the time, right? And all this information kind of coming into my head. So back on the one original entity creator, whatever you want to call it, I kind of see all the humans here, and it's a little bit like reincarnation, but it's not, in the fact that everybody's like an automobile. An automobile just sits there unless there's a driver behind the wheel. Well, I think the driver behind the wheel is the same for everybody. And that's where you get the golden rule, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you, because they pretty much literally are you. You know what I mean? Like that inner voice, whatever makes you tick, whatever makes your inanimate body move around, it's from the same source, whether it's a portion of it or it's literally the entire thing. It makes more sense that the energy wouldn't be split up. It would just stay as one. It's almost like an amusement ride in a way, or, you know, definitely not to be taken so seriously. And all these people that are religious do believe in eternity, but they sure act like they're living for the moment, you know? It's another thing.
This is the thing. So you have people who think through their deeds they will receive a really good reward, but then their deeds are shit. You think, well, you're not really going to get a very good reward. In fact, what if your reward was the experience that you're having now? What if that was your reward? You know? What if the deeds...
Unlucky flat Earth
Right.
Vancouver BC.
Yeah, yes. So what if that's how it was, okay? You know, what if having a glad heart was the reward of having a glad heart? A bit like patience. Patience is not something that you can develop just because you want to click your fingers and have it. Patience is something that you have to earn by having patience, by practicing patience. And the only time you can practice patience is when you don't want to wait and when you're not happy waiting. That's the only time you can practice it. But patience is the reward that you get from being patient. That's it. That's your reward. And maybe having a glad heart is the reward you get for having a glad heart. Maybe being a kind person is the reward you get for being a kind person. But instead, we defer to this other thing that can either bestow on us graces or reward us afterwards. You know, you don't know what your reward's going to be. You've had a shit life, you've cursed, you've done all kinds of stuff, and that's okay because later you get a reward. So, what if you don't? What if your whole lesson was to not have a shit life? And people say, no, you know, it's all a result of circumstances that are beyond your control, and all you can do is react to them. Well, go and look at Oprah Winfrey. Not that I'm a big TV watcher, but Oprah Winfrey had a horrible upbringing, a really horrible upbringing in a crack house. She thought, no, I'm not having this, and changed things. Lots of people have done this. We know people have done this. We probably know people, I say probably, I definitely know people who have really changed their lives around, and I would wager that most of the people out there are either people like that, who have changed their lives around, or know people who have. But unless you bring them to mind, they slip out. You know, you don't pay attention to them. If I said, who's the most unfortunate person you know, very quickly you would say, Flat Earth Vancouver, BC, or someone like that, okay? But this is how it works. This is how it goes. We can aim our sights and look at negative things, and we can aim our sights and look at positive things. And maybe the reward you get is based on your attitude. You want to look at shit, then you're going to see shit. You want to look at beauty, then you're going to see beauty. And that's the reward you get. It's really freaking simple.
Yeah. It's a little bit like the law of attraction as well.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I have a theory that the law of attraction isn't quite what they tell everybody.
Mm-hmm.
They say, think happy thoughts or you'll get happy thoughts or whatever. But no, where in nature do two positives attract? It's a positive and a negative. That's how magnetism works. So when you're trying to attract the thing you want, you actually think of it in a way like, let's say you need more money. You say, oh, I've got enough money. I don't need any more money. You know, got plenty. Something along those lines. Not, oh, God, I really need money. Because then you're just attracting to yourself the fact that you need money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sending, I'm just letting Synthetic Dread, who's in the chat, know that I passed him a link on Skype if he wants to join. And I'm asking J. Prefer Platt if she would like to join too. Just nobody's obliged to join, but everybody's welcome to join. Apart from people who just want to, you know, try and shut the Hangout down, play a copyrighted material. Anybody who's here just to disturb things, no. Anybody who'd like to, just let me know and I'll post the link. Sorry, Ace, go on.
No, that's it. I'm almost finished making a bunch of noise, so.
You make as much noise as you want. Are you wearing your teddy bear costume?
No, not right now. I'm just wearing a crazy shirt. but that'll be later tonight.
I've just invited Nick from Phuket Word.
Oh, cool.
He's a very spiritual chap, so he's normally got a few enlightening things to say on subjects such as these. Hopefully he'll join us.
And he's done a really cool video demonstrating the movement of the moon or the sun or the stars. Yes.
Well, I noticed, I don't know if it was a response that was to, or a response that was because of, but Sly Sparkane did I don't know if it's a response to what Nick did, or if that was why Nick did it.
I think it might have been why Nick did it, because what Nick passed me the comments between he and Sly Sparkane, where Sly said, if you can demonstrate this, then the Earth is flat. If you can't, then it's because the Earth is a globe. So Nick demonstrated it, and it went kind of silent. So I'm assuming that it was the reason that Nick made that video. But I haven't seen the video you're referring to, so I could be mistaken.
We have a new guest. I can't see, it's just J.E.
Oh, Je préfère Plat. Hello, Je préfère Plat. Hello. We heard you a minute ago. I don't know if you've changed your mic position or something.
Hello?
Hello, there you are.
Hi. Hi, Antonio.
Hi, we're in. We've had some big chats, you and I, on
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Amazing.
I do see what you're saying. I do disagree. Well, we've had the chats, you know.
Hi, I'm glad to see you.
Yeah. But I wanted to make sure that you. I wanted to make sure that you knew there's no animosity from me towards you, or anything like that.
I can't hear you because I think Nathan's still talking.
Oh, Nathan's forever talking. Can you hear me now?
That's my recorded song.
Oh, right.
I think you've got the Hangout playing in the background. You just need to mute the live show.
Mute the YouTube chat window, YouTube video.
Je préfère Plat. You have to mute the YouTube window, or you will hear double.
Oh, okay. Let me try to find mute. How do?
You go to YouTube. Go to where you have the play button.
Wait, hold on. Where's the mute? I can't find.
Next to volume.
Yeah, we on the actual video that you were just watching. So where you were just watching us previously, that's where you need to go and mute.
I have to go back there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see it now. I see some microphone.
No. Not here. Wait.
Go back to YouTube. The YouTube you were watching.
Oh my gosh.
Go to YouTube.
It's okay.
Where you were before here.
It's okay.
You'll get it.
Don't panic. Listen. Open the window on YouTube. Go to volume on the YouTube video. Click volume down.
Google. I know. Making me nervous. I'm trying. What do I do? How do I do that? I can't even think.
Okay.
Just close the YouTube window.
Okay, just close this. I'm gonna just go out of Google Hangouts.
No.
No, not a. Just
Okay,
Alt Tab.
Okay, I'm sorry, you guys.
It's
okay. You're alright.
Let me just figure out where I'm at.
Alright. What's up,
Okay,
Dreadhead?
I'm going back to YouTube. Okay, but that's the wrong one. Okay, let me find the one. Never Ending Legend.
That one. Made that one muted.
How you doing, Jason?
How you doing, man?
Good to see you guys.
Yeah. Oh, let me turn your mic up a bit. You're kind of quiet.
All right, I might have to move a little closer to this thing. I don't know how good this mic is.
Wow, you're really, really quiet.
It's okay.
Maybe if I plug this in. What happens if I go?
No, can hardly hear you at all.
Do I need to use this thing? Check.
Yeah, that's better.
Is that
Brilliant.
better? All right.
Brilliant.
Cheers.
So nice to see you, dude. Long
Yeah, good
time.
to see you too.
Long
Yeah, I
time.
know. I've been hardcore on this recording, right? I'm trying to make this. I don't know if it's perhaps the first flat Earth themed album, conspiracy themed. So I'm about 7 songs in now. I'd like to do 8 songs, and then I'm going to release it.
Nice.
Just, for free. Yeah. Well, I'm going to put it on iTunes, and I got this site that's going to put it on all the digital media, music websites. So I'll do that, and then I'll just put it on YouTube, for free, and people can listen to it there or whatever, or download it. Should be fun.
Yeah.
I'm having fun with it. It's pretty cool.
Cool.
Going a different direction. I'm trying to go for an eclectic sound. So you got 12-string acoustics, but then I got like sometimes electronic drums, and electric guitar, and then just different instruments, and do something different, right? Everything's been done. It's hard to find something new, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Now, Jeffrey Platt, you have muted yourself here on the Hangout. I don't know if you want to chat some more. And Dan Winfield, you're welcome to stay, but if you want to listen from the chat and leave a slot open, up to you. I would prefer if you stay. I prefer if you joined in. Don't feel you have to. But if you think I don't have much to say, then if you drop out of here, go back to the chat, and you can engage with the chat more easily. I'm not coaxing you or urging you to do either.
Yeah, no worries. I'll stay for just another minute or two. But
cool.
So, did you guys have a specific subject you were talking about today, or are we talking about various things?
Absolutely. Yes, we did. So what we've been talking about is whether or not religion is a useful thing in flat Earth, considering that it's all based on faith and belief.
Mm-hmm. I have my beliefs on that. That's for sure. I don't believe in organized religion. I just can't. I believe that it's been twisted and manipulated by the desires of man, right? To suit man's needs. Now, how are we supposed to tell what's really the word of God and what's been tampered with by man? So I don't abide by any of it now. No religions as far as I'm concerned, but that's just my personal opinion, and I hold no animosity towards people who decide to follow it. The message is always usually good, right? It's always the same. The golden rule, right? Follow the golden rule. That's basically it. Karma. I only need karma in my life. The thought that I don't want karma. That's all I need. I mean, I think a good person, you hit the nail on the head the other day, Antonio, when you were saying a good person is a good person regardless if they're religious or not. Did the religion make them a good person? Well, if it did, then they're not a good person for the right reasons, right? If you're being good to get into heaven, well, you're not being good for the right reasons. You be good because being good is good, quite simply, right? That's the way I see it. And I don't see... okay, I try and view myself and you guys as good people. Do we need religion in our lives to tell us to be good, to do the right thing? Someone put it great a while ago to me when they put the 10 Commandments. Maybe you guys remember who this was. They compared it to like a ridiculous, nonsensical, like a Chinese instruction manual. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not. Like, you need to be told the most basic things about being a human being to be normal. Like, please, are you kidding me? The average normal human being has all that shit built into them. They don't need some book telling them how to be normal. Now, some people need a crutch. They need to lean on that shit because they can't get by without appeasing whatever it is they need to appease. I don't get it. I won't understand it. I never will. That's all. That's what I have to say.
You should have come on the first one, and it would have saved a lot of anguish. Because it's caused people problems. What we've been saying okay, this is what happens. Unfortunately, with some people, they go and they watch a video, and for some reason they assume that the people talking on the video are trying to exert some kind of authority. The whole point of the flat earth is to understand that authority, all it can do is corrupt shit, because then it gathers more authority. That's how authority works. And we know this. So
we lost you, Antonio.
Oh, you've lost me? Hello? Oh, am I back?
I can hear you, man.
Oh, there you go. Now I can hear you. Sorry, maybe it was just my connection. I don't know.
Okay, so we're saying, flat earthers in general are saying, don't freaking obey authority, don't accept authority, don't see authority.
I mean, you even see most of us will say to you, don't believe me, don't believe us, go do your own research and figure it out. We're just leading you down the path, we're planting the seed, right?
Yeah. So what happens with some people is they watch YouTube and they assume that the people talking on YouTube are assuming authority. We're not. We're just using something that's totally free to use that you can do from your freaking living room, and it's fine, and you can say anything you want to say. You can say a whole bunch of gibberish, or you can explain things, you can tell your story, you can do whatever. And some of us choose to say, hey, maybe institutionalized religions are there to coax you into actions rather than free you. Maybe you drop the religion, you're more free to actually be a good human being of your own volition, not to appease and not to please, simply because being good is better than not being good. Okay, that's it. But some people, when hearing us talk, their inner dialogue kicks in, and their inner dialogue speaks louder than the external world.
Common sense.
That's what, that's what inner dialogue does. So I don't know if any of you guys have ever listened to somebody like Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky has a very monotonous way of talking with very elaborate language, and it's very difficult to keep up because of his tone and the words that he's using. And the minute you start noticing your inner dialogue, you notice that you've lost the words that he said whilst you were listening to your own freaking inner dialogue.
You know? I think that happened to me every day at school my whole childhood.
So what happens with people is they listen to people talking on YouTube, they assume that the people on YouTube think that they're better than them and that they're telling them that they should be different to how they are, and then they revolt against it. And the reason they think this is that they've listened to their own inner dialogue telling them these people are possessed, don't listen to them, they're trying to persuade you to do evil deeds. And that's not what's being said.
No.
Okay? So what we're saying is, if you're a normal human being, you don't need a list of rules saying don't kill, don't steal, don't lie, don't all kinds of weird stuff.
Chinese instruction list on how to put together a radio clock, because that's about how simplistic it is. Like you have to be, I think you have to be pretty simple-minded to need to be told thou shalt not kill or steal or whatever the Ten Commandments are. I don't follow them anymore, or I never did really. So I have.
So this sorry. And people out there are assuming that what we're doing is what they think we're doing. Even when we clarify over and over and over again what we are actually intentionally doing. We can state it, we can put it in headlines, we can say flat earth, peer pressure and religion in freaking title, and they'll dismiss that and assume that what we're doing is saying your beliefs are evil and maybe you should drop them and follow our beliefs. And
because if you don't, you're going to burn in hell forever.
Yeah.
And if I have to hear that one more time from some religious person, that if you don't believe what I believe, you're going to burn in hell or you're going to be in eternal damnation. Like, that is the most threatening terrorist thing to say to somebody. I can't even think of anything worse to say to somebody. You are going to hell for all time if you don't believe what I say. It's fucked up. Like, can't you see it? Can't people see it?
And then I don't get it. Picture it being said to a child. What's hell?
Oh, exactly.
What's hell, mummy? Well, it's where bad people go when they die. What do you mean bad people? Well, bad people who lie to their parents. How's that for a way of petrifying? And what happens in hell? Oh, well, your soul is immortal, so it just suffers continuously because God premeditated it and set a whole series of torture devices in hell to torture you.
Antonio, we've got Geography Flat back with us.
Cool. Yes, hi.
Yes,
hello.
So this notion that there are these preset things that you have to kind of somehow intuit that if there's a hell, then it was created by the same thing that created everything else, which would be God. And all the torture devices, same thing. And you get to a point where you go, hold on a second, This sounds like it was made up by people who said, do what I tell you, or you'll suffer.
Yeah, see, what it led me to the path to believe that what they're doing is this is a control mechanism to keep people docile. You know, to be a good person your whole life, make sure you do everything right so you can get into heaven, and you'll be accepted into heaven as long as you're a good person. How about just being a good person because it's the right thing to do? Yeah. I don't know.
So go on,
docile.
Jeopardy Flats. Let's. You've been itching to get in, and Antonio's not giving you a chance.
Can you hear me now?
We can, perfect.
Yay.
Okay. Well, it's good to actually talk to you guys. I've been sitting here just listening to all of you and watching all the shows for over a year. And my husband said, just don't let anybody know who you are. Just don't comment on anything. And after about a year, I'm like, damn it! I'm commenting. I don't care anymore. I gotta say my piece.
You can still keep your anonymity, right? Just
my real name
you can just
is
have a
not
voice,
Jade
right?
Perfect. Exactly.
Yeah, we all know each other's real names now. It's no hiding anymore.
The thing is, we're human beings, and whether you say your name or not, you're still a human being. None of us are paranoid enough to think that you're AI. You know?
Yeah,
None of us. So you're free to speak. So go.
I just I'm kind of torn in this situation because I'm kind of in the middle. I'm not a major Christian who's going and telling people go to hell, and I've had a lot of experiences with those people, and it was not good.
No.
You know, and so I totally understand where you're coming from. On the other hand, I don't feel comfortable in saying, you know, I don't believe in Jesus or anything like that. I just don't feel comfortable. I'm not to that point where I can do that right now and call that cognitive dissonance or what have you.
It's stages you go
through,
right?
That's just a step I'm just not willing to take right now. I'm still going to leave that door open.
Nobody is forcing. This is the whole thing. Nobody is forcing anybody else. Forcing people to do things. You know, sometimes I really think it would be so great if there really was a flat Earth religion. But then I think, oh, wait a minute, that would just be falling into the same thing. But if there was like an unspoken set of rules that was literally unspoken, and it was all about being a civil human being. So
thou shalt not troll.
I know.
Forcing things on other people. There should be just, if there was going to be any rule, should be just one. Don't be rude and nasty to people.
Don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick. But just to address your issue though, it's you said I'm not ready to say I don't believe in Jesus. Well, nobody can tell you that. Your belief is your belief. If you believe in Jesus, then great. That's your belief, and you're entitled to it.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's just where I am. I'm always looking at different theories, and there's a lot of theories out there that Jesus didn't even exist.
Well, not even. Yeah. Well, the problem was all the famous historians of the time. I saw a list of like 12 of them in the area, and none of them documented Jesus, which is highly unusual.
Yeah, that is. We like to document things. We love documenting things.
Especially people that
we
are
love that.
doing miracles. Yeah.
Especially litigious people and judicial people, and the Romans were. You know, they really were. They kept records. But as far as saying you're not ready to stop believing in Jesus, I've said it, and I say it as a joke, okay, but I believe in Gandalf, okay? I don't really, okay, but I say it as a joke. To make people at least feel comfortable with what they believe. But the notion of your belief dictating your behavior and your belief not actually being your own. The reason I say about Gandalf is I've never heard anyone say that they believe in Gandalf. That's my own personal thing. But the whole Jesus thing, it's not your personal thing. The whole Jewish thing, where they don't have a major character, they have a whole bunch of them. There's one that stands a little bit higher than the others, and that's Elijah. But the rest, all of them. And if you ever go to a big, a Jewish religious situation, ceremony, they will mention all kinds of different characters because they don't have one that stands very much higher than the others.
I think that the highest one is Moses.
No, it's Elijah. And Moses was just, yes.
No, it's Aristotle.
No.
Oh, sorry, that's Globe. Sorry, wrong show.
It's Ezekiel.
Wrong model.
It's Ezekiel, and we all know it. No, the point is, Jeffrey Platt, is that the Jesus belief is not your own. It was installed, and this is what we were saying in part 1. It was installed as a kind of framework. But really as a framework through which to process the world. If you'd been born in Saudi Arabia, it would have been Muhammad that was installed. And
well, Antonio, here's the situation. My mother is Jewish. Okay, and my father's family was Catholic and Baptist.
So did your mother stop being Jewish when she got married?
No, she just did her own thing. And so I would go to I'd go to temple. I'd also go to Baptist church, Black Baptist churches. Okay.
Yeah.
And Catholic church.
Okay, so now a religious question for you. You know that before the Israelites left Egypt, there was no Israel?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay, so in that case, how could they have been Israelites that left Egypt?
You know, that like I said, the history is written by the victor.
The victors, yeah.
And that was the Romans and the guys that brought us the Bible.
Yeah, they wrote the whole thing. I mean, it just they wrote it based on African legends and writings and traditions.
They all plagiarized from each other, right?
Yeah, they stole all that from India and everything, and they put it all together, and they wrote that Bible. But there's a lot of truths in that Bible too.
Sure.
There's a lot of truth. One of my favorite lines from any scriptures is, let me get the wording correct, is, do not check kind deeds with cold counsel. So when you do a kind deed, don't sit there afterwards wishing that you'd done it a different way, or, hoping that something, or thinking, actually, I shouldn't have done that kind deed, I should have done this other thing. If you've done a kind deed and as a result of it you feel bad because you do a kind deed, okay, so you help somebody up, and that person runs over and smacks a child, yeah? And so you sit there going, oh my God, I shouldn't have helped that person. No, you didn't know they were going to smack a child. Your deed was kind, yeah? But you sit there kind of berating yourself for having done that kind deed. You're sitting in cold counsel checking your kind deed. So do not check kind deeds with cold counsel was said by Gandalf.
Nice. I thought cold counsel sounded kind of funny for the Bible. Speaking of the Bible, now, if any of you know the King James version really well, I don't.
Yes.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay, I've been watching this just quickly. What you guys know about this Queen Elizabeth being mentioned in it? Was she always in it? Like as far as you guys remember?
Not once.
No, she's.
Well, she's in it now.
What?
No.
Queen Elizabeth is in the Bible now.
No.
The King James. I just saw it the other day.
Oh my God, things are getting strange.
If you guys have not seen this, you got to go check it out. What page was it? It's
the Queen Elizabeth from now has been predicted, or there was a Queen Elizabeth back in the day?
Her name is on the page. It's the page where it talks about this book is being presented to King not Arthur, King James or whatever. It's being presented to the king on behalf of this and that, and then blah blah blah. The something about Queen Elizabeth, and it says her whole name, and it's one of the main pages as you're as you're getting started, I guess, in the book. I haven't read it, I'm sorry. I saw the whole video the other day, and this person opened up their Bible, an old Bible that their father had, and showed you the page, and I saw it with my own eyes. Now, whether that was somehow doctored, it seemed like a nice lady with a video cam at home showing, so I think it was real. It seemed real. Check it out, you guys. I couldn't believe it.
I've got
Queen
a King
Elizabeth.
James Bible. I can go and look.
If you do, check it out. It floored me. I wish I could remember what page it is, but it's. I remember that on the page in big writing you could see like King Arthur in big letters or something like that, or whoever was presenting.
This is like the Mandela effect right here.
It is a Mandela. It is a Mandela. That's what I'm trying to get
No,
at.
I know
was
y'all make
freaking
fun
out.
of Mandela effect, but some of that stuff is real. It's not just your mind
it's not.
goofing over.
No.
Sure.
Yeah. Somebody wrote that book.
One sec.
What
One
book?
second.
No, I'm talking about the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
I think
Ace,
there's parts of it that are real. Go
Ace,
ahead.
will you go and get your Bible? And in the
Where do I
meantime,
look?
I wish I could tell you the page.
Right at
I
the
would have to
front of the
search
Bible.
my history probably in
Ace,
YouTube. Let me see if I
Ace,
can.
look, open the very first page where it's not actually the Bible book, but it's the first page in the actual physical book that you have.
Okay.
There might be dedications and things like that. Before
Yeah.
Genesis, anything before in the first page might be an actual blank.
Yeah.
Then there might be
This
the
is what the first page says. Can you read that?
I can't see it.
No, we can't see it.
Can you see it? Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Oh.
It's got more writing on it. I remember that page, and it
So
was
the
kind of like
next-
the.
The next page.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me.
I'm looking through my history right now.
Oh, okay.
And then there's a few paragraphs. That's not
So
the page.
next page.
No.
King James Version.
Keep going.
Thomas Neal. Nashville.
It's,
Hey, J.E., are you from Nashville?
Who? Who, me?
J.E., the new girl. I haven't met you before. Hello.
No, hi. How are you?
Yeah, good. Nice
No,
to
I'm
meet
from
you.
I'm from LA.
Oh, I would never have been able to.
Okay. And then.
Okay.
It's no.
Dear
it's-
reader.
Okay, so Ace, this looks like a study Bible rather than the actual.
No, it's look, it's the Bible. The only difference is that it has
Just one sec here.
these parts over here
to
kind of like tell you the meanings of words and whatnot.
Yeah.
I haven't read the whole thing. I keep meaning to read, the Bible.
There it is.
but-
Okay, I got the video. I'm just watching the video on my TV, and I'll be able to tell you what page in a second, okay?
Sure.
Oh my goodness, how exciting is this?
It was pretty wild. This lady who put this video on here, I was pretty
Let me just say something for Nathan. Nathan, I can see that you're gonna. Oh God! But yesterday.
Oh God!
Give us a second, guys. Give us a second, guys. Yesterday, Nathan and I were looking for a line that's in the film Angel Heart, which is the greatest trick the devil ever pulled, was convincing the world he didn't exist. But it turns out it isn't in that film. It's in The Usual Suspects. But I watched Angel Heart over and over and over, and
Yeah.
it was there.
I remember it for sure. It's in there.
was
What
there.
are you talking about now? It's not.
No.
Dude, all right. We need. This has got to be a different subject.
Yes.
But one day, let's really talk about this effect, because I've got a couple that I know for damn sure. I even told my parents about it, and my mom. And she don't want to hear nothing about any of this. And I'm like, what did this say? What did this used to say?
Let me just point something out though. For a line from a film to be taken out, that's not difficult. I've seen films that have had different editions.
That's what I mean. We need to
That's the
discuss,
thing.
are they just fucking with people? Has time been messed up, or has reality been messed up? Or none of the above, and people are just fucking with themselves?
No, they definitely are. If I can make one point
Yeah.
about Tom Sawyer, the book Tom Sawyer.
Yeah.
Okay, they redid it and took all the N-word out, which was a lot of N-words.
Yeah. Okay.
And they took it all out.
Okay.
So
So that's standard editing. Now, if it turns out, if you can go to a library and find a book that's like 60 years old, Tom Sawyer, one of the first editions, and there was no nigger in there, then something very dodgy. Okay. But I would wager that we can't find any of those old books. Okay. But that's just me with my limited kind of. I haven't actually done this. In fact, I'm going to the library tomorrow. I will look for a Tom Sawyer. I'll see how old that edition is. Because I have read Tom Sawyer, and I do know that was there. There was a lot of it, and half the time it wasn't even used abusively. It was used as a
part of the nomenclature.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just the way
That's so funny.
They spoke in those days. So.
Yeah.
I use YouTube all the time on my thing here. I can cue every single video in my history right now, except for this one. The video is called Queen Elizabeth Now in the King James Bible, Mandela Effect Bible, by Extol Yeshua Always.
I'll check it out.
I'm trying to get it queued so we can see.
Can you put a link in the side chat and we can maybe get Antonio to play it?
Yeah.
Just go to the share button and stick a link in the side chat.
Well,
guys.
I'm on my YouTube. Like I can't. I'm not on a PC. I'm on my tablet talking to you guys, and then I'm looking at my TV to. Okay. So I'll get to it. I will get to it. I'll get it to work. This is some kind of weird shit here where it won't play.
Jason, just say what it was called again, and I'll search for it.
Okay. Queen Elizabeth Now in the King James Bible.
Okay.
And then Mandela Effect Bible something. It's cut off. It was on August 22nd, so this is pretty new, you know. This is a new Mandela. I watch for the Mandelas all the time because some of them I'm convinced it's real. I'm sorry, but you cannot tell me Dolly didn't have braces. Fuck you if you say Dolly didn't have braces. Dolly had braces.
Wait,
you know what I'm talking about? Anybody here know what I'm talking about? Okay. Anybody here a James Bond fan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. He did have braces.
She had braces, didn't she? Yeah. The scene doesn't even remotely make sense anymore. The whole thing is fucked. So if you go check out, you guys, Moonraker, the scene where I think he gets kicked off the tram and he's dusting himself off. Jaws, the guy with the big metal teeth in that movie, the villain. He dusts himself off. He looks at this girl with ponytails who's standing there looking at him, right? And he smiles, and he's got this big metal teeth, right? She looks at him, and you expect her to go, ugh, and run away. But she smiles too, and she has braces. And she has braces, and there's a connection made because they're both metal mouths. And then they go arm in arm, and they fucking walk off together, and they're in love and happily ever after, right? Now, she's never had braces. Now, he looks at her, she looks at him and smiles, and they walk off. There's no connection. There's no... There's nothing. It doesn't make fucking sense. So I've been finding these over and over and over and over. I find 2 or 3 a day now. And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. No one can convince me this shit is fake. I'm sorry.
So are you convinced that something has changed? Because with movies, you've got a couple of ways of airing them. Now, the way to catch this out would be to catch a VHS recording.
I have a VHS recording. Yes, I know what you're saying, and I'm not looking at remastered editions here.
Right.
I'm going back to the oldest copies.
You're talking about a movie you've seen 100 times that you own, and now it's different, right?
And now it's different.
Because I have a couple like that too. It's not that they like with the taking the N-word out of the book. If you had a really old version of the book, it would still have it.
Yeah.
What we're talking about is somehow it magically disappears.
Yes, and I know it sounds completely insane. I know it sounds completely fucking outrageous, but
that's why I don't talk
once
about
you
it.
put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, I've got hundreds of Mandela effects now.
Wow.
I mean, it's crazy, and there's more and more every day. The latest one that I need to do some more research on it because I'm not sure, but have you seen the pyramid one? What do you guys think of that one?
Which one?
Mm-mm.
When I was growing up, I could have sworn the Great Pyramid was in the middle. The biggest pyramid was in the center.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it was. Yes,
Yeah,
it
they're on the
was.
outside.
No, no, the big one's in the middle,
Can we look
flanked
at some
by a
pictures
smaller
late?
one on the left and a medium on the right.
Yeah, that's the way I remember it. Check it out now, bro. I just
No,
saw
I
some
don't believe
shit.
you. Well,
I
then
know.
they
Don't
moved
believe
it.
me.
There's
Don't
a
believe me.
logical.
I know it's
They moved it.
illogical. It does
I know.
not make sense. But now it's on the side. I know it's
No,
the Great
you
Pyramid's
can't
on the
move
side.
the pyramids.
I know. You
Talk
can't move
about
the pyramids.
cognitive dissonance.
That's crazy.
You know, they're just forcing it on us now. This is heavy duty.
Eat it.
I have a question, you guys.
Yes.
What about Twilight Zone? And was it Rod Sterling or Rod Sperling?
Stir with a T.
Stir with a T.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember.
I remember it being
Is that from the movie?
Sperling.
I'm thinking that it might have been Serling. Without
Sterling, yeah. I remember it being different than Sterling. I remember always looking at it and saying, why is this guy's name just not Sterling? I don't understand.
Weird. I never noticed that.
I have.
There you go. There's a picture of the pyramids, and maybe it's perspective, maybe it's the way they're photographed, but there you go.
Yeah, it looks like the big one in the middle on that picture.
Well, that's the first one I found on Google.
See, is there any more?
So
I'm
the
sure there's
middle one,
hundreds.
the biggest one is the one that has that extra paving on the top, around the top.
The Great Pyramid.
Extra paving. So that area that goes by the fake.
flat.
The limestone. Is that
The veneer.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it must have been amazing when it was totally covered in limestone, right? It would have been white and shining all over.
Oh, I know, huh?
Possibly gold
I
on
don't
the
know.
top.
That's just one that was brought to my attention, and I saw a few pictures, and I was like, okay, one, I don't remember the city being directly beside the pyramids. That picture's not it. This picture is the way I remember it, with the big one looking like it's in the middle. But then I saw someone doing a study on it, and they were showing all of these pictures with the big one to the side. But it looks like it's on the middle to me. This was brought to my attention 2 days ago, and I haven't had a chance to fully understand.
This is what I find time and time again. No offense, Jason, but this is what I find.
No, it's
time and time again. People give you a Mandela effect. They've seen a really convincing video, but you scratch the surface and find it's total and utter horseshit.
Yes, you have to look into things before you just. Of course, and that's why I brought this one up, because I wanted to see if anybody's heard it and know is it bullshit yet.
So let me just say something. In chat, everybody's saying Serling. Now, I remember when the question was asked by J.P. Platt, I remembered both Sterling and Sterling. Then I remembered that Sterling was the name of a bouncer that I knew, a doorman, that I used to think, oh, that sounds a bit like, but the word was Serling by Rod Serling. And with Jaws, with Moonraker, I recall that he gets off he falls, stands up, and that scene that you explained, and I recall thinking, okay, both of them metal mouths. I recall that. I haven't seen it since. I've not seen it since.
I did personally look at my own VHS tape, so I know for a fact it's different now. It's not some video on YouTube that's edited or something. It changed. So.
Okay, so I think, okay, if there's a real, true Mandela effect going on, the best thing to do is put your hands up and go, huh.
Yeah.
That's it.
Exactly.
Well, there's something that's
reason
slightly
it bothers
suspicious.
me.
Sorry, Jason, again. So
Go
when
ahead.
I type in Bond JA into the search engine, it immediately comes up with Bond Jaws girlfriend. Well, that's a bit suspicious.
That is very suspicious.
Well,
so what does it say?
Because it's... Well,
it's not Bond's girlfriend. Yeah, Jaws' girlfriend. What does it say?
Yeah,
it says
that's
bullshit?
what I'm saying. It comes up straight away as a search. So
why? That's
you know what, guys? One of my thoughts about all of this, the globe and flat Earth, the root cause might be people are lying, right? But the flat Earth, all the other lies, the Mandela, is to get us to finally realize that this world is more of an illusion than anything else.
I would agree with that.
It's the universe's way of showing us that
Everything is
not
not
as physical
finite.
as we quite think.
No,
Yeah.
sorry,
Right.
I couldn't disagree more. On
Go
the
ahead.
contrary, it's there to make you think that it's an all illusion.
Check-
It's all just a computer simulation.
No, I'm not
no,
saying that
sorry.
at all. No,
But that's
I'm
where that
not
path
saying
leads.
that at all.
Wait, Nathan.
Even if it was a simulation, it's still as real gets
Yeah.
for us.
Let
you
me,
know?
let me act as devil's advocate.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what Ace is saying is this physical reality is not quite as firmly fixed and immutable as we've been told. That doesn't mean that it's a simulation.
No.
Okay, it means we don't know shit. Okay.
Right.
What Nathan is saying, what Nathan is saying is everything that we're discussing regarding the Mandela effect is done as a psyop to make you arrive at that conclusion.
Yeah,
That
and I
things
agree with
aren't
you.
stable and true and fixed.
I agree with you, Antonio, that you got to just throw your hands up sometimes, but it bothers me on a level, a mental level, that someone can tamper with my memories and the way I remember things. I find that disturbing.
But they're
right?
not your memories. They're not. You've gone straight to Google. You've gone straight to your VHS cassette collection. You've recalled something and then cross-referenced.
And
Well,
cross-reference.
That's not your memory. Your memory is obviously
Well,
much
yeah.
more vague than you give it credit for. And you've had to go back to the VHS tapes to check.
I had to go back to the VHS tapes, Nathan, to verify my memories. And when I verified that my memories were completely not my own, come on, magic mirror on the wall, magic mirror.
Why have you jumped to that conclusion? You've gone, I'm going to go and verify it because I know I'm right. Oh, I'm wrong. It's been changed.
Well, okay, I'm a huge James Bond fan, and I have the whole collection, and I've seen that movie 1,000 times. It's very highly unusual that I would remember that very scene wrong. It seems highly
Nathan,
unusual.
I recall that scene. I first watched that film in the UK, and I didn't speak English. Okay, so I couldn't really stay up with the story of what was going on because I didn't speak English. But that scene, I recall that scene. You know, it's like,
But is it possible that your VHS tape, is it an original or did you record it from the TV?
No, it's original. I've got the original
Perfect.
VHS tapes.
We've got two different ways of things being broadcast, right? You can go to the cinema and you can't tape record it. They're very strict about this. You're not allowed to record what you're seeing.
I never saw it in the theater.
Right, but in the theatre, you've got a certain broadcast. On TV, the same applies. It's broadcast once. You're not supposed to record it. Yeah? People do.
Okay.
But then you've got the released copy. Now, your one that you've watched on TV or in the theatre could very easily be different. It could easily be the case that Jaws, that particular Moonraker, is played over and over again, with or with braces. But yet, on the VHS release, it isn't. Now, this is pretty out there, but nowhere near as out there as your memory being changed. I'm saying they've changed the stuff that we know they can change. They can change edits, they can change the internet, they can change books. This is really, grassroots stuff that you can look at and check.
And
Nathan,
there's one more thing. There's one more thing.
Hold on. Wait, real quick. 30 years ago, you wouldn't have been able to say what you just said. Keep going.
Okay, so I was going to say...
Say again, Ace.
I said 30 years ago, you would not have been able to say what you just said about them being able to change things so easily. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No one would have assumed that.
One second, let me say this, guys. Okay. So, films are tweaked for different audiences, different nationalities.
I understand that completely.
And they do really do this. I've seen this, okay? So, what Nathan is saying, and this is perfectly legitimate. This is perfectly legitimate. I saw Moonraker. I saw that, okay? Now, could I then watch Moonraker on video 1,000 times and see that because I saw it the first time, even though all of the other times when I saw it on VHS, it was not there because I've been neurolinguistically programmed by actually having seen it the first time to see it the rest of the times on VHS, Yes, this is true. This is doable. Okay. Now, all it takes is for somebody to point it out, you then look again afresh, and you go, oh my gosh, she hasn't. So all those hundreds of times that you've watched it on VHS and thought you'd seen it come from the first time you saw it on TV or the cinema or wherever. Now, this is how neurolinguistic programming works. This really is how neurolinguistic programming works. Now, if we think of the whole Mandela effect, it works by neurolinguistic programming. There is no point at which somebody has gone out and said, hold on a second, I thought my car was red. There's nothing like that, you know.
No.
It's always something that words
relates to the
is different.
There's only so many, it seems with these little changes that there's only so many options you can choose from, and it's always within the reason of the context of the movie scene or the song or the this or that, right? There's just some that just blow me away too much to believe, like the Mr. Rogers one. What was it?
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
This. Now it's this
he didn't
neighborhood.
say this.
Yeah,
I
it
never
wasn't
said this. No fucking way.
But again, all they have to do
Or,
is play.
are you maybe saying that it always said this?
No,
it always said the, and now it says this.
No, what I'm saying is this. They could have played It's a Wonderful Day in the Neighborhood once, and then all of the other times tweak that song so It's a Wonderful Day in This Neighborhood the rest of the time. Now, if you've heard it the first time, every other time you hear it, you hear the, or vice versa. We do this with songs. We all do this with songs. We've sang songs with the wrong word.
It's a little different.
We thought was the correct word until somebody has pointed out, no, it's actually this word. Then you're going, oh, ha. Okay, the other word fitted.
I heard a weird version.
Can I drop something else in? Sorry.
We're
talking about systems and control structures in religion. But now we're talking about something that I consider to be the next level of programming, the next level of bullshit. Now, when you're talking about this, and you know people associate Mandela back to CERN, and CERN are talking about things that associate back to the double slit experiment, and all of these things through our so-called professors of science, who are actually theoretical scientists, are telling us about the next level of bullshit, which is about simulation theory. It's about parallel universes. It's string theory. Well, okay, we can dice up whether or not it was Sex in the City and Sex or the City or whatever the hell you like. But we're missing the fact that we are all connecting it to our memories being changed. And this massive, huge leap is so much bigger than me saying, well, the conspiracy is actually they've played it once on TV, like Antonio says, or once at the theatre, or they sell everyone millions of box sets of James Bond only to play it on TV because they know damn well no one's going to be recording it, and they always have braces on that, just to fuck with us. Because we're not.
Nathan, that's easier to believe.
They're 500 years of messing with our heads to convince us we live on a spinning ball, and they've managed to achieve it. And all we're doing with this Mandela shite is buying into the same shit from people who want to convince us that we live in a fucking simulation, and it makes me really angry. We don't live in a simulation.
Nathan, so who is this psyop geared towards? Because very few people talk about Mandela effect.
It's just like no trees.
Geared towards the no trees thing. I think the guy honestly was putting out a theory, but he shouldn't have said this is exactly what it was. Whatever. Who cares?
That's what I've had it for 12 months of people telling me Mandela is real. Telling me.
Listen, let me bring a little bit of reconciliation to this. So, with the Mandela effect, we have a meme that becomes huge very, very quickly, that's aimed at the fringes of the conspiracy world. Okay.
When you asked who, Ace, I pointed at you.
It comes.
Wait, what happened? I'm sorry, I missed it.
You said who's this aimed at, and the cameras aren't on, so no one saw. But I pointed at you.
Yeah, I know. In my eye. You were poking my
No, but
eye, you bastard.
It's
Go
the
ahead.
Mandela effect is aimed at the fringes. It's aimed at the people who prefer to have complex thoughts. It's set
Yes.
to captivate your
Agree.
mind. Let's say there's a true Mandela effect going on and you know nothing about it. How much impact does it have on your life? Zero. Now, let's say there's no Mandela effect going on, but people keep pointing to things that seem to be. How much effect does that have? Given that this time there is no Mandela effect going on, but it appears like there is. What impact does it have? Huge. What's more likely to be the case? That there's a huge impact.
Oh,
going
no,
on.
no, no. You're right. The the most logical and plausible explanation is the fact that it's mostly nothing and some things just inserted in to fuck with people rather than time warps and all that. That's why I never talk about it. It's interesting to think about, but you shouldn't waste too much time on it because let's put it this way, if it's really going to do about that? You know, we can change the way that people see the earth over time, you know, and let them know about truths of hoaxes and things. But let's say I convinced everyone on the earth to realize that it was sex and the city, not sex in the city. What the fuck comes out of that?
Exactly. Hey, I have a point here. What the psyop here is that they just want to make sure that we don't trust ourselves. We don't trust our own brain anymore with these silly ideas. That's the psyop.
Exactly. So instead of relinquishing your power to God or the devil, you're relinquishing it to fucking CERN.
Yeah. So Jason, sorry, Nathan. This is for you, Jason. So the Mandela effect that the Great Pyramid is now to the side.
No, that was a message I got from somebody, and they said, "Here, check this video out." So I had 5 minutes the other day before work. I checked it out. Whoa, looked pretty cool. Didn't have time to look into it, so I just brought it up now to see if anybody's heard of it and see if is anybody.
No, whatever. But the reason I pointed out is that what usually happens if you don't go unchecked, if the tool through which you're processing information is your mind, but that tool has a kink in it because of something you've seen that has kinked that tool, then you're looking at the world through a kinked tool, and you don't know that it's kinked because the tool through which you're looking is kinked.
True.
So this is pretty much what I've seen of the Mandela effect. This is pretty much what the Mandela effect is. It can absorb you. You can then look into it and go, hold on a second, I could have sworn it was something else. Doesn't matter. All that they need to do is posit that little tiny bit of doubt in you.
Convince you that you've forgotten. Yeah, I do. I'll look into it more. I'll consider that frame of mind. I've just the massive list I compiled, and I understand you guys don't approve, but I need to do some more research. I need to do more research on this because my list is too big now.
Yeah, Jason.
There's no fucking way it was fucking mirror on the wall. Like fuck no. I'm sorry. I've just no.
I never saw it. I never.
I'm sorry. It was never that. And things are changed in my reality. And every copy I could fucking find, TV, this, that, other, any explanation. I'm sorry. I can't find those copies, man. I can't find these original versions of the way I remember it. I can never find any copy of the way I remember it.
But this is the thing, and this happened yesterday with Nathan and me. Like I said earlier, I was looking for a line in a film, Angel Heart, with Robert De Niro playing Lucy, and it's a really cool line. I couldn't find it. I could have driven myself nuts going, oh my God, but it was there. It was definitely there. It was definitely there. Now, I can come to this conclusion and rest easy. It could have been there in the version that I watched, and they've taken it out.
Very, very plausible. And a lot of these things like Berenstain Bears and Berenstein Bears, I figured like that was pretty easy to figure out. And I liked getting to the bottom of these and having an answer for them.
Let's hear it.
Berenstain, well, it changed names as it went international. So it was Berenstain in some countries. When it got to Germany, my friend at work told me, he's in Germany, it was Berenstein. Or whatever, whatever it is. They changed it back and forth depending on the country it was in. So
and they do this with films too. They do this with movies. If you go on YouTube, you can look at there are some video clips on YouTube on how films have changed for different audiences, and it's pretty interesting.
Yes.
Not only
definitely.
that, but your own government will tweak things. We do have censors boards. I don't know that most people
Absolutely.
are kind of aware of this, but before any film goes to cinema or video, it goes through the censors board, and the censors
we have
board,
the BBFC, the British Board of Film Classification. But to add to that further, there's certain discs that will play slightly different versions depending on a certain key code pressed. So if you accidentally press a certain set of keys, a certain numbers on your remote control when watching a DVD, it could play a slightly different version. Loads of people haven't got the slightest idea this even occurs, but there's people who list this, so you can find out that you've watched a DVD over and over again, and because you've gone into the menu and pressed this button, then that button, then this button, then that button to play it each time, it's playing you a particular version, and you're totally unaware of it.
and every one of these things could be a possible Mandela effect if looked at by somebody else. It can be as simple as this. Your language is set to English, so whichever version you're shown is the English. It's in English, okay? But you've hit it, and now it's playing you the French version, which has a tiny little difference in a scene. But the language that's coming out is still English. Now, all it takes is for somebody to have seen that version repeatedly, to go to your house, see your version, and go, what the fuck? My version, she takes her skirt off. You know, and yours she didn't. You know, she was wearing shorts. And they say, oh my, big Mandela. The truth is, like, really, Jason, enjoy it. Enjoy it. I enjoyed it. I looked into it, and I freaking enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it. I loved looking into the Mandela effect, because I'm giving it so much grief and swearing and getting annoyed. But I enjoyed looking into it. It was really good fun.
But it's a head fuck. It's, just think of this. Just
a little bit.
Just, yeah, it is. If you just do this, okay, put all of your Mandela things down, which is very, very difficult once you've looked into it. Put all of them down and say to yourself, what is it doing to me? It's fucking with your brain, is what it's doing. It's true.
It's true.
It's making you think, what the fuck?
It's second guessing. You second guess yourself.
Yeah. So the truth is, could all books be changed? Yeah. Could ideas be posited in people's brains? Yes. Can thoughts and visuals be put in people's brains? Yes. Neurolinguistic programming is all about that.
Absolutely.
It just smells to me like a conspiracy theory that was cracked.
Yeah. It definitely could be.
Hi.
Antonio?
Yeah.
Hi, I just want to make sure I ask this question, okay? Do you guys know Deep Thought TV or whatever? It's on YouTube. It's the guy with the glasses and the long blonde hair who smokes a cigar.
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, anyway, something came up last night, and we're doing a study on this, okay? And my question to you guys is, with all the movies, the Star Trek movies, Star Wars, the television shows that you've watched where people are in outer space, have you ever had a dream, ever in your life, where you were part of that kind of a scene, where you were in outer space?
No.
No.
Not that I can think of.
No. Guess what? Everybody's going to say no.
Just on mushrooms.
How's that possible?
Yeah. Okay.
How the fuck is that possible, please?
How's what possible? That no one has dreamed of being in outer space?
In space.
You'll find out. Watch. Anybody?
It's not real.
Oh my God. Why is that? Because the theory is because there is no outer space, dude.
Yeah.
That's why our brain can't go there.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Right. Because our subconscious already knows all these things.
Exactly. So it will not knows we've never been there, so it can't construct something that doesn't fucking exist.
That's very interesting.
Wow.
Oh, let me take it another step further. One time
so everybody in the groups that are sitting there talking right now, tell us, have you ever been in outer space, truthfully?
In a dream. I'm going to look at the chat.
Check this out. You reminded me of a lucid dream I had, and a lot of times in a lucid dream I'll start flying just because it's cool. And I shot up. I was trying to go as high as I could. I shot up, And I distinctly remember not being able to go any higher, and I couldn't see the ground below me. But it was not dark, and it wasn't space.
Yeah.
It was
People
just
will have
like I
flying
slowed
dreams.
down. You know, and that's because I wanted to. I should have been able to just make it up in my mind, you know, but no.
Yeah, attention chat, people in the chat, please. Anybody who has dreamed of going to outer space, being in a spaceship or traveling to another planet or seeing the Earth from as a ball from outer space, anybody who has had a dream like that, please let us know. If you have not ever had a dream like that, please let us know. It's an interesting question.
Yeah, Antonio, remote viewers also do not see a globe.
This is true. I read the remote viewing manual. This is brilliant.
I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna start doing it.
I study remote viewing. It's worth it. Do it.
You will not find one person. You will not find one person. Look at how many people. What are they saying in the chat? Anything yet?
No, they're saying the only ones I've seen have said no. Now, I've read the remote viewing, the assisted remote viewing manual. In the assisted remote viewing manual, it gives you the visuals that you are to engage with, the matrix that you are to engage with, and you are to visualize it as a net that stretches out in all directions, flat, a net that just stretches out to infinity, so that you can pick a point. This is all just a mental construct from being able to remote view. So you can pick a point and follow that thread to any point, and from that point, look down. It could be ahead or back in time and location. You know, it doesn't just have to be just location. It can be location and time. It can be location but real time. So it's a net. You are to
yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying.
I've heard it described as a it's described as a what's the damn it? I can't remember. Yeah. Anyways, remote viewing is very interesting. It's worth checking out. I don't know. There's that Ed Dames guy, and he was part of the military for a long time, but he went private, and now he teaches people. Whether he could be trusted, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say. Probably.
I want to out something here. So I want to expose something here. I don't know if I've mentioned it before. Alex Jones and the Bohemian Grove. We're all familiar with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He didn't break into it. He didn't force his way in. He was invited by Ron Johnson, who's a British journalist who writes for The Guardian. This is
I heard that.
This is the man who wrote The Men Who Stared at Goats, which is about remote viewing and all the psi experiments that were going on in the 1960s in the US. Ron Johnson was invited to the Bohemian Grove, and Alex Jones went with him. Just letting you all know, because the idea that he kind of just sneaked in there and then just told people he was with the hillbillies is a bunch of bullshit. They had passes.
Exactly. They know better than to let just anybody in there. It's no way.
Yeah, they want you to know that they worship nefarious powers. It's back to the men with lightning coming from their fingers. It's the antithesis of what you're taught in school with Jesus. These people are worshipping the power of Satan.
They are.
But this is the thing, Deborah Fairplatt, this is where we differ very greatly.
I'll be right back.
Nathan and I, and several different people, and it doesn't matter that there's any kind of agreement on this, okay, because this is all just points of view. We are of the opinion, or at least I'll speak for myself, Nathan, you can do likewise. I'm of the opinion that there is no interacting or interactive God entity whatsoever. That the thing that created everything is a non-describable mystery.
Well, I agree that it's a mystery, but I'm going to say that I have, and I'm just going to say this, a personal relationship with something that talks to me back. When I say, God, when I get serious and I say, God, what's going on in my life? Please tell me. How can I hear God's voice tell me. So I used to be a smoker, for instance. Mm-hmm. And I remember talking to God. I said, God, I can't hear you. And literally it said, stop smoking. I could just hear it. I could just feel that talk to me somewhere in my subconscious. There is something.
So one
I
second.
don't know what it is.
So once, if you heard it, it wasn't in your subconscious. It was in your conscious. Not to be pedantic, but if you heard it, it was in your conscious. If it was in your unconscious, you wouldn't have heard it because that's what the unconscious is. But if you did hear a voice,
I didn't. It wasn't audible. It wasn't an audible hearing.
It
was just a knowing. It was.
Oh.
It wasn't like I heard a voice.
Okay.
It was like it was more internal.
Yeah. So that's what you mean by unconscious. Okay. Brilliant. So if it was from the unconscious, how would you know that it wasn't you?
But it could be. But I'm saying it could be. It could be me talking to my subconscious via my belief in something higher than myself.
More than that, your unconscious talking to you. So your unconscious giving you the illusion of the suggestion to quit smoking.
It could be. It could be. But I just feel that I can have these. I don't know. I don't know how to say it. I think that I don't have the answers. I just have to go by my gut.
The whole point of us having this show is to get the idea across that what you have done, and it's as a result of your faith in the Bible, is you have had a power. You have drawn upon yourself to find the strength to quit smoking. That's the way I see it. But you have attributed that power to God. Now, the Bohemian Grove thing is the antithesis of that. So you're taught about this disconnect, this attribution of power to this other entity, and the Bohemian Grove video shows you that the people in charge are also drawing power from an entity, the devil. So it reaffirms your belief in your God that you've wished away your own power to, in the case of this smoking thing as an example. And those people, they can draw from the same power but the opposite power that you've drawn to. I view it that they're just men. They can do evil things. They can congregate and look at fireworks going off and pretend, or maybe not pretend, to sacrifice a girl that's been drawn across the river. Well, if it did happen, then men drew a body across the river and killed it. That's men being evil. There's no power, there's no devil there doing that. That's just nonsense. That's just the illusion to keep you in this paradigm and to stop you seeing your own, if you want to call it this, God-given abilities.
And the question that I continuously have is basically the Masons and the people that are in power that should not be in power, they believe that they're gods. I don't want to believe that I am God.
I found
have
that
no
King James
interest in being God. Let God be something else, even if it's a construct. I don't want to be God.
Well, look at the situation that we have right now on Earth. We have people with a concept of God, singular. We have people with a concept of a singular God.
Yeah.
If we go back in time, there were people with concepts of many gods.
Yes.
And it changed. It changed to one God. It's much more easy to control a group of people who are under one God than a group of people who are under a whole bunch of gods, especially if all of them are contributing to those different churches. The Church of Mithra, the Church of Apollo, the Church of whatever. So group them together and everybody contributes to the same one, which was the goal and intent of the Roman Catholic Church. It then splintered because those wild freaking Americans went and made up their own things, and because those frigging wild Brits went and made their own thing, and it splintered. This doesn't mean that God let it splinter. It means there is no God which is a singular thing which established the church but fell apart and got splintered. Just using reason alone, you can ascertain that the whole idea, like ADR, one of the comments that ADR addressed to you, Jeffrey Platt, about how if there was such a thing, it wouldn't have allowed the bad stuff to happen. If there was a God that had to wipe out mankind and restart, then he would have wiped out freaking Lucifer too, not let it run amok again. So just with reason alone, we can detect that this is a man-made construct, this singular one God, which now has various different faces. As you go over to the east, not only does it change face and name, but it also starts to fragment and become many. So you go over, you have Zoroastrianism, and then you get further over to the east, and you have the Hindus, and then you get over to the Orient, and you have all of these different ancestral beliefs that nobody ever discusses. We think of Buddhism as being that thing that's over in the east. No, they have Taoism, and Taoism is an ancestral worship system where you worship your great-great-great-grandparents and you worship your lineage. This is how the Japanese could coax themselves into becoming kamikaze pilots, because their ancestry was being rewarded by their action. Not only were they saving people from being killed, but it was a reward to their ancestors. That's their mentality. Now, this comes from programs being installed into our minds, so that when you get good advice from yourself, you attribute it to God. Does it mean you're going to listen to it more because you believe it's from God? Possibly, I don't know. When people act on those beliefs, but that voice isn't quite saying quit smoking, but it's saying drown your daughter, okay, we immediately say, oh, no, that wasn't God, that was Lucifer. So, wait a second, didn't God tell Abraham to stab his son in the heart? Yes. So it's like, wait a second, this sounds like it's all a man-made construct there to filter our experience of existence. So we have the outer world coaxed into thinking it's in a spinning globe, and the inner world coaxed into thinking there's this singular consciousness out there monitoring and interacting. Now, what Ace said, which is it could be a single consciousness that fragments into different consciousnesses.
I agree with that.
This is it. To me, that sounds like the closest that I could kind of ascribe to. But from my point of view and the way I am, I would rather not even give it that much definition, because I don't know. That seems to make sense to me.
So Antonio, here's what it is. There's just, people are different. Some people say, I don't know, and that's okay with me.
Yeah.
And that's me. I'm like, I don't know, and that's okay. I'm just going by my gut feeling. I feel that there's something out there bigger than myself that I can tap into when I need it. And I believe that entity has gone around the world and has shown himself to all different people. Like, he came and showed himself because he knew what those particular people and their particular culture could accept of him, and it's kind of on that belief. But there's some people like you, my dear Antonio, that says, I don't know, so fuck it.
I don't know, so fuck anybody who's trying to tell anybody else what it is.
Okay.
They don't know either. They don't know either. So who the hell knows?
We'll never know. Just like flat Earth, we may never know.
The whole point is it has to be your personal journey or whatever, or understanding or revelation. Even to be a real Christian, you have to have a personal relationship with God. It has nothing to do with the Bible, nothing to do with churches especially. And you'll notice the real Christians, you know, they don't even most people wouldn't even know until you start talking about it. And they're like, yeah, I believe in Jesus. But they're not preaching to people, telling people they're going to hell. They do not go to church. They may not have even read the Bible, but they had a personal revelation. And that's what it takes. You could read the Bible 1,000 times and not get the same meaning as 10 minutes of personally seeing God, you know, do his work in front of you.
Exactly. That's a good point.
So
it is.
No matter what religion you are, religions are just a script. It's nothing,
so,
you know.
We're all on this plane having an experience of being a human being, and we all have extraordinary situations and extraordinary experiences. I remote viewed my life a year and a half ahead of actually living it. I didn't know what I was seeing because I hadn't lived it yet. But then I actually walked into the scene that I had remote viewed. Okay?
That's right.
So this happened to me. Okay? Now, at the time, this is what caused me to study the freaking nature of things, which was why I was looking into the Bible. And this is when I thought, there aren't any fucking answers here. This is a bunch of bullshit. But because it didn't relate to any traveling forward in time and seeing your own life. None of it. In the Bible, there's none of it. There's all kinds of prophets saying, and this will come to pass, and this will... But no experience, okay?
The Bible can be both good and bad. It can be good if it opens your mind to start thinking about stuff. Thinking. But once you close it and say, this is it, nothing else, you know what I mean? 100%, because this person wrote that. That's where you run into problems.
And this is why we're criticizing religion. We're not criticizing internal people's belief systems. We're criticizing religion, which superimposes a film on people's consciousness through which they experience their own existence. If you had never heard of Jesus, then the person talking to you would not have been Jesus. It would have been whoever it was you had heard of, or an extraordinary experience that you might or might not have spoken about. So let's remember that every single religion on this earth is based on testimony and reports of testimony.
And the best testimony is your own.
Yes. Now, when people come and say, this is what this person wrote some point back, and you say, what person? And say, never mind what person, but this is what they wrote. And you say, what did they write? They wrote this stuff. Okay, that doesn't apply to me. Well, never mind, you better behave as if it does. Hey, whoa, 1 second. What is this? Is this brainwashing school or what? And what happens is, like you said, so God, the one, gives himself different facets and speaks in different languages according to different backgrounds, different traditions, and different things. That sounds like rationalization, because the truth is, to have a same God give himself different facets and then pit those people at war against each other based on the God that they believe in, it breaks down that rationalization. So usually what happens with religious people is they won't go there. And this is what I was referring to with critical thinking and specific questions. Not just random questions, not ad hoc questions, but real dedicated questions to arrive at valid, recent conclusions, not rationalizations. So when you say, so the Muslim God is the same as the Christian God, which is the same as the Jewish God, is it? You say, no, it isn't. Okay, it really isn't. If it was, we'll be saying the same thing to all of them, but it doesn't. It says different things. So you can then begin.
I don't think, are you going to go, Ace? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, in a one-sentence definition, then yeah, it would be creator, ruler of all. But, you know, the attributes that are assigned to it are not in character. To think people could even quantify shit. People don't even believe that there's no time, which there's not, you know, and we experience something we call time, but when you're talking about eternity, you know, you got to step out of that before you can even try to understand what God might be, you know what I mean? And the thing is, people get too stuck in this 3D world, and the whole point of most religions is that it's more than the 3D world. So why is it that people are still just plastered here? You know, this is going to happen, and this mark of the beast is going to go in your wrist, and da-da-da. It's this 3D world is nothing. It's temporary at best.
It is. Ace, you're making some really good points. If we think about this, people, every single one of us went through this experience. We were born, we grew, we had experiences, we noticed day and night, I'm not going to joke about that video, but we noticed that there were different
Oh
climates.
boy.
There were different climates, and there were different times of day, and the sky changed, and we got used to that. And then we learnt about meals and about time, bedtime, time, and then birthdays, getting older, and we were taught about time.
Time
and then we were taught that time equals change. That's what time and seasons, this is what you learn. What were the very first things you learn? Colors, shapes, numbers, very simple terms. Day, night, winter, summer. You learn all these things and you have all of them packaged together eventually into this concept of time. Then this concept of time is molded into rotation of this globe. And all of this is then put, it has this smear, this film put over it, this prism, which is God's creation and your interaction with God. It's like, wait a second, time doesn't exist. It's a human construct. Changes happen independent of time. Changes happen. And stillness happens too. Stillness, a real thing. It happens. Okay, anybody who engages with transcendental meditation has experience of that. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. You'd like it to last, to continue, to be prolonged. Now, these are things that we've had coaxed into us, and to take ourselves out of that is nigh on impossible. Now, I extricated myself from the tentacles of religion. Je préfère plat. It's not an easy thing to do, and the result of it is not a wild and bewildering world. It's a world where you see kindness from humans and you see bad from humans, but you don't see a dark entity that will get you if you do the wrong move, and you don't see a good entity that will get you if you do the right move. You see a very much more immediate experience, which also harkens back to the time thing. It's a kind of way of living, is the truth, without religion. Like Jason said, synthetic dread. This idea that you need a manual, don't kill. That you need these instructions, how to be a human, don't do all this stuff. The truth should be, go and try out. You know, see what happens if you go around poking people in the eye.
But here, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that the Bible tells us we have a steady, flat earth. It tells us that. So
One second. The Bible is the Torah and the New Testament. It's the Torah that says that. The bit of the New Testament, which is a book of Revelation, which was added later, which is a psychedelic trip with a beast with 1,000 eyes and all kinds of stuff that people don't really like to discuss because it's too freaking weird and too unrealistic, where the thing sat on the throne is a tetrahedron. That's what's on the throne, and it's coloured like a rainbow, the top of which is amber, and it has turquoise in there. Okay, that's the actual what God looks like in the book of Revelations. The lamb, the slain lamb, is just another depiction of all kinds of different things. But God on the throne is a tetrahedron. Now you have to go and look through every single word of the book of Revelation.
You lost your own point, Antonio.
No, I didn't. What I was saying is this. The terms that are put in there are to coax us, just like time, shape of the earth, God that observes and intercedes or doesn't. Those things are there to coax us, to encapsulate our minds. Without those,
one of the things we don't understand in the Bible were especially the King James Bible. The King James version of the Bible is totally Masonic. I mean, it's their Bible. They use the Bible in Masonic temples. You know, they actually, and they are so believing in the Bible that when they try to do all their spells and everything, they always take Bible verses and they learn them backwards. Exactly.
All of this. What you're saying, Jay, is there is power in this book, and if you use it this way, you get this other power. It's like, no. There is no power in that book. Zero power in that book.
No, I can't say that though. I love you, Antonio, but I'm not going to agree with that.
You don't have to agree with it. You can test it yourself. You know, and when you see verification over and over and over and over, then at some point you might, you know.
I might, maybe at some point.
Yeah.
May I?
Did you see the Bohemian Grove video?
I did.
Yeah.
Right. Did you see any demons, or did you just see some fireworks?
Oh, they're not going to show that. They knew he was there. They're not going to show any of the crap that goes on behind the scenes.
What
Are we talking about the Alex Jones thing?
Yes, prefer.
Dude, he did not break in there. That was all a ruse.
I agree with that. No, he didn't break in there. So that's why I'm saying you're not going to really see what's going on.
Yeah, but Jay, Nathan asked you, did you see any demons or just fireworks? And you said they're not going to show you that. He was there. Were you talking about the devil?
No, I wasn't talking about the devil. I really don't know exactly what those guys are doing. I think it's more torturing people than anything else. I know where you're getting at. I mean, if there's going to be a God, then there has to be a devil. If there's not a God, then there is no devil.
No, it's okay. Let's imagine. Okay, let's look at death cults. How do death cults work? People are persuaded that something is really true, and then they kill themselves, you know, because they're going to be teleported into a spaceship or whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
So people believe that. They believe that. They take it into their hearts. They can communicate. You can communicate with the aliens, can't you? The one assigned to you has got purple eyes. You can see it, can't you, when you close your eyes? You can hear. It has a bit of a sibilant voice, but also very melodic. Oh, yes, you can hear. And they're brainwashed into believing this. And it's the same with all of the religions, every single one of them. And you could say, how do you know? Well, just look, just open your eyes and look at what religion has done. And say, okay, which one of these is representing God? The one that mutilates boys' genitalia or the one that mutilates girls' genitalia? Which of the two of those mutilation ones? Now let's look at the ones where they worship death. Or let's look at the ones where they worship a necromancer and a wizard and an elementalist, somebody who can bring people back from the dead, who can rise from the dead themselves, who can walk on water, who can stop storms, who can manifest food out of nowhere, who can transmutate water into wine. All of these things, these are ancient stories, much more ancient than the Bible, about powers that people claimed they had. Now, people who know about neuro-linguistic programming know that they can put thoughts in people's minds, that they can say, tonight I'm going to visit you in your dreams. But if they just say that, the person will go, yeah, right, whatever. But if they spend half an hour talking to them, programming them for that night's dream, and then they finish it by saying, I tell you what, I'll prove it to you. I'll come and visit you tonight in your dream. Okay? Then that person is going to have a dream of the person saying this. And the person will wake up and be bewildered and say, what the fuck? That was really weird. And then the person who has planted that idea will say, yes, and what did you think about it? And they will receive all the information they want from the person, even though they weren't actually in that dream.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Crazy.
It's called brainwashing. People who are brainwashed don't know that they're brainwashed.
And society has.
Let me just one more thing. Listen, when I was 14, I went to a church and they played me a tape recording, okay, of what was to be the end of the world. And I was 14 years old, and they played this thing, and it was like hell broke loose on earth. Everything was fine, and they had all these actors and everything act out what it would be like if the rapture came. And the skies broke open, and the sun and the moon you couldn't see anymore, and just like it was in the Bible, and people were just flying up to heaven all of a sudden. People that were Christians were just taken by God, and they just flew up to heaven. And then all these horrible things happened. And I remember going home and saying, Mom, you know, you need to be a Christian. You know, you have to be a Christian, because at any moment, you know, there's going to be this rapture, and God's going to come down, and he's going to take me away, but he's not going to take you away. So you have to be a Christian. She just looked at me and said, get out of here. You know? She's like, that's ridiculous. And I said, not only that, Mom, you can't even go see The Exorcist or Omen because those are demonic. And she said, you know, you're not going to convince me of that. But I'm just saying this to say I was brainwashed by that. And I was very upset. And I was 14 years old. And I really believe, I was so full of fear that this was really, 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 really going to happen today, tomorrow. It could
And
be
with your religious indoctrination, it came from a very early age. It's very Orwellian. Get them while they're young. And when you grow up and become an adult and watch 18 certificate movies, it's all, you know, X-rated in the States. It's set in terms of the ages that you're going to be exposed to certain things. And in the case of the TV and movies, it's the flip side of what you've been taught when you've been in the education system and in church. So you're exposed to the satanic, the occult, the subliminal. It's there all day, every day. And Antonio summed it up with the perfect word: programming. People sit and watch this programming all day, every day, and it's all satanic.
It's all satanic, yes.
No.
I just also just want to say one thing. So I know what it's like to be brainwashed because I was. So that was a good experience for me to have, because now I know that I'm not brainwashed anymore. Yeah, I'm not brainwashed. I do not go to church. I do not know how I feel about the character of Jesus. I don't know. I'm going to be 100% honest. I really, you know, I really don't know about any of this at this point. Maybe I'm still leaving the door open just in case. It's kind of just like, you know, that's kind of where I'm at. And I know Christians won't like me saying that. And you guys probably don't like me saying that, but that's just where I'm at.
I think that's fine. Leave the door open for yourself. We're discovering things. There's nothing wrong with keeping an open mind.
Yeah, keep an open mind. You might get dragged down to hell. You never know.
No.
Wait. Let me
no, I'm not into hell.
Let me just say, have you ever been to a Pesach? Jay, have you ever been to a Passover?
Oh, Passover? Me?
Any of you?
I've been to Passover many.
You have been to Passovers?
Because your mom's, Jewish, right?
Yeah, of course.
So don't they leave a cup and an extra sitting and the door unlocked for someone?
You know what? We didn't do that, but
who for? Is that for Jesus or who is that for?
Elijah. It's for Elijah.
For Elijah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this is what they do. It's a metaphor as well as an actual physical thing. They literally leave their door open. When it's Passover and you know any Jewish friends, go to the house.
Break into their house. Can't do that.
Break into their house and steal their TV on Passover.
No. Wait. What I'm saying is, go to your Jewish friend's house and open their door. And it should be unlocked, okay, if they're celebrating Passover. Now, it's a metaphor for leaving things open. Yeah, true. And leaving things open, totally fine. To come to any absolute conclusions about something, you know, apart from the fact that we are actually having an experience and that we are on a flat earth, but apart from that, to close yourself off from anything, no. I'm not saying, from my point of view, that I think all of the main tenets of religion are all false and all there to trap you. What I'm saying is the main purpose of religion, of every single one of them, is to trap you. It's not to bring you consolation. It's not to bring you freedom. It's not to make you a stronger, more formidable person. It's to make you weaker. That's what it's for. It's not to liberate you. The personal experience that you might have, separate from any church, that is to liberate you. But anything that comes from church or from that indoctrination is to brainwash you. Now, you have had Jesus speak to you. Fine. I think it was your own unconscious mind.
It wasn't Jesus. It was God. I don't talk to Jesus. I just believe in a one God because it's too hard to do the separation of all the many gods, and because I am part Jewish, you know, they came up with the idea of one God. So
Wait, one second. It wasn't the Jews that came out with the idea of the one God. It was the Egyptians.
No, they had many gods.
No. They had many gods. The reason, this is what happened, okay? Please don't, now this might sound
one
like
creator.
Yeah, this is this might come out as patronizing. It isn't. It's just, I don't know another way of saying it. The Exodus, the real true Exodus that happened from Egypt, it's a real historical thing that happened. It happened when Egypt was going through a civil revolution. The reason for that civil revolution was that the many gods were being destroyed and being replaced with one single God. Okay? And all the people who had worshipped various different gods didn't want to have their God destroyed, so lots of people left. They went into Africa, they went towards the Middle East, they went lots of different ways. That was the actual Exodus, the leaving of Egypt. It had nothing to do with the biblical reason for that Exodus, freeing people who had never existed or anything like that. There was a real physical Exodus. It happens in any country that's tied to other land, so any landlocked country, where there are avenues out, whenever there's rumors of war, of revolution in those countries, people leave. They go to neighboring countries, okay? And this happened historically in the real world, in the real history of time. So there was a civil revolution in Egypt where the Pharaoh was destroying all of the different religions and having it replaced with one God, Ra. That one Ra, that one Godhead. Never mind the other gods underneath, you know, Anubis and all these gods. Sod those, it's just the one God, okay? That was Egypt. That's what left from Egypt, the people with all of the many gods, okay? Which is why there were various different gods set up in different areas. And eventually, that one God mentality was taken by the Romans. And the Romans then instituted it elsewhere with the point of the sword. So the one God mentality was not Jewish, it was Egyptian.
Hey,
Jews,
not to mention, while you're on the subject of Ra, you know, Ra's eye, that Egyptian eye, slash the Illuminati eye, that's exactly what your pineal gland looks like in your brain. Look at pictures of it. It goes, it has the little curly Q thing down there and everything.
That's if they did like a cross section of that area, that's what it would look like. If they cut it in half and you look at the pineal gland,
Ace, you guys, I wanted to read you that I have that thing real quick, just a sentence from that King James Bible that we were looking for earlier. It's on the page that says, to the most high and mighty Prince James, by the grace of God, King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, blah, 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 blah. And I'll get to the part. It says, for whereas it was the expectation of many who wished not well unto our Sion, that upon the setting of that bright occidental star, Queen Elizabeth, of most happy memory, some thick and palpable clouds of darkness would have overshadowed this land, that men should have been in doubt which may they walk. So basically it's saying she stopped darkness from spreading over the land. I don't know if that's what I'm getting from it, but it's right there, and that's what the page, it says at the top in big letters, to the most high and mighty Prince James, by the grace of God, and you'll see the paragraph under it. I don't know. I just found that interesting, so if you want to check that out, just a weird little thing. It doesn't have to be a Mandela. It's just what it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've read the Bible, but I've read the Bible, I've moved, skipped the pages to the point where it says Genesis. There are a few other pages before that, and I'm thinking, okay, if it was there, like who published this and what that, I didn't bother reading those details. I went for the religion bit. You know?
Plus Elizabeth is a popular name, right? How long has Elizabeth been a popular English name? I don't know. Since the Bible? Probably. I don't know.
Well,
hey, shout out to Flat Earth British.
Nice.
Flat Earth British. Let's see.
Martin.
Yeah.
Martin Lipke.
I think he might have gone to make a coffee.
Oh, he's right there. He's muted.
All right. So when I was talking Jeffrey Fairplatt about the one God idea that you thought was Jewish, that the Jews think is Jewish. If you look at Ray Hagins, he's a black pastor. He's absolutely freaking brilliant, and he's very.
Oh yeah, I've been watching him for years. I like what he says.
Yeah, he's awesome.
But don't you remember when he talked about? I had a little bit of a different story from him. His story was that when Ptolemy went to Egypt, okay, he saw that all the Egyptians were believing in, that Isis was a god, and I guess Ra and
Osiris,
blah blah,
or whatever,
Osiris and all that, but that they were venerated as God. So he also wanted to be venerated, that he was a god. So what he did was he became Serapis. Do you remember that from Ray Hagen's? He became Serapis,
This is what caused the Exodus.
and he took a bust of himself and he proclaimed that, and that's where you get the Jesus look with the long beard and that whole thing. And that's where they created this character. It was not Jesus at the time, it was Serapis. Because they didn't even have J's till a long time later. So it wasn't even the name of Jesus.
Yes.
This is what people believe. And so then they did that Council of Nicaea, which you talked about. Okay, and they came up with this thing, and it said clearly, this is our God. This is who you're going to believe. If you don't, guess what? You're going to die. And that pretty much started it all in the Catholic religion. That was what every single, the creed, the Apostles' Creed that you read every single time you go to Catholic Church. You have to read that whole Apostles' Creed. And it says, literally, you will be killed if you don't believe what we're telling you. So no matter what your gods were before, you can freaking forget it. Because this is just how it's going to be. And that's how it was.
So
that's how it began.
The basis for those religions is fear. The foundation for it is fear.
Yeah, and control, and then control, fear and control.
Yeah.
I agree.
With Ptolemy and Serapis, or Christos, or Christ, which was the first time that it was used in this religious term, that's what caused the Exodus. That's what caused the Civil War. Because obviously there were people with their own religions that were saying, "No, we don't want to worship this," and there was blood. Now, back in those days, when there weren't telephone conversations but word of mouth, when the armorers, when the blacksmiths start making lots of weapons, word of mouth runs, and people say, "What, are we going to war?" Because they're making a shitload of swords and spears. So when it turns out that they're not going to war, then like in the US, where people have heard about FEMA and these groups arming themselves to the teeth, everybody says, "What the hell's going on? Who are we going to war against? And if we're not going to war against somebody, are they going to war against us?" Because this is what happens when civil wars happen. The powers that be arm themselves first. So this doesn't mean there is going to be civil war in the US, not at all, okay? But it's very propitious for them to pretend like there is, so that people will arm themselves and carry on spending. But the whole reason for the Exodus was Ptolemy, what you just mentioned, that he said, actually, I'm going to be a god, and not only that, but I'm going to be the supreme god, the highest one of all of them. Yeah. And then this was corrupted into the Bible by using the name of a different pharaoh, and this pharaoh wouldn't let them leave. And God said to Moses, tell them that if they don't let you leave, I'll kill all their firstborn. And all of that story, all of it, just there to brainwash people, to give a background setting. And that's all it is. That's really
that's all. That's what a lot of. The only thing I have to say is that because almost everything that we know is not even real, though. So how do I even know that's real? That's why I just don't know, because they have lied so much about who we are and where we and they've lied so much. Why would they even not lie about that, Ptolemy and Serapis and everything? They told so many lies.
So this is the thing. Why not err on the side of caution and say, throw away all of your religion and run from your heart? And if you want to do a kind deed, even if it's to the enemy, do it. If you don't want to do a kind deed, don't. Be true to yourself and follow your freaking heart, and be good if you want to be good. And if you want to be bad, be bad. So what?
We agree with something, Antonio. We agree. Yes, I'm totally with that. We're agreeing. Isn't that nice?
It is.
I didn't like being mad at you. Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah, I could sense it, I could tell. You're thinking, oh man, what the fuck? What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
Well, did you read where I said I was explaining that I'm soon to be a drug counselor?
Yes.
And how this has helped so many people to get these drugs out of their lives, to regain their lives, because it helps them, like their family's not there for them. So this does help people, and you can call it mind control. But if it gets people out off of drugs and gives them a new life where they're not, you know, I don't know. I just think that it's okay. I don't know.
The Alcoholics Anonymous have a really good 12-step plan, and they ask for strength, they ask for various different things. I wish Psychedelic Christian was here because he could explain it really well. So it was started almost like a cult, Alcoholics Anonymous, and it worked really well, and it really did work very well.
It was you know who actually started it?
Go on.
The Rockefellers.
Huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Illuminati, you know.
Yeah, but hear me out, please. So you replace addiction with a mental construct that's more healthy than the addiction. Totally fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
You could tell, you know, paranoid people convince themselves that, you know, people are looking at them through mirrors and all kinds of stuff. But when people with substance abuse are lacking something, which is why they have a substance abuse, okay, what they're lacking is meaning. They've had a life where they've had meaning taken away from them. Okay, they've been made to feel insignificant, worthless, a pest, all kinds of stuff. They've gone into substance abuse. They've actually opened their eyes, looked to the world looking at them with disdain because they're a substance abuser. So they've reinforced that which was already causing them to be substance abusers in the first place. Okay, so the world has reflected, has looked at them with a scowl, and which is what they were expecting to experience, because that's what they suspected that they deserved. Now you come along and you say to them, do you know what? You're worth much more because of this character. Okay, now it's not surprising that they gravitate towards this character, but if you said to them, you're worth much more by virtue of being alive, by virtue of being a human being, and by having the ability to heal others, just like you're healing them, you can tell them that they have the ability to heal others. Okay? So if they then go and heal others, but they haven't gravitated towards an external figure like a god, then what you've done is you have bolstered their sense of self-esteem, because they're not worthy because God thinks they're worthy. They're worthy because their actions say they're worthy. And this is what I'm trying to get to. And it's based, the whole reason for this is that I was seeing how much hatred and vitriol was coming from people who call themselves Christian. Now, I forget, it was Ace, actually, who said, some of the kindest people won't even tell you their religion. And, you know, that's how it goes. It's a personal thing, you know. It's just a personal thing. If you do lots of kind deeds and somebody says, you believe in Jesus, don't you? And you say, no, actually, I don't. And they go, oh, really? Now, suddenly it's as if they're filtering your deeds and now saying, well, maybe not so significant because he doesn't believe in Jesus. It's like, oh, come on, what is this? What trap is this person in? And that's because I'm convinced that the globe was set there as a trap for external experience of the world, and religion was placed there for a trap for the internal experience of the world, of existence. I'm convinced of that because I see it, and history tells about it all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm not referring to just the history that's written. I'm referring to ancestral history too, because we do have history. You know, I know what my grandfather did for a job. I know what he did as a kid. I know what he told me his grandfather did as a job and when he was a kid. And these things are ancestral history. You have your own, you know.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it goes back a certain point, but do you remember the Michael Jackson, right before Michael Jackson was killed, his last interview when he was talking about, you know, he was talking about Sony Pictures, and he said, I need to tell you that everything that you've been taught about history is a lie. It's all a lie. Everything. He told us that. He told us that.
That's why he's dead. That's why it's his last interview.
Yeah, it was like, what, a couple months he was dead because he let it out. That's what I'm saying. That the history. I don't buy that. And the only other problem that I have with that, Antonio, is that why is it that all these different cultures felt the need to create these otherworldly beings in every single culture?
It is bizarre.
Chinese. Do this.
I find that bizarre.
They saw how well it worked. It was there were they all the look at how similar the traditions are when you look at their neighbors, and you can see how it morphs across the surface of the earth. You look at the Orient, then you look next door, and you look next door, and you look next door. Right now, you can see that it morphs, it goes morphing, and then it gets to the one God, and then it kind of splinters again to the triple God, Jesus, God, and Holy Spirit. But this is how it goes, and it's because there's trade between them, and the people that do the trade are usually the wealthiest people, especially back in time when you had to be wealthy to afford a ship to travel long distances, or a train of camels to travel long distances. So it was the wealthy people, the influential people, and these people like to be more wealthy and more influential. So when they arrive back, the wealthier people than them pay them for news. So they would tell them, oh, and they're worshipping this, and this is how it works.
Okay. So what basically happened was, you know, when the first people that were building the pyramids, were building them, that's when you first started having these groups, the Mason groups. First it was the master builders, and then from there I can see how it probably got filtered to all of the leading people in every single country throughout the Masons.
But
because
this is the thing.
I don't think that shit was built by the Egyptians.
We have to look at the world with a less insular frame. Look at the Far East. So look at China. Do they have Freemasons, and did they have...
Oh, yeah. Freemasons are in every single group. There's Freemasons.
So
now, there's Chinese Freemasons. There's black Freemasons. Yeah, so there's black Freemasons.
What I'm saying is, look at the cultures that are far older than ours, and look at whether they had Freemasons, and you'll find that they didn't. We have Freemasons, and our Freemasons say, all of the cultures have had us. No, no, they didn't. So,
interesting.
And this is how it goes. You know, the Chinese emperors had all kinds of concubines. They lived in walled cities. They had all of these things. Did we have these things? No, we didn't. Our emperors didn't live in walled cities. We didn't have emperors. We had kings and fiefdoms. So our culture is much more backward to theirs. But we don't hear this. We think our culture is the most advanced. And that's because we have this insular worldview, which unfortunately has all kinds of gatekeeping mechanisms through propaganda to see other cultures as less than ours.
So would you say that Zeitgeist was, that old movie Zeitgeist, was it correct in its saying that they all plagiarized from each other then in that one part?
Yeah.
It is correct. Yeah,
I
found that phenomenal.
There are elements in it where there's small errors, but there are negligible errors, you know, like saying that this person's mother was called Mary. So, no, this person's mother wasn't named in that myth or in that legend, but there were many crucified and born again, and on the 25th.
On the 25th, that's weird. Oh,
yeah, and on the third day, so many of them.
Yeah, it shows proof of bullshit.
Yes.
Of plagiarism, right?
It's what I said. People saw what worked. So I'll give you, I'll tell you this.
Yeah, what works is the constellations. I mean, that's what it's all based on.
Yeah, it is.
The 3 days.
Astrotheology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you look at the actions of the Romans, okay, we can detect that the Romans existed because we have ancient constructions right here, like layers down in the UK, throughout Europe. So the Romans were a real group of people who made stuff. Okay, what did they do? They went to Greece. They took Greece, and what they did with Greece was they adopted their gods. So suddenly, the Greeks have a god of merriment called Dionysus or Dionysus. So now the Romans go there, and they incorporate into their pantheon Bacchus, which is the same god, has the same ceremonies, does the same thing. And the same with all of the Roman gods. They adopted.
But you know why, though, right? You do know why. You know why? Because all these cultures are looking up at the sky, and they're tracking that moon, and they're tracking the sun, and so it's, you understand about the astrotheology. Like for instance, on the 21st of December is the winter solstice.
Yeah.
So okay, so for the 3 days after the 25th, there's 3 days when you don't see the sun. So it said the sun rose, and then after 3 days, he came back down to earth, and that's what happened. So that's a lot of the. How I'm trying to say, the Bible was written due to astrotheology and how the stars worked in the sky that everybody looked at, and that's what it's about.
Interesting.
Let me put it. Let me help you put it this way.
Okay.
Back in the ancient days, they were trying to make sense of the world, okay, and they couldn't. So they gave embodiment to things that they couldn't predict or explain, like misfortune and good luck and illness and finding things. There were gods of finding things. There were gods of the hunt. There were gods of wisdom and knowledge. There were gods of telling the future. There were gods for all different things, which are things that we all experience as natural human beings. But they made gods to them because they didn't know what was going on, how things work, where they were, what is this experience that we're having. And what the Romans were doing, they were going and taking over cultures and basically stealing the gods from those cultures, giving them different names, often building statues just like the ones that they'd seen in Athens and in other cultures. That's what they did. They adopted gods from where they took over. Eventually they took over Egypt and they adopted this one god idea, which was much better. It took them a couple of 100 years, but this is what they did. They adopted the gods and they molded their religions according to what the rulers thought was the most beneficial for ruling. And that's how we arrived with the Jesus character. It was the one that seemed to be best because they took over a land where they had a Christos, which was Egypt. And they
Well, hang on. How would somebody believing in Jesus make them more susceptible to control?
How? Because
yeah, because it seems like a lot of the stuff in there is anti-establishment.
Okay, but this is how. It's saying, believe in this character because this character, who was a lovely guy, died for you and died a horribly painful death for you. Do you want to be nice to this guy who died for you, or do you want to insult him by not even believing that he even existed? That's how it was as controlled, because we have to understand they became more subtle. As knowledge grows, things become more subtle. At first, the first tools we had were really crude. The tools we have now are much more sophisticated and subtle. And so the same with concepts. So we had the gods of that gods would be annoyed and make volcanoes explode. Then gods would be annoyed and make an eclipse happen. These are the things that we had back then. So it got more sophisticated as knowledge grew. And that's what knowledge does. It brings more sophistication. Now, it's not sophistication as in hoity-toity. It's sophistication as in more knowledge from the word Sophia and philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what happened. The Romans went around adopting the new gods. They got to a place, adopting a new god. They went to, and eventually they morphed it into this one god, which wasn't quite God, but three, and this convoluted story. That's all.
Actually, what happened was that as the Roman Empire started taking over everything in its path, like you're saying, it changed everybody into Christianity as they just took over till they went all the way to England, to where you are now. And they just changed everybody into what they wanted everybody to believe. And then the last part is when we have the Lutherans. When Germany got pissed off about all the stuff, because, it would go on and on forever.
Do you remember what it was that they got so pissed off about?
Yeah, because King Henry VIII wanted to divorce his wife.
No.
I'm kidding.
That was a side story. The King Henry divorcing himself from the Vatican, that was a side subject. The Lutherans, the reason that Martin Luther pinned that note on the church door is that the Vatican were selling forgiveness. Okay, so if you were a lord and you raped people and it wasn't very good, and the authorities might actually start to think about prosecuting you because they were receiving so many complaints about how much raping you were doing, you could go to your priest, confess, give a large sum, and that priest would give a certificate saying you were not to be touched because the church had forgiven you, because you had atoned. So people were eventually buying forgiveness, certificates of forgiveness. And this is what eventually made the Germans say, no, enough with this. This is not right. So that's where we have the Protestants.
I realized that the Roman Catholic Church and the mafia were completely in cahoots with each other for many, many, many years, and
Yeah.
So they lied about King Henry VIII wanted to divorce his wife, and he was pissed off because he couldn't get a divorce, and so he went over. He started actually, that story was that he did. Okay, it wasn't Lutheranism. What happened was that he started the Church of England because of it.
Yeah.
Okay, those are two different stories. So he started the Church of England, and of course you could divorce your wife as many times as you want to.
Not only that, but get this: their Bible is called the Good News Bible. Okay? And the Church of England Bible says it has small tweaks in the story, okay, including that the stars were put up in the heavens to mark the holidays and the breaks from work. It has a lot more emphasis on hard work and savings. You can pretty much guarantee that your name will be on the book of life if you have been wealthy enough, if you have made enough wealth. It has key things in there about being more wealthy and paying more taxes. Now, do you think that the King of England would have wanted people to pay more taxes, or do you think that he would have wanted them to pay less?
Oh no, more.
And that's what the Good News Bible says.
Yeah, it's good news for them.
Yes, that's why it's called the Good News. You know, tell them good news for us. They're going to give us more stuff for free.
And then here's the Illuminati.
Yes. Now the Illuminati is a different thing, a very different thing, and we can waste time looking into the Illuminati, because anything that you read about the Illuminati is stuff you're reading about a group that you know is there to manipulate you. So that's what it is. That the Bilderbergers exist, that there are nefarious organizations that exist. We know this. We've known this all along. We know that there are police forces that are corrupt. We know that there are military groups that are corrupt. We know these things. To look into them, it might be really interesting. It's very dark. You can also just look closer afield and look at how you can affect your community. You know, are you nice to your neighbors?
We should do a whole hangout on the Illuminati and.
Yeah, I love that. I know a lot about the Illuminati.
Yeah, we should definitely hold a hangout for it.
Yeah, we should. But let me just say
I'm
one thing.
illuminated. I could tell you all a lot.
Yeah, cool. Listen, guys, I'm going to go and make a coffee. Please carry on talking. I can hear, but I'll mute myself so you don't hear me clinking and clonking.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna duck out on that note, Antonio. I'm gonna get some shut eye.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
All
Bye.
right.
My dinner's been sitting upstairs cold for an hour. I need to go get
okay.
dinner soon.
All right.
But,
bye, everybody.
Yeah,
Bye.
it was always a pleasure chatting with you guys. Thanks again for inviting me. I'll talk to you guys all soon. Take care.
See you later, Jason. Good chatting to you.
Hurry up on that CD, man.
You too, brother. Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah. All right.
Bye.
Well.
God is good. God is great.
Hey,
Let
you
us
guys,
thank Him for this plate.
do you guys want to go too, or do you want to chat for a few minutes longer?
I don't have to. I can chat
I
for a minute.
don't have to. We should just make sure, Antonio. If there's anything you need to say to me, you should tell me, and I'll make sure because we just went through a little tough time.
I tell you what I would say to you if we were in close proximity. I would say, can I have a hug? That's what
I know. Here's my hug. I'll just pretend. Here, I give you a hug too. Okay.
Makeup sucks.
And you can have one too, Ace. I'll be back in a minute.
Nice.
Okay, here you go, Ace. There's your hug.
Sweet. Can we spoon tonight?
Yeah, so Ace, I saw your pajama party.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah,
That was
good.
nothing.
Yeah, that took a lot of preparation.
It looked fun.
Yeah, I think it was, man. Everybody had a good time, you know. We kind of did that to make, like, poke fun at the fact that everyone is so quick to call you a Jesuit or a shill, or, you know what I mean, based
I
on
know.
wearing a robe or something.
I know. Although it was really intriguing. The video was great. I mean, the video was really well done, and you know, you could almost believe something was going on.
Which video? Oh.
The video
about
that
the
GED
Jesuit?
skeptic. Yeah.
Oh. That is crazy. But the thing is, I think people really believe this stuff, and I don't blame them, because, you know, to even believe in the flat Earth, you have to accept the fact that there's a gigantic lie. I mean, about as big as it gets, you know, the size of the Earth. You know, so I guess it's easy to quickly, you know, it's not like trust. You got to earn trust almost. So if you don't know the person, you're just quick to, oh, they made this hand symbol. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, Jesus. You know, the people out there, they don't actually do these symbols. And guess what? They're real symbols to let them know that they're each other. We don't know them.
Exactly.
The symbols that all the rappers and shit do, those are the ones that aren't. And guess what? The whole thing with these symbols, like the Eye of Ra I was talking about earlier, that's to take you away from, it had a good meaning, just like the swastika had a good meaning, and it got twisted into something bad, but it, for thousands of years, some of the most ancient pyramids have swastikas on them, and it's a sign of prosperity and a good future, and it's actually derived from the pattern that the Big Dipper makes in 4 seasons. Anyways, that's the literal meaning, but it's all good stuff, and the triangle is good, you know, and it's all like the triangle could be the Trinity, for goodness sakes. The same thing Christians believe in.
Yeah, what the Masons teach is that duality, you know. So we're always going to have a symbol that means one thing, and it means something that's bad. It means something good, and it means something bad. The Indian mudra or whatever, that's the 666 sign. And they do it in doing yoga. They put their fingers together and all that. So this world is crazy. It's just like, what do you even, you know, I don't know. It's just a crazy world.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention, too, the 666 has something to do with the carbon in our own bodies, you know, and it's said that it's the number of a man. Well, all men would have the 666 when it comes down to their atomic structure.
Well, according, yeah, exactly, and according to the Kabbalah too, which a lot of this stuff is with the Masons is really a Jewish mysticism, which is, you know, like the Jewish symbol, it points up and it also points down. You know, that's the whole point of what they're trying to. That's
yeah, and the same with the as above, so below. That's a term God uses. It all gets spun so that we don't look into these things, like the one eye symbolism about the pineal gland. You know, it's just like thinking anything to do with astrology is bad. Well, you know, it really can tell you a lot, you know?
I know.
You're made to think it's sorcery. It's not sorcery. It's there in the sky, period, you know?
Exactly.
It's not the same as a Ouija board, you know, or tarot cards, you know, that kind of stuff, you know.
I agree. I totally agree with you on that one, Ace. Got that one. You know, everyone to make everything bad. You know, and the stars are up there. They have been in the same place, and that's why we know there's a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we know.
That's why the people that are allowed to wake up, and see, I don't think people wake up because of something you told them. You could give them every badass flat earth proof, and they, NASA could come on TV and say, we're sorry, public, we've been lying forever, we haven't been to space. People still wouldn't believe there is flat. It's not about proofs or any of that stuff. That's why I don't really like debates too much. Every once in a while, just kind of for fun, but nothing comes of it at all. And all it does to the other person debating you is close their mind even more.
Exactly. One thing we say in the drug addiction community is that, the real truth of it is that this is what's going to happen. The person is going to decide for themselves they're going to quit. Okay, what we hope will happen is that, like, there was this story about this guy who used to, he was an alcoholic, and he went to go pick up his kids on a rainy day, and he was like, well, I could leave now and go get my drink, go to the liquor store, and then I could come back and this is after seeing his kids already starting to walk out of the school. And he's thinking to himself, I could go get another drink by the time they won't get so much wet. And he stopped at that point because he had a realization of himself saying that to him. And that's what has to happen is that, really when you're trying to get somebody not to do drugs anymore,
right.
They're just going to have to be ready. And they're just going to have that aha moment for themselves.
I would say the reason they have that realization or aha moment is that they asked for it first. They're looking for it. Just the same as having a personal relationship with God, or having a spiritual awakening or revelation. You asked for it. You said, you know what, God, I don't believe you're fucking real, and if you are, then fucking prove it to me. I don't think you will. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter how you word it, but the fact that you are asking for it, that's what will allow it to happen. And everyone's so caught up in this like 3D world and books and shit like that, and it's not. There's more to it. And once you ask to see the other side, and it's nothing I or anybody else could prove to anyone. You can't do it in a YouTube comment section. You can't even do it on a show like this, to convince saying atheists that God's real or vice versa. It's impossible. All this kind of stuff does is hopefully get people at least in the mindset of thinking about it. But it still comes down to you saying, you know what, I really would like to know the truth, and whatever it may be. Like,
this is one of the things that's so magical about this world, and I know that some people out there don't like the word magic, is that it looks like if you want to interact with it a certain way, it will interact with you that way. So if you want to use the secret, it looks like the secret works. If you want to use gematria, it looks like gematria works. If you want to use tarot and Ouija boards, it looks like they work. If you want to have a conversation with a spiritual being, it looks like it works. It doesn't mean that one is more valid than the other, more true than the other, because if it's your own experience, it doesn't matter what somebody else says. If you're sat in a room and you see a ghost, and you sat with 4 other people and they don't see a ghost, it doesn't mean that you didn't. You did see a ghost, and it doesn't matter what they tell you, you did see a ghost. So it's only when it comes to you seeing a ghost and trying to make sure that the other people also say that they saw a ghost. That's the point at which I object. If people say to other people, it's the secret, or it's tarot, it's like, no, that's what it is for you. Other people have other things. The thing about using the Bible, you really can use the Bible to arrive at good, valid points. But you can also use the Lord of the Rings, or the Silmarillion, or the I Ching.
And it's all okay. And that's what I was kind of trying to say to you, is that I think that the flat earth should be just that. It should be free and accepting of everybody's thoughts, because of the fact that because like Paul Michael Bales was saying the other day, he was saying, we're on this flat earth and it's equal. It's level. We are all equal. It's level.
It is.
We're on the earth.
What
like
prompted
Paul
me?
Michael said.
Sorry, Jay. One
No,
of the questions.
no, I was just making a joke about how Paul Michael Bell says earth with the F.
Oh, okay.
It's so
Yes.
cute.
It's
With the S too.
it's a vernacular for that region. What was I going to say? So you asked, one of the questions you asked in the comments between us was what prompted this, and it was pretty much what you said. You know, everybody can do their own kind of thing, and I noticed that there was a group, and it was a concerted group. It wasn't just one individual. It was a gang mentality. The gang mentality is basically a mentality that requires a leader. And there were leaders giving instructions on actions. Go and thumb this video down. Go and hassle this person. And those people were calling themselves Christians. And their actions were far from what you would think a genuine kind of Christian would do. I would call Adam Joseph Doughty a genuine kind of Christian who labels himself as a Christian. That's what I would say. But these actions from these people who call themselves Christian were saying to me, this needs addressing because it's been going on for a long time. Oh, by the way, Jay, Patricia said to me, I'm so glad that you and Jay are chatting like this because I really like her.
I know, I love Patricia. I mean, we were all close and everything, and I was like, no, I can't even talk to Patricia because of damn Antonio with his little halo.
With his halo behind his head.
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm just telling you that I don't like that at all. I didn't like that. I kept wanting you to get rid of that.
I'm doing it right now, just for you.
I know. I don't like it.
The reason that I did it is to say this, seeing a halo, when really it's a poster. You know, everybody knows it's a poster behind me. I sit like this. It looks
I know what it is. I don't really think of it. You know, I'm just saying. You know better. You know that you're getting people's goats.
Yeah, that's why he did it.
I'm doing it on purpose. I am really, literally doing it on purpose.
I know. You want to mess with people's minds.
Yes. So that I can
you want to mess with Jay Pretty Platt.
This is why I want to mess with people's minds so that they realize their minds have been messed with. Not by me, but by the organizations that told them that if you see this kind of icon, it represents this kind of thing. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't represent this kind of thing. It was invented by artists working for the church. The halo was invented by artists. How are you going to depict, hey, which one's Judas and which one's Jesus and which one's this and which one's that? How are you going to do that? So, you know, I thought about it, looked, and, you know, because artists are creative people, and said, this is what I'm going to do. And then that idea was sold. The idea of putting a halo was sold. So now we don't know which was the first one to use it because it was buried. That's what I was trying to point out. That's why I did this.
I know why you're doing it. It just, well, we know, first of all, halos come from the fact that they were worshiping the sun gods. So all the halos, you know, that's what that was all about.
Or is it Saturn?
Or it could be the rings of Saturn too. And again, we always have this duality where something always is this or it's that or it means more than one thing. Always to confuse us, always to not really know what these people are thinking of that are in power.
And to say superiority. This being, the one with the halo is the superior one in this diagram. And it's religious iconography to refer to superiority, and it's superiority of the religion that told you that. In the Muslim religion, it's illegal to portray any religious character, which is why they don't. They looked at the Christians, they saw what was happening, and they thought, oh, we don't want to go down that road. Okay, so in their religion, it's illegal to portray any religious character. And to try to define the qualities of Allah is illegal. You're not allowed to. So they don't. But the point that I did, the reason I did this, well, first of all, I hung that because this wall is really boring. And then I realized that it's kind of weird. If I sit like this, it's almost as if I'm trying to bring attention to it. And if I sit like this, it kind of sits a bit off-center, which is just weird. It just doesn't sit well with me. Sit like this, it's kind of centered. And I thought, This is going to bug the religious people who have this installed image in their head that anybody with a round thing around them is either trying to portray themselves as holy or mean some kind of religious thing. It doesn't. It's only an idea. It's only something that's been inserted in there. And people, I don't know if you saw some of the other people commenting, they were saying, look at him with that halo around his head with those horns. It's like, no, it's a freaking poster behind me. It's not a halo around my head. It's a poster.
But the problem is, but you know this, though. You know that GED Skeptic Media came out, and I put 2 comments. And I actually wrote them to you because I was getting angry with you continuously doing that. Not because I'm big on religious, but to me that's a Luciferian look you have. You are wearing a red. You're wearing red. You have red around. You have 2 devil horns sitting there, and you know all about the Illuminati meanings of all the symbols and everything. But yet you like to just do this. You just want to get people's goat. That's all.
Yes, I do. But red is not a satanic color. It's black, and which is also the Christian priest color.
The Jesuits, the Catholic priest.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
but the whole thing with the deferring to the authority of some organization that you don't subscribe to. So if I was to avoid this on purpose for not offending some authority that I think is totally legitimate, I'd be betraying myself. And thinking that if I do this, I'm kind of insinuating Satanism, Luciferianism, anything like that. It's the same coin, just the other side. One says religious iconography of good, and the other says religious iconography of the bad. And if I sat here with nothing behind me and just said things about religious iconography, people would just totally ignore it. It's difficult to ignore a guy with a red ring.
Yeah.
And that's why I did it. I mean, it wasn't just a totally thoughtless thing. I thought, wait, I can actually arrive at a point with this. I can use this because visuals work well.
So you're going to keep doing that until people get over the fact that, till they can look at you. Like I said in one of my comments to you, I said, I'm getting more and more used to it. Your little red, you know.
Yeah. And people used to say, look at him, he's always wearing a red hoodie. I've done lots of things without a red hoodie, but not because people were talking about it. In fact, I didn't. When people were talking about it, I thought, oh, I'm feeling a bit coaxed into doing it in the red hoodie. Otherwise, they'll think that they've been affected and made me change, you know. And then I thought,
okay, I'm going to ask you clearly, why are you wearing it?
A red hoodie? Why am I wearing this?
Always wear a red hoodie. Why?
Because the only hoodies I have are red. I have 3 of them, and all of them are red. And the reason I wear red is that it's a good colour and it helps keep depression away. I suffer from depression. If I don't wear red, I'm more likely to suffer from it. And I'd say, fuck you if you'd like me to suffer from depression. I'll wear a colour that stops me.
Now you make me feel bad.
No, really, this is the truth. I'm not saying it to you. I'm saying it to other people. Red keeps depression away. It really does. And if you know anybody who suffers from depression, just ask them kindly one day, would they wear something red for you? A top, okay? It has to be on the top, not the bottom, okay?
Okay.
It has to be on the top where it's nearer to the heart, where they will see their sleeves, that kind of thing. And it helps. It genuinely helps.
Now, you know what? I feel so much better about you and your halo situation because if you told me something, and now you've told a lot of people out there that will not mention it. They will not mention it. They will not say anything to you. You have some people that did, but everybody's wondering because if we're in flat Earth, we also know all about all the other things too. We're no different. We think that way. We're very inquisitive, and we're very into symbols, and that's what we do.
We have
so
some of the
everybody's going to be able to be comfortable tonight. I think we made I feel better, a lot better about it. Thank you.
Good. This is why I was really hoping that you'd come on when I saw you in the chat. I thought, oh, please come on, because otherwise it might continue the not nice feeling between us. But we have some of the best bunch of people in the flat Earth, and unfortunately, we also have some really freaking nasty people. It's like, why can't they just stop being nasty? You know, like Jess Skeptic Media is not even a flat earther, but he goes and messes with flat earthers. He makes videos about flat earthers. He makes all kinds of stuff. And it's like, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? Why don't you find something that you can derive some kind of reward from, or enrich your life with, other than trying to mock people who are ultimately going to body slam you because you're not very bright, you know, that kind of thing. I mean, it's a shame that not very bright people will try to do things that just blow up in their faces. It's kind of funny, but also tragic, you know?
Well, I think what happens is that sometimes if you have a will and an availability to do anything you want, like he's obviously really good at putting these kinds of videos together. I thought it was very intriguing what he did.
Antonio, are you an atheist? People are asking in chat.
Before I was a flat earther, yes. It's impossible to be a flat earther and remain an atheist.
Yeah, I didn't know why anyone would think you're an atheist just because you're talking about mainstream religion when the Jesus was anti-religious, if you guys didn't know that from the Bible.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
FYI.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
And the truth is that if there's a single flat earther out there who claims that they are an atheist, who doesn't see that there's design behind this, then that person either has something, a disconnect in their logic part of the brain, or their common sense part of the world, part of the brain, or they're just calling themselves a flat earther because it's impossible. It's like swimming without getting wet. You can't go swimming without getting wet, you know? And people, I can't imagine how, if people are saying that I might be atheist and therefore not a flat earther, that's a big insult to me. But I wouldn't be that offended, to be honest, because that person obviously can't see very well. But it's true. It's not a debatable thing. It's impossible to be a flat earther and an atheist simultaneously.
I think you can. I think you, as a sinner, I think you can be whatever you want. I don't think being somebody who believes that the Earth is not a globe has to have the same belief system.
No, it doesn't have to be the same, but how can they think that it wasn't created?
That it wasn't created?
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying if somebody doesn't believe in God and then they find out that there's a flat Earth, then how can they think? Then they should believe in God because.
Usually, when people say atheist, they mean, do you believe an atheist is somebody who a true atheist is somebody who believes that there is no design, no designer, no further, no consideration, no implications. That's what a true atheist is. Somebody who truly thinks no design, no purpose. How anybody can be a flat earther and say there's no design, no purpose, no consciousness, no great mystery? No, they can say that, but logically it's incoherent.
But then that makes me that begs me to say something else, which is, then why so much trouble with Christians then, who are going to...
It's not just Christians, it's all of the religions. It's any organization that, one, is an organization whose intent it is to coax people into their way of thinking, like the Globelings. We all grew up having been coaxed, having had our parents coaxed into thinking we were on a spinning globe. Now, any organization that wants to coax people into thinking that God is a specific way, which all religions do. In fact, the only reason there's more than one religion is that they all have a different slant.
Yeah.
It's nefarious. Let people believe what they want to believe. Let people understand the world through whatever prism they want to understand it. But to say, nah, you're seeing the world wrong, God's real name is Allah. It's like, oh, come on, what are you doing? You know, that's why this is not an anti-human thing. This is an anti-religion thing. And because religion, with the ceremony, with the memes, with the installing of a prism through which to view the world, this is nefarious. It's not a good thing. It's not its intent is not happiness and success and fruitfulness. It's the opposite. It's control.
I do believe that to a certain extent. Yes.
Yeah. So, but what's going on a lot about the Catholics, because I happen to come from a Catholic background, but also because the Catholics are the biggest church. It is the biggest church by far.
Yeah.
The Jews, the Muslims, there aren't any that is as big as the Catholics, not the Christians, just the Catholics. And then there are Christians who come and say the Catholics aren't Christians. Say, yes, they are. You can say they're not because you don't like them, but they are. And the Catholics can say that all of the other Christians are not Christians. You know, it's just a game back and forth of who's the most high or the most worthy or the most best representative of the Christ, the whatever. But
well, the Catholic Church is not only the biggest church, but they are the ecumenical one world religion.
Yes, they are. And
Yeah.
what the United Nations are trying to do with the one world religion, that's not a good thing either. You know, it's
Do you think science, not science, the study of things, but science, how, you know, what mainstream believe as, you know, facts and whatnot, do you consider that a religion at all?
Yeah.
It's a lot of beliefs and theories.
Yeah, I do.
So I'm thinking that might be the one world religion.
Ooh.
And the one world language is computer code.
And mathematics. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, math.
Yeah. I had never thought that, but wow. They would never.
There's a connection there. There's a connection because think about it. Like, you know, Lucifer is their telescope. The Vatican run 2 telescopes, one in Italy and one in, I think it's Nevada.
Hey,
and
do you know that telescopes can point sideways on the horizon?
Yes.
I'm not surprised. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But
Okay, just go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If you look at that dome, you know they have a dome which has like a slit on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it goes from horizontal to vertical, and then they can turn it, and it goes to horizontal.
Yeah, so they can see it's a flat Earth.
Yeah.
They know it's a flat Earth.
Yes.
The Masons know it's a flat Earth, and all these different countries, China, they all know it's a flat Earth. People in China know. The only people
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. And
yes, I met a real person from China.
Yeah, the only people that don't know are people who came
Western.
Yeah, all the places that the Romans went and took over all the way through Europe.
Yeah.
Greece, Rome, Europe, and all that. We don't know a damn thing. How many times did you go around wondering why Napoleon had, and you used to joke about it as a kid, right? About his hand was in his breast pocket, the left hand, and everybody just says, "Oh, his hands are cold." And it has nothing to do with that. It's the left-hand path. It's the hidden left-hand path.
Yeah.
It's amazing. We have to do an Illuminati show soon.
Yes.
That'd be fun.
Yes. Yeah. Now the thing with the Illuminati, the one world religion, what Ace just said, kind of my mind's thing backflips, thinking, wow, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right now I've been, well not right now, for the past few years, I've been looking at how religion and science are supporting each other. They're saying, especially quantum physics, they're saying it looks like science is discovering the mind of God and how he works and how he functions, and religion is saying, oh yes, very good, and back and forth. So if they blend religion with science, then they have the whole shebang. Unfortunately, it's lies. It's the science is discussing lies, and the religion is propping up those lies. When the truth is, you can't separate the fact. You can't separate humans from their spirits unless you put them through trauma. And you can separate humans from their spirits. This is something true. You put somebody through enough trauma, not only will they dissociate from their own consciousness, but you do it enough time, and they'll lose contact. They'll stop being able to receive their own spirit, you know. And we know this, you know. We have this term.
I think that trauma starts with ultrasounds and cesarean births, and births that are given with, you know, the medicines that make you go into premature labor and all that.
Yeah.
But shit, I had something I was gonna say, man, and then I waited too long.
The trauma, the trauma is.
No, it was before that, right before that. Oh,
Well, I was going to say something. Maybe it'll come back to you. I was going to say that. Oh no! Now you're making me forget.
I think we might have been on too long. I'm thinking, okay, let me go back to what I was saying, and hopefully both of you will pick up the thread.
Yeah.
With religions and science joining hands, if you look at what the bleep do we know, I don't know if either of you are familiar with that. It's pretty cool. You look at how science is confirming that there's consciousness in water and in various different things, and then obviously with science there's all the belief system behind that. So even though you have people experimenting with real phenomena, they're tacked on to the bullshit side, which is what bullshitters always do. They'll include elements of truth, you know, but not rest heavily on those elements of truth. They'll say that those elements of truth confirm their theories. So if we have this blending of the two, we will have a prison, basically, for both the internal world and the external. That's the same one prison.
It's interesting.
Hey, did I tell you I took classes in college on quantum physics because I was interested in it?
No.
And yeah, and I quit. I actually stopped going to class halfway through a semester and just never went back and never took another class because we were dealing with equations where you divide, there's infinities in the equation, okay? And my mind was like, no, like 1 plus 5 plus infinity, it you know what I mean? It's infinity. There's no, it was so ignorant. And I think, because I was interested in the concepts, you know, the double slit type things, the fact that atoms are made of energy that moves certain ways. And it's, dude, you should see these equations, man. They're not real. They're as theoretical as they get.
I know, they're not real. They're not. They're just a bunch of gobbledygook. They're just making stuff up, literally.
And this was, you know, this was 15 years ago or whatever, and there's no proof of any of it. It's all garbage, man. And you know, at the same time, I was also interested in astronomy and whatnot. I never took classes in it, but you know, things like that interest me, any kind of science and math. And it clicked one day. I was like, I looked up and all these people got their head down writing in their notepads and the teacher's talking and shit. I'm like, man, this is like fucking bullshit. What would you even do with this information? You know, it's garbage, man. And I don't even know if the double slit thing is even fucking real. I don't fucking know if they really did that or not. I don't know. I don't know. It almost doesn't matter to me. I don't know what I don't know why the average American knows about the double slit experiment. They should not. There's no reason for them to know.
In theoretical physics, so quantum physics is exclusively theoretical. Yeah? So you have theoretical physics.
They say they can prove this shit though.
Yeah. So in theoretical physics they have this term called normalization, which is how they include infinities into long equations. And what they do is basically they say, okay, so the abundance of space, or the scope of space into which the universe will become, is infinite. We can't have that as an equation. because anything that you say afterwards is completely meaningless because you haven't defined that infinity. So instead, we will define that infinity. We will call it X, or whatever term they want to call it, and make it finite. That's what they do, normalization, whether they're talking about the macro scale, the big scale, or the micro. They normalize it and call it a term, you know, X. So that is now finite, and we can multiply that by 2 if we want and arrive at an answer, because you can't multiply infinity by 2. So it is literally gibberish.
Yeah.
It's pataphysics. Look, if either of you have not looked at my video called Pataphysics, go and look at it, or just go to Wikipedia and look up the term pataphysics. It's astounding. You look at it and you think, oh my God, this is theoretical physics. That's what this is. And it's a mocking term, pataphysics. It's an absurdist term.
Yeah, see that.
It really is. It's like, oh my God, they're actually... They've hoodwinked the world into giving absurdists prestige, and talked about them as if they were not absurdists, but it's absurd. And we also have the Planck distance. So, Ace, I don't know if you heard about the Planck.
What do you think about that? The smallest distance. That would mean we're in a digital world.
Yeah.
You feel me?
So yeah, but
I don't know if it's real.
Yeah,
I don't know. I can't tell.
So listen to this. Okay, so you have a Planck distance, which is the smallest possible thing. But I can think of something that's half the size of a Planck distance, and then I can think of something that's half that size, and you can do that. So the Planck distance is this normalization for the infinitely small. They stop at the Planck distance, because otherwise they can't tabulate the magnitude of the energy in the universe. So that's what they've done. They said, well, we'll call it this, and we'll stop at that point.
Right.
This is, in philosophy, you have two very different sides to philosophy. You have foundationalism and coherentism. Foundationalism starts from a point. It needs a point to start. Coherentism doesn't. It works by virtue of things supporting each other. But foundationalism, you start from a point, and you can arbitrarily dictate at which point. But this, foundationalism, is a philosophy of the West, and it's flawed by virtue of just picking a point at which to start, rather than looking at how things work and saying all of these elements contribute to how things work. They can't use that philosophy, because if they use that philosophy, this one is rendered completely futile, and if they use that philosophy, they can't isolate terms, which is what physicists need in order to establish things like orbits. They have to isolate terms. They have to isolate phenomena.
Oh,
So,
yeah. I took astronomy one time, and I was like pregnant at the time, and I took this astronomy class, and I had to run out of there. I was like, how in the heck can they, and now knowing that none of it's even real, it's all made up, and they have like,
and all the people in those classes are believing it.
They're learning, and what they're doing is they're learning just enough to get through their classes, and they're just memorizing stuff, but none of this is even real. I mean, they have like so many names for stars and this. I mean, it just goes on, and something about me just never got it. I never believed that. I'm like, good Lord, how many pictures and they're faked? I don't know.
And how, I remember asking, how do they know how fast anything is moving if there isn't a point of stillness to compare with that?
Exactly, since the globe's always moving around. We're supposedly spinning and revolving around.
Yeah, I mean, we're spinning around the galaxy at X speed. Okay, so the galaxy itself is spinning. Okay, now, and we're spinning at X speed. Okay, I'm gonna ask two questions. We're spinning around the galactic center, and the galaxy itself is traveling through space. So, okay, how do we know we're not spinning twice as fast and everything else too? And how do we know the galaxy isn't moving through space twice as fast
Yeah, it's
Or
ridiculous.
a million times faster. It gets to the point where you can really make it absurd. The answer is we don't. We don't know any of these things. The speed that they've said is just the speed that they decided it is.
You know what? 93 million miles away. The 93. Yes, it has it's a special number.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these guys have been just. I can't believe that for so many years that we all believed that we're spinning around.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I wanted to ask you, what helped you realize that the world is flat?
What helped me was I just was on YouTube as usual, and like everybody, you know, I was a conspiracy theorist, whatever. And I came across that Neil deGrasse Tyson thing where he was saying, oh, all bloviating, you know, we live on an oblate spheroid. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I said, okay, go play. I go, well, then if that's the case, and he's actually stating this, then if I go on to Google and I look under images, there ought to be an image of that oblate spheroid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? There was not. So that I was like, we have a problem here. We have a major problem here. Because this guy came out of nowhere and said, ha ha ha, it's an oblate spheroid other than a little pear-shaped. Well, where's that picture? They didn't even have a picture done.
They still don't.
And they're not going to give a damn if they don't. They don't care.
And you know what? If you ask an astrophysicist, say, hey, how come the Earth, when you look at it, it's a perfect circle? They'll say it isn't. You say, well, let me take this picture and let's use a compass to determine whether or not it's a perfect circle. They'll say, well, your compass isn't exact enough to say whether it's a perfect circle. Say, well, yeah, my compass does make a perfect circle. They say, well, you can't discern the difference because the difference is so small as to be negligible. Okay? If it's so small as to be negligible, then how do you measure it? How have you arrived at the conclusion that it's an oblate spheroid?
Exactly.
So it's like, no matter what their answer is, it's bullshit.
And they don't care. The thing is, they just laugh and laugh about it.
Yeah.
They don't give a damn. They don't care if you ask questions. All they do is just lie. They just keep lying and keep on lying. And then, yeah.
No, I mean, well, I was going to say when you're finished. So I was debating with the troll, and I don't do that much these days, but, you know, I had some free time, and I was getting riled up, and just asking him all these questions, and I was like, okay, so the sun is a nuclear reaction.
I know.
So how did it not burn up in a matter of seconds, let alone days or years or millennia? How is it still burning when fusion reaction is a chain runaway reaction? And he's like, oh, there's an explanation and da-da-da. Then we get on this debate of what's a fucking explanation? You know what I mean? That sidetracking type bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, it can be an explanation. That don't mean it's true. And I was like, go ahead, read it to me. Let's see what the scientists say. And he basically wouldn't do it. But,
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's and he didn't understand. I think he does. I think this was a legitimate paid shill, like the very few people that might really be.
Yeah, this is
because you know when you're talking to these people, they sound so smart and intelligent, yet they can't budge on anything, you know. And I'm like, look, it's not the fact that there's one proof; it's all these little ones that all add up to maybe at least someone might have fibbed a little somewhere, right? You know, and it's just. I don't know. It just goes on to that. Like, how do we know the sun's 93 million miles away?
Yeah, it's not. It never was. But check this out. The sun is always. The sun is good for us. The sun is something that we love. We should be looking at the sun 5 or 10 minutes a day, practically. I mean, it's so good for our bodies, and we should look directly at it. Yeah. But to them, what they do is they make the sun is ferocious and dangerous.
Yep.
Right,
it will blind you.
Yeah, don't look at the sun, you'll go blind.
It will blind you if you look at it straight on.
Yeah, exactly. So we have to get the little box and look at the eclipses. Remember
Yeah.
with the little box we made in school with a little mirror and everything because the sun is terrible. Don't look. Don't look.
So
well, I should be blind. I've been sun gazing for over a year.
Yeah. So with this whole sun thing, not only is it good for you, but they tell you it will give you cancer.
Oh, I know.
It's like, oh, is the sun going to give us cancer? And so that we don't get cancer, should we buy these pharmaceuticals which have all these known human carcinogens, not suspected, known? You have 3 classifications for compounds. Yeah.
And we just fall for it. We keep on. I went to the doctor for something. They keep trying to give me all kind of drugs for it. I'm like, no, thank you. Oh, would you like to get a rabies shot? Or no, not rabies.
Tetanus.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I needed one at this point. Maybe foaming at the mouth. They're so crazy about us,
Yeah. So we have in the UK, we had a rabies culling in the 1970s where they killed all the feral creatures in the UK, or that they could find, and then they said, that's it, it's done, no more rabies. Okay, and no more rabies. But they then started implementing rabies shots to dogs. So there's no rabies, so why do we have to have rabies shots? Well, it's just to make sure. Okay, so rabies shots. Then you start having dogs going into rage and killing their owners, or killing children, or killing... Okay, well, rabies literally translates into rage. And this is what they do. They just fuck with terms. There's a medical term which means of unknown origin. It means we don't know. Okay, so you go to your doctor and you say, so what's causing this? And they say, oh, well, it's a blah rash. Again? Idiopathic. Is an idiopathic rash, or is an idiopathic ache? Or yeah, Patricia's shouting idiopathic, if you believe it.
Yeah, exactly.
Idiopathic. They give you these terms, and you go, oh, right. So then you go and you tell your friend, oh, I've got this idiopathic rash, or I've got this idiopathic elbow, or whatever it is. It's like, it's almost as if everything that we've been taught should be respected turns out to be not actually worthy of respect at all. And people that have grown up into those careers don't know this. And the ones that do, who try to write about it or expose it, are just blacklisted and sued. So it's like, wow, this really is. I used to say to my brother, everything is a hoax. And it turns out it freaking is. Everything is a hoax. The only thing that isn't is technology and real physical stuff.
Yeah, that you can actually see and touch.
Yeah.
What is it that I have a theory about that whole thing. What is it that doctors go through? I can't think of it right now. Where
Hippocratic.
No. Like say when doctors, have to go through like a trial period, and they're working for hours and hours at the hospital.
Trauma conditioning.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm saying? They don't get any
residency.
That's called mind control. They're mind controlling all the doctors because my husband's parents were both pediatricians, and they just, they're so mind controlled.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. He was always saying, "Did you make sure to get your flu shot?" He'd bring flu shots to our Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
Take 2.
And I get a water filter, and he goes, "Are you going to make sure you get the fluoride in that?"
Wow.
No way.
Oh no, really?
That bad, really? Come on.
Get the fluoride. Yes, these are brilliant people.
No.
But they've gotten, it's residency. When the doctors go through that period of residency, I bet you any amount of money they're MK Ultraing them. They're doing something other than we don't know it, but yeah.
Listen to this. It will horrify you, but you might already be familiar with it. We had it here in the UK, something called the Liverpool Pathway. That's what it was termed. The Liverpool Pathway, this term, was basically the process of giving people who were ill and incapacitated, no fluids. So
Oh,
they
no.
die after 4 or 5, maybe 7, 8, and 9 days. We're told you die after 3 days without fluids. Like, no, you die after 3 days without fluids if you're exerting yourself and sweating, if you're in bed. So people were living conscious, but not able to get out of bed, and eventually not able to speak, and eventually dying. And this was a way of euthanizing them, but without actively engaging with an injection or anything like that. And this is what they were doing. To train nurses to do this, they put them through a process of neurolinguistic programming. It's not trauma conditioning, but it is MK Ultra conditioning. My sister went through this. I pointed it out to her. The language by which they were being taught about the value of life, what makes life worth living. If you're incapacitated and you have no quality of life, so they've now changed value into quality, okay? So it seemed as if they were talking about value. Life itself has value. Now they've changed it into quality of life. So what is quality of life? Being able to converse with your friends, your family, to engage with entertainment, all kinds of stuff. So they've molded the value that life has into entertainment and socializing. And when somebody can't really entertain and socialize, then their value is 0. Okay? And they were doing this through script. Basically, they had to learn this, and then they had to answer questions on this. And I explained to her this was training her to walk past old men and women saying, "Can I have some water?" and ignoring them. Because if they give them water, they're only going to increase their suffering. And this is not the purpose of nursing or hospitals, to increase suffering. So instead, you ignore them. After a few days, they won't ask anymore.
That's so sad. I just realized they did that to my dad.
Yes.
You know what they did? They said, you know what? We're not going to give you water. And this is in LA. They said, because he had cancer, right? And they said, we can't give you any water because you're just going to choke on yourself and die. And my dad was like telling my mom, he's like, please give me water. Please give me water. He's like, please, I need water. My mom gave him some water. She said, she poured water and stuff. You know, she just said, if you're going to die here, but I can't stand here and watch this. I can't.
If they thought that he was going to choke because he had, say, cancer of the esophagus, then they would have put him on a drip so that he doesn't.
There you go.
Yeah. But this
is, that's what they were saying. That was their bullshit excuse.
Yeah.
And my dad suffered through that, you know.
And all they do to train nurses to ignore this is not only put them through this process like I just described with my sister, and that was only one part of it, is they train them to obey doctor's orders. So all it takes is for the doctor to order that their notes...
It's like the military.
Yes, yes. All it takes is for the doctor to order that the notes read nil by mouth. If the doctor hasn't then added and a drip of, then it's just simply nil by mouth. They're not going to go and get a drip. The doctor's notes don't say put a drip on. So this is what they do. And they'll put nil by mouth at the bottom of the bed so that they can look quickly. Can I have some water? Sorry, nil by mouth. And walk off. They end their shift after 8 hours. They go off. And they assume that later a doctor will come and give them something by mouth or drip or whatever. Because sometimes they're due to go for an operation, so they really can't have anything in case they vomit whilst they're under.
Maybe.
And that's it. That's it. Just over and over. And where's George? Oh, he passed away last night. Oh, that's sad. Oh, did you watch such and such? And that's it.
Yeah.
And that's how it works. And it's disgusting.
It is. It is horrible.
So they've stopped this now in the UK. They're not allowed to do this anymore. They were allowed to do it before.
Well, I love to hear stories like that where they actually stop doing stupid things.
Oh, I'll tell you another thing that they did in the UK. The Nurses Union engaged with the media to encourage people to not have mammograms. because going for breast screening, for breast cancer screening, causes cancer. Because
I know it pushes the cancer, it makes it larger, more.
well, not just that.
Isn't it an ultrasound of some sort?
It's radiation. It's radiation.
Well,
if it was ultrasound, it'd be fine, but it's not.
So it's X-ray.
Yes. So the
Okay.
most sensitive tissue in the human body, for men, it's the brain and the testicles. For women,
Yes.
it's the brain and the breasts.
Speaking of brain, when you're at the dentist and they're gonna X-ray your mouth, like what? They take like 10 fucking pictures. They put a big lead chest plate over your chest and it covers your balls and stuff. But the thing is in your mouth, like beaming right at your fucking head.
Yeah.
And the
know, right
doctor's
at your
all like,
brain.
I'm gonna be in the next room over here pushing a button.
Yeah.
You
I don't
know?
want to be too
Like-
close to that thing that gives out radiation. Last time I went to the dentist, they wanted to do some x-rays because it's extra money for them. And I said, no, I'll pass the x-rays. Oh, but you could have something going on and we don't know. I said, well, it doesn't look like I am, so you just behave as if I don't, everything will be fine. Oh, okay. She went and put a hole in my tooth and later got an abscess. She got the drill and was cleaning my teeth and thinking, hold on a second, this is going to take all the enamel off. And then she went to the side and put a hole in the side of my tooth. And said, okay, well, we're going to finish for today. And, okay. And then 3-4 days later, I started to develop an abscess.
Oh, no.
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
So now in the UK, we have a litigious body that will sue dentists, and it's run by dentists and legal professionals together. You know, so I might.
No, dentists are ridiculous too.
They
I
are.
mean, better. I had a pain in a tooth, right? And I go down. I'm like, what it was it really wasn't a total pain, but it just felt like something was swishing in the back of my tooth. I go to the dentist, and they take an X-ray. And again, you have to get X-rays at 3 different dentists or whatever. You know, none of them will accept another dentist X-ray.
Yeah, right.
Like,
right.
what happened is that your tooth has, you know, we had something on it, a crown or something, and now there's like a smallest little space between your actual tooth and the crown, so there's some glue that's just kind of there, and that's what you're feeling, this kind of slushy thing. And I said, well, okay, let me just, you know, the point, I don't want to take too long telling the story, but the bottom line is that everybody was a lie in this thing. Every single place. He goes, well, what we're going to do is have you go to this other place to have them check your tooth out and see how much it'll cost for a new crown. Well, I go, well, how much is it going to be for the new crown? And they say, oh, that'll be just about $700. I go to someplace else. We don't discuss the crown price. I go, why won't you discuss the crown price? Well, it depends on the state that your tooth is in. Depends on how much it's going to be. So I go to another place. I'm like, look, what kind of game are you guys playing? How much is this crown going to cost me? Depends on. I said, no, you know exactly how much the crown is going to cost me. Don't play that bullshit with me. I said, you've been doing this for 30 years, and I can tell by the way you look. You tell me how much is this crown going to. Of course, it's going to cost like $2,000, but they won't tell you that. It's $2,000 for the surgery, and if I have it put back on, and it's about $2,000 to make a crown, and nobody would tell me. And you know what I said? I said, you know, F you guys. I go, I'm going to have this tooth pulled when it starts being in pain. I will wait this out. I go, I'm not paying you any tooth. And then when you want to get your tooth pulled, they don't want to pull your tooth because they want the money. So they'll say, oh, you need that for chewing your food.
Yeah, we can rescue it. We can salvage it. You don't want to start losing teeth.
Oh, yes, you need it. And you don't. And I was realizing I was chewing on my other side of my mouth just fine. And that was missing the same exact tooth that they're trying to save. So they're just bullshit. They're just ridiculously.
It is. It really is. So, and do you know how much the materials cost for making a new crown?
Oh, it's probably $25. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's more like 25 cents.
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
It's incredible. When you look, if you know charlatans, just use charlatan, have charlatan in your mind. Think, okay, I'm going to go to my opticians or optometrist, and I'm going to have my eyesight tested, and I'm going to look out for charlatanism. So let's see what happens. You go in, you say, hi, I'd like to have a vision test. Oh, wonderful, okay. So you go through, They sit you in a room, they switch all the lights off, and they light up a thing from behind. So, okay, when am I going to be reading things that are backlit in a dark room? Never. You're never going to have that. Okay, you're going to be. What situation are you going to read?
Funny. Why do they put you in a dark room to be able to see light that's on a wall when you never are reading something in a dark room like that?
Yes.
Ever.
Okay. So the reason for it is to try to get the most negative result they possibly can. I have a book. I'm going to find it here. Just talk amongst yourself or play some music. This book. Can you read it?
Yeah, Good Sight Without Glasses, yeah.
Good Sight Without Glasses, W.H. Bates. This guy engaged with Congress in the US to try to have Congress implement a new treatment for school children so that all school children could recover their eyesight and improve it to 100%. So 100% sight and acuity. Now, this went on for quite some time, and eventually he lost out to the opposing council, whatever it was, who were people that had the steel industry. Now, the steel industry made eye spectacles. So, do you think the steel industry wanted children to not wear spectacles, or do you think they wanted them to wear spectacles? They wanted them to wear spectacles.
Of course.
Guess who had the most shares in the steel industry at the time?
Of course, yeah.
Go and hazard a guess.
In the steel industry? I don't know people in the steel.
Rothschild.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Do you know, is there anybody kind of famous? Prescott Bush?
Oh, no. Him again.
Prescott Bush. Prescott Bush was the team, Prescott Bush's team were the people who voted this down.
My God.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. Good old boys.
This guy was an ophthalmologist, William H. Bates. Anybody who wants to improve their eyesight, or anybody who knows somebody who wants to improve their eyesight, see if you can find this book. Okay, this is an old book. It's well out of print. I got mine from eBay. It came with all kinds of inserts and all kinds of stuff, really cool. And it teaches you how to improve your eyesight. Because your eyesight, the charlatans have told you, is something that can only degenerate. That's not true.
Wow.
Sun gazing.
Sun gazing, nutrition, visual acuity exercises, understanding vision, how vision works. This kind of goes back a little bit to the thing we were talking about before with the Mandela effect, and how you can see one thing and later you can see that same thing even if that thing isn't there. How your brain works, how it interprets shapes. It's really interesting. It's very, very interesting. So, there you go. I hope that was good for everyone.
That was great. That's good.
Listen, I'm going to wrap this up because it's very early in the morning here in the UK, and I need to sleep and be a normal human being.
Well, I'm glad to have this time with you, Antonio.
It's been good. It's been great.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah,
great.
it was all right.
That's all right. Ace, it's nice to talk to you. I've seen you a lot.
For sure. Thanks.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. Nice
Jeff,
to meet you. Is this your first hangout? Sorry.
Yes. Yes, it's the first time. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Cherry.
Now you yes. Now you know how it plays. You know how.
I know. It's funny at first. It's like, oh my gosh, what to do? I was hearing 2 and 3 different people talk. I was like going absolutely crazy. I couldn't get it, but I'm glad I did. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, it's been great, and now you can keep going on Hangouts. Come back to my Hangouts. Don't go to Ace's because he's a horrible person when you go to his Hangouts. But I'm joking. He's a
no,
good
they're a little bit too. What do you call?
No, he's a good guy. Ace McLeod is a good guy. If he lived near me, we would hang out together.
Yeah, no, I like him. I like them. I just don't know if I fit into their group. They're a little too young.
Oh, I don't know.
Too young. How old are you? People were saying you're 16 in the comments.
No, I'm an old lady.
No.
I'm older. I'll tell you what, I'm older than Patricia Steer by about a year.
Wow.
Damn, you're like 90 something?
No. Oh boy, no. Find out how old
Don't
she is,
stop.
and I was
She didn't
born the
hear
next
that.
year. I also happen to be the same sign as Patricia Steer. We're both Aquarius.
Aha. So that's where we get on.
Well, I'm a Leo, so I don't know what that means, but
I think Leos and Aquarius are good. They're good. They're like the opposites.
yeah,
Right, you
opposites
two.
attract.
I'm leaving if you two are going to start flirting.
No, I'm out. I have a husband and a kid, so.
No, listen, guys. I'm going to thank you both
What's
very
that
much.
got to do with me? Hey, no, I heard that. I heard that in real life. Sorry, a dude was hitting on a girl in front of me in the line at Subway. This is his exact pickup. I have to say it. All right, hold on. He's like, say, let me holler at you. And she's like, no. He's like, oh, let me holler at you. She's like, I'm married. He said, what's that got to do with me? She said, I'm married. And then she gets her food and leaves. This guy was not stopping.
Wow.
I was blown away. Yeah, real true story. It was freaking amazing.
That's cute.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Antonio. Well, tell
99.
Patricia we're still friends. We're still going back. We can, we're all good now.
Yeah. Cool.
Even though our man was acting up, but that's okay.
See you all later. Thank you everybody who's in the chat.
Okay.
Thank you all for chatting and having fun and everything. Blessings and peace and happiness to everyone.
Yes, blessings to you all. Bye now.
Bye all.
Toodles.
Take care.